Ah merde.
C'est à l'envers?
Oui.
Comment ça se fait?
J'ai mis le téléphone dans le mauvais sens.
Ah, ça sent que ça même. Il n'y a pas de gyroscope.
Il me semblait que j'avais justement désactivé ça. Tant pis.
Le réglage, peut-être à l'envers.
C'est pas grave. Ça. Tac. Et puis. Voilà. Allô? Allô? Ah ouais, c'est ça qui est drôle, c'est que je dois vérifier si j'entends bien par contre.
Allô?
Moi je suis obligé d'aller sur Twitch, tu vois. C'est super. J'ai de la pub. J'ai de la pub sur mon live.
C'est vraiment incroyable.
Oh, c'est long, il y en a deux en plus. J'ai deux pubs. Ah là c'est bon. Allô? Allô, allô? Ah oui, c'est bon.
2 heures plus tard, allô? Allô, allô, allô?
Oui, avec ça, il y a 4 secondes de délai.
Ah.
Mais c'est plus que rien. Hop là! Alors bonjour, bienvenue à Lenzerheide. On a un super invité aujourd'hui. C'est Max Lavache. Incroyable. Bon. Cool, bah aujourd'hui on va faire la piste. On va descendre la piste à pied. La piste de descente de Lenzerheide en Suisse. Les finales sont à 12h30. Il est... quelle heure on dit? Il est 11h. On a 1h30 pour descendre.
Ja, geil, weil das ist jung. Ja. Weißt du, wie das ist? Ja, ich weiß. Halbling, ich habe sie nicht mehr vorgestellt. Ja, wie groß? Ich wäre auch
Ce qui est pas mal, c'est qu'on t'entend arriver. Hein. Je sais pas, je regarde encore. Il y a le départ juste là. Hop, ça descend. Il n'y a personne qui part pour l'instant. Ah ouais? T'as vu quelqu'un? Qui est parti?
Non, j'ai dit, mets-toi un petit peu sur le côté, t'es au milieu du passage.
Oui, bah. Je tombe, hein. Si
non, mais avant, t'étais là au milieu.
Bah, il passe là-bas.
L'aigreur.
Merde.
Hier, il y en avait un qui avait crevé en plein départ, hein, directement sur le gros caillou.
Là?
Ouais, juste là, sur les gros cailloux.
Je vais regarder. Pas mal. Chauffeur, on attend de voir si on voit quelqu'un. Ouais.
Bah, je sais pas si...
Il n'y a pas l'air d'avoir beaucoup de monde pour l'instant.
Non. Sinon, on peut descendre dans la zone technique où il y a les racines.
Ouais, on peut faire ça. Hein. Ça, moi, je veux juste regarder la piste. Après, on regardera depuis en bas. Hein.
On peut continuer à descendre.
Oui. Trop des aventures de Maxime Lavache. La vache. Oh, le bike park, elle est propre. Hein. Il a l'air vachement bien. Beau virage là. Ah, vraiment propre les virages. C'était pas comme ça il y a 2 ans. Propre les virages. Oh, c'est glauque. Et où la vache? Elle est descendue la pente. Bon, on va suivre ça. On va suivre la piste. Faut vraiment de la chance qu'il fasse beau comme ça. Les virages ils sont secs hein. Ah, c'est plus lisse, tu meurs hein. Je dois faire la pelleteuse je pense. Ah. La vache. Bonjour.
Je suis à côté du bon panneau, vous croyez?
Ah. Yeah. C'est parfait.
C'est bien descendre du coup?
Bah ouais.
Let's go.
Tu vas lâcher une caisse encore?
Non, pas cette fois.
Alors c'est moi. Ça a l'air pas mal violent quand même, hein, déjà. Grosse souche.
Kurwa. Andere Mittel im Spiel.
Ah la vache sauvage. Terrible la piste.
Aber noch nicht Wasser würde ihm gut tun. Nein. Mal ein Stückchen. Ja, da, von dieser Wurzel ziehst du ab. Und nachher kommst du dort rein und nachher unten. Da, der Stein. Nein, wir können jetzt ein bisschen Küche leise machen. Wir können es so machen. Ja, und dann ziehst du ab und dann landest du dort. Nachher fahren. Also ich würde von oben abziehen und dann würdest du wachsen. Du würdest den Stein an.
Nee, er ist runtergelaufen. Was können wir rauf, oder was? Hey, unten ist besser.
Je suis la vache, mais elle part vite. Elle part vite, vite, vite la vache.
Jetzt von vorne ausgesehen?
Je sais bien, c'est qu'avec le bruit, on peut le suivre. Un gros virage. Caillou, faire gaffe là. Ça descend là. Tu veux aller là? Ok, vas-y. Trop grand moi. Hop, ça va, merci. Merci, merci. T'en fais du bruit. J'étais en train de me dire avant, derrière, qu'il n'y avait pas de problème à te suivre en fait, parce qu'on t'entend tellement de loin. C'est vraiment la plus grosse cloche. Ah, dans tous les sens du terme.
C'est un chouette endroit.
Ah, c'est pas mal.
Si tu veux. Comme tu vois.
Ouais.
Moi je trouve que c'est sympa, tu fais un petit le tour de la piste.
On peut attendre que le premier junior passe.
Quelle heure hein?
La demi dans 10, presque
10 minutes.
moins, un peu plus de 10 minutes.
Ouais, on peut le faire.
Chaud, chaud, chaud. Je suis trop habillé par contre. Que je te tienne? Oui. Oui, mais toi c'était voulu. C'est chaud, c'est chaud. J'ai mon pull.
Ouais, tout à fait.
Ist die Luft in den Bäumen rein? In den Bäumen.
Nein, komm du mit deiner Flasche ran.
Cheers, Danny. Cher. Tu vas dire, ça va l'enregistrer.
Ja, gell? Dabei hast. Blut, nein, das hat er denn
Ja, de Kultur
hat er schon gerettet.
kunnen aufwarten.
Oh, dieses Küsschen auf. Das ist noch gesungen. Nein, sagen. 3 Tage.
Come on! Up, 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 up.
Aber was ist jetzt? Was steht jetzt?
Nee, dat is klein.
Also, ja, mit Puckis Genau. Und nachher haben wir die kleinen Buben, dann haben wir die grossen Mädchen und dann die grossen Buben. Ja, dann machen wir zu. Jetzt habe ich dich angewendet von dir. Eben. Oh, schau das Can. Ja, warte, das heißt, das soll ich dir sagen. Ja, ich halte es nicht. Guck mal, was ja, wir Rucksäcke. Also mit allerhöchster Respekt, Bayern macht das nicht überraschen.
Und finden eigentlich, wenn das anlöst, aber blöd.
Jackson kommt noch lange nicht, gell? Ja. Aber hebst du den Kappe auf? Ich will es immer hochheben, so. Genau, so. Ganz klar. Immer um 12 Uhr lang noch. Er kommt gerade. Ja, nicht direkt. Ja.
Une vache qui boit du jus de taureau.
La taurine.
Ah, ce n'est pas à sortir de
La
son
vache
contexte.
qui boit du jus de couille, tout simplement. C'est honteux.
Et maintenant, les déchets, on les jette dans la forêt.
Ah non. Ah non.
Ah si.
Tu veux mettre dans mon sac?
Je sais pas, il y a un endroit où on peut...
Ah, il va mettre du rebelle dans mon sac.
Ouais.
Super.
Nice.
Tiens-moi ça.
Regardez comme il fait ça bien.
Was wollen wir über Coupe?
Le fichier, ça fait trop bizarre. Et y'a Willy. Et y'a Willy.
Nachher, wenn wir zum Nordpol gehen,
Je vais zoomer.
Non mais c'est bon.
Dat is de erlaubnis.
J'ai entendu un sifflet.
nicht so in
Il y a Willy dans le chat.
Coucou Willy.
Oh, du live. Oui. Ah oui, FPX. Du live. Eh oui. Je mettrai la course après, tu verras, j'ai fait des sets de fou. Il y aura la course de vélo plus moi en live. Ça y est, bah, je peux vous montrer vite fait. Si je fais ça. Normalement, vous voyez, c'est dans 1 heure et 6 minutes. Là, hop, j'ai une scène comme ça. Et puis là, je sais, filme-moi. Pas mal, non? Bien fait, non? C'est suisse. Et du coup, on fait la descente à pied de la piste avec Max la vache. Mao. Hop là. La belle vache. Et puis on regarde les juniors passer là. Ça va commencer dans 5 minutes à peu près. Il y a un gros appareil photo.
C'est honteux.
Aber kann ja gar keinen Platz mehr.
T'as plus que des spots.
Oh, j'ai pas voulu grimper.
T'as vu, c'est de le regard de fou. Alors le son risque d'être un peu pourri par contre. L'image elle est belle normalement. C'est pas ce qui est privilégié normalement. Normalement tu privilégies le son. Les gens ont l'habitude de voir des trucs dégueulasses sur internet, mais par contre,
Le
le
son
son est bien en général.
Die habe ich voll vergessen. Die habe ich.
Donc là ça va, mais c'est vrai que quand il va y avoir les courses, ça va être le bordel. Je vais peut-être couper mon son et puis je verrai. Ça va acheter pour moi.
J'ai hésité en même temps de lâcher.
Ça va être trop beau, quoi.
Tu peux, mais je vais enregistrer. Et il y a quelques personnes qui regardent.
Mince.
Nein, der Ding ist voll.
Mec, siehst du,
2 Minuten geht's los.
Enfin bon, je vais pas pouvoir regarder le chat tout le temps, mais je vous ai dans la poche. Je vous ai dans la poche. Voilà. Ah, on attend maintenant. Hein.
On attend.
Super petit panneau.
Ich finde auch, ich hätte es dann gut, aber ich weiss auch nicht,
On a un petit spot dans la forêt juste en dessous du départ. On a marché 5-10 minutes. Ah non. Fausse alerte. On attend quoi. Hein. Sinon ça va vous?
Je sors de la poche.
Je vous sors de la poche. Ah. C'était bien, merci pour le live. Pas de soucis mec. N'hésite pas, si tu restes pendant toute la journée, n'hésite pas à dire aux autres si je lis pas le chat, etc. Que je peux pas regarder tout le temps. Et que si ça coupe, c'est normal. Le live ne coupera pas parce que c'est sur l'ordi à la maison. Et l'image risque de couper pour moi. Après, l'avantage de ces événements, c'est que vu qu'il y a la RTS qui filme et qu'il y a des drones, etc., ils boostent le réseau de fou dans la région.
Ah ouais?
Ouais. Ils mettent des grosses antennes. T'as pas vu il y a 2 ans, il y avait des camions avec des antennes et
Ouais,
tout
non,
qui
ouais.
redirigent.
C'est pour booster? Ok,
Et
d'accord.
du coup, bah, j'ai. Alors, ici, j'ai une barre, mais en bas, normalement, c'est bon.
Ne pas.
Nous, on va descendre le problème. Bon, après, j'ai une barre 5G. Ça devrait aller.
Ja, das ist ja
Ouais. Bon, ben voilà quoi. Hier, on a regardé le VTT court. C'était très cool.
Très court.
Très court. C'est vrai que c'était vachement court. Même s'ils ont fait 11 tours. Hein. J'ai regardé la radio, c'était 11. C'était 10, mais c'était 11 tours.
11 et puis les femmes, elles ont fait du coup 9.
9 ou 10.
En ce moment, il y en a 2 de différence.
Ouais, ça dépend, 1 ou 2. Enfin, 9 du coup alors. Mais c'est Evie Richard qui a gagné, puis le français. C'est ça, hein?
Ouais.
Goretzky.
Ja, langsam senkt, oder? Wird wieder Druck hat.
Ouais. Et demain, on sera là aussi pour la course longue. Ça va être un peu plus sympa que la course courte, parce que la course courte, on était à un endroit qui ne bougeait pas. Demain, on va aller se balader un peu partout, je pense. Et puis voir, il y a un endroit, il y avait une giga descente, voir si elle existe toujours. Voir si il ou elle se casse toujours la gueule.
Oui.
C'était assez incroyable.
Ouais.
Das ist recht elastisch und macht
Also, wenn es so schön weich ist, hat es verformt. Und wenn es
Ah, pour poser le... Ouais, mais bon, ouais, je crois que j'ai... Ah, il y a Mandy qui a pris son truc d'appareil photo, il y a une deuxième... Elle a une pince. Peut-être je peux la mettre ici.
aber wenn es eben keine Bewegung gibt, dann hat es nicht geschnitten. sondern-
Mais normalement, en fait, j'ai une plaquette pour mettre micro et lampe. Mais bah, le micro, je l'ai pas mis parce que je dois recharger. J'ai pas de double USB. Je sais même pas si ça marche bien. Mais sinon, ouais, j'ai un petit micro directionnel que j'ai pris en vacances, qui est pas mal. quand j'ai fait la réunion là, sur la vidéo. C'est pas mal, mais il y a la bonnette aussi quand il y a du vent. Mais je crois que en fait, de ce que j'ai vu hier soir, c'était pas trop mal. Bon, on attend toujours. Hein. 30, ça devrait partir maintenant. Le premier devrait arriver. Ah, ouais, ça arrive, je pense. T'as bien eu?
Attends.
Tu vas rester, tu vas regarder quoi, 2-3 ici, puis après on descend?
On peut, ouais.
Ou tu fais une photo par endroit? Ah ouais, il est bien.
Dann bin ich aber auch gut geblieben, schnell mit dem Schnee und ab.
C'est celle-là, elle est sympa.
Schnell zur Apotheke.
Rassig unterwegs.
Wie heißen die? Genau.
Ouais, déjà.
Aber du hast Verantwortung und stellst das Kind, das ist nicht geil. Der andere mit dem Messer ist noch drin.
Pas mal. Oh, il y a des tambours là. Supprime toutes les photos.
Oh, là, on voit bien les suspects.
Ah ouais. T'as pas touché l'élastique?
L'endroit où il tape le plus.
Ouais, mais ça c'est pas mal.
Je regarde juste que. Ouais, les derniers.
Ah, prochain. On bouge après celui-là. Il a pris de l'autre ligne. Ou tu veux attendre le prochain?
Non, de toute manière, faut que je range, c'est chiant à chaque fois.
Ok.
Man muss sagen, niemand freut sich so schnell.
Oh, bouger. Pas mal. Début plat. Début plat, après descendre dans la forêt avec quelques souches, terrain un peu mou sec. Et puis après, virage ici. Et puis on va voir la suite. Avec Max la vache. C'est parti. Waouh! Il fait des tricks! Ah! On sait ce qui vient de passer. Je sais pas qui c'est, mais. Hop là. Qu'est-ce qu'on a ici? Ah, intéressant. Deux petits cailloux. Alors après le virage un bout plat, deux cailloux à faire gaffe. Un petit trou. Un petit trou, il faut pas sortir de la piste. Hein. Un peu chiant. Ah bah on va voir le prochain, il y en a un qui arrive. Elle ouvre juste la cam. Pas mal. Oh putain, faut pas se casser la gueule. Bon, j'ai retrouvé la vache. Hop là. Ah, on arrive à un super spot. La vue, elle est sympa ici. Ta gueule. Supportable là, il fait du bruit de fou. Oh putain. Ah ouais, il se posait sur le tour avec les autres. Insupportable avec cette cloche. Je vais voir si je peux choper quelqu'un ici. Je vais voir si je peux voir ce que je peux vous offrir un petit truc là ici. On va voir quand le caméraman il se bouge le cul là, normalement quelqu'un devrait arriver. Et après. Je fais comme ça ici. C'est clair de fou. Plus automatique. Ça peut prendre un moment jusqu'à ce qu'ils arrivent. Il laisse un peu d'espace, je pense. Alors, le caméraman c'est toujours chier là-haut. Allez, j'en voulais juste un moi. C'est long? Allez, les riders. Donc les cabines passent là. Ah, j'ai entendu un sifflet. Ah, ça arrive, ça arrive. Stylé. On descend. Je l'ai retrouvé. Alors? Prends le saut par derrière? Pas mal.
Ouais, passe par devant, c'est un peu la galère avec les gens.
Oh, on peut plus traverser?
Non.
Attends, on pouvait passer dessous, non?
Je sais pas si c'est celui-là.
Ah, c'est peut-être pas celui-là, ouais, t'as raison. C'est pas celui-là. Je l'ai eu, j'ai pu le filmer depuis en haut. Jusqu'à ce qu'il saute, là, j'étais bien là-haut. Regardez ici un coup, là. Pas mal. C'est beau, hein?
C'est le soleil.
Soleil. Soleil, soleil. Merde. Il a pris. Je vais mettre ça. Pas du tout. Chaud, hein? C'est vrai que ça tape là. Plein soleil là. Pas mal ce petit Michelin. C'est incroyable. Tu vas souffrir. Il y a un t-shirt dessus. Un t-shirt de sport, ça. Ah oui?
Mais pas autant léger que le tien.
Ah.
Un peu un t-shirt de sport montagne, quoi.
Ouais. Quand il fait froid, quoi. Après, moi j'ai pris 2 vestes, hein. Connard. Regarde le sac, il est blindé.
T'as pris 2 vestes.
J'ai pris un pull parce que je me suis dit, il va faire frais. J'ai mis une veste parce que je suis un connard.
Connard, ouais.
Voilà. Ah. Là-haut. Ah, il y a quelqu'un là-haut. Chez le foie. Il est très très bon. Je pense que.
Mon petit compteur.
Ah oui, on l'a juste vu sur la cave. Ok. Ça va arriver.
Peut-être de l'orage qui arrive, hein.
Putain, t'es con. Puis je regarde. Je pense que je vais faire comme ça. Je vais le prendre là. Je le prends. Je suce les derrière. Hop là. Je vais me mettre au-dessus comme ça.
Mange-moi cette terre de la vallée.
Ah non. Il arrive. Pas mal. Pas mal, vous avez vu chat? Vous avez vu chat? Le Pixo? Ce Michelin. Oh la poussière! Tu veux en prendre un encore? Ouais?
Ouais.
Comme tu veux.
La tiens? J'ai pas envie de le ressortir à chaque fois, ça va être casse-couille sinon.
Je comprends.
Merci.
Hop là, c'est reparti. Monter la colline. C'est pas mal avec des béquilles là, sur le chemin. Ah, c'est pas mal, quand ils arrivent là. Petit virage relevé, juste après le saut. Le petit virage à bien prendre hein, parce que tu le prends comme ça, et il doit repartir dans l'autre sens. pas mal. Bon, reparti forêt. On suit le chemin qu'on peut prendre. Donc on voit ici là le lac de Lenzerheide. Belle montagne. On est bien. Ça serait très drôle. Je vais pas faire exprès. Hein. Ça serait hilarant que je tombe. Mais on va éviter. Ok, il y a un chemin là. On fait une photo. J'ai fait une tête bizarre. Ah. Oh putain, les genoux. Oh, le drone. Bon, la prochaine stream, l'année prochaine à Lenzerheide, on le fera en drone, hein. Pas du tout. En vrai, je vois comment je pourrais faire, mais... Ah! Vite, vite! Ah merde! Ah non, je vois pas le gros saut! Ah! Dommage, j'ai pas vu le gros saut. On en est où, chat? Vous êtes toujours là, hein? Toujours debout? Toujours debout? Faites-moi des feedbacks de temps en temps, hein. Le son, image, ok. Son, image, ok, vous mettez. Son, image, ok. J'espère que vous passez un bon live. Les courses, ça commence bientôt, à 12h30. Là, c'est les juniors. Juniors. Oh, il a chaud, il a chaud. Oh, il a chaud. Il est chaud. Avec le petit chat, ça donne n'importe quoi.
Ah, est-ce qu'il s'est bien curé le nez? Je ne pense pas.
Merde.
Oh, c'est bon.
Tu sais le prendre là? Tu le prendras ici?
Ouais, parce que regarde, ça donne. Pas dégueu.
Ah non, c'est pas mal, putain.
Comme ça, c'était au-dessus sur la souche. C'est toi.
L'année passée, on pouvait passer de l'autre côté, il me semble. Parce qu'après, on passait sur le pont en bois là.
Oui. Alors, du coup, ça, on pouvait vraiment passer sous le.
Cette année, ils ont pas pu. C'est triste.
Ils sont pas cool. Ils sont pas très gentils.
Les chats avec le compteur.
Triste. Compteur fâché. Compteur commençait à dire nein.
Ah, je mets la cam.
La calme.
Je vais prendre. Ah ouais, c'est pas si lourd hein, la cam. Comme je te disais là, quand je les ai montés, en fait, il y a le son et l'image qui passent dans le câble, et en fait, il y a juste vraiment
L'optique.
que l'optique. Le reste de la machine est en bas.
Ouais, ça j'ai trouvé stylé parce que c'est le gars qui me disait ils font tout depuis en bas. Ils gèrent tout, même la focale, tout le bordel.
Ouais, c'est fou. Hein. Ah, j'entends du bruit. J'entends du bruit, j'entends du bruit. J'entends le loup, le renard et les babybouchettes.
Les babybouchettes?
Ah, là ça arrive.
Und jetzt Vorfahrerin.
Oh là là,
Ohne will
failli se prendre le filet.
nicht, Schatz.
Ouais, sympa.
Nice.
Bravo, bravo. La vache.
La vache alors.
On descend?
On descend. C'est la descente.
C'est parti. Je suis quand même un peu déçu, c'est moins raide que Champéry. Hein. Ça se fait moins mal aux genoux quand même.
Tant qu'il n'y aura pas de chute.
Pour l'instant. N'hésite pas à te casser la gueule maintenant. Il triche. Il triche.
Dat ding vind ik maar scary.
Magnifique.
Mama!
Morgen is de...
Ik weet einfach, dass du dort stehst.
Ah.
Dass du da mit dem WLAN dann-
Il y a le changeur de batterie du drone.
Mama! Je broek springt. Zo. Die uit. Ich schaff sie auch. Super Vorteil hat es gemacht.
Ouais, ça peut être pas mal là. Vous montrer arriver puis de devoir sauter là.
8 minutes.
On a 5 sur live pour l'instant, j'écoute, je regarde de loin, je bricole mon vélo en même temps. Ah bah super. Super. Magnifique. Eh bah bricole bien. J'attends le prochain ici. Ça va être sympa je pense. Je filme comme ça là. Tac. Et après le jump. Au revoir. La vache est positionnée. Belle vache hein.
Kuh, ich will nicht tun.
Il y a une gamine qui a failli se toller.
Diamogli un bastone. Tu togliti queste cose che...
On attend, on attend. On filme les gens un peu là qui descendent. Ici c'est pas très raide. Juste là-haut par contre. On voit que ça descend un peu là. Est-ce que c'était la dernière femme avant? Possible hein. La dernière femme junior. Le drone c'est posé.
Ah, da ist der Bildschirm, oder?
Ouais, filmant. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Je bouge ou pas? Ah non mais je comprends. Ah non non mais on avait pu. On peut passer derrière ce pont là, mais au-dessus là, il y a 2 ans on pouvait passer aussi. J'ai un bug avec l'appareil photo parce que si je fais ça, bon, vous allez voir en vertical, mais normalement, je vais mieux zoomer. Alors que si je fais ça, ah c'est bon, j'ai l'appareil. Des fois j'ai l'appareil photo qui bug. Bon, je suis pas très stable du coup, mais c'est un peu le gerbotron. C'est une belle vache quand même. Un animal de nos montagnes. La vache, typique des Alpes suisses, produit je sais pas combien de lait par an. Et surtout, on utilise tout ça pour faire du fromage. Fromage de croûte. Bref. Bon, ça descend bien. Ça fait chier là. Mais tant que le mec a un drone et il est pas prêt, je pense que ça va pas partir. On va bouger.
Ja, die sind auch alle gestern schon ziemlich weit geflogen, ne?
Je pense que c'était la dernière femme junior. Juste tant que le type du drone il s'est pas remis.
Hein?
Tant que le mec au drone s'est pas remis en place.
Ouais, c'est bon, on est tranquille quoi.
J'ai un temps pour toutes les batteries là. C'est trop stylé à part ça. Ouais.
Si t'as envie, on peut presque prendre une bière. Hein.
Bah ouais. Petite saucisse là. Petite saucisse là. Petite saucisse. Petite saucisse pour déjeuner.
Par Superman. Ah merde, attends, il faut un téléphone pour payer en fait.
Ah, j'ai mon porte-monnaie. J'ai mon porte-monnaie là. Moi j'ai, hein, si jamais.
On va prendre une bière.
Ouais, on prend une bière.
Ouais, ouais. J'ai reçu un téléphone en absence de qui?
C'est bien. Ne buvez pas, c'est dangereux pour la santé.
Oui, boire avec modération.
C'est ça.
Mais je le connais pas le problème.
Moi je connais pas modération.
Non.
Avez-vous déjà vu une vache acheter une bière?
C'est pour avoir le fromage plus corsé.
Hi Oboka. Hi Oboka, we are on live IRL Lenzerheide. And you will have the race at 12:30. Normally you can see it. I show this on the stream. Yes, you have the timer just to the bottom right. Je réserve ton appareil.
Ouais, tu veux quoi comme bière?
Une normale blonde.
Blonde?
La taille que tu prends. De l'appareil. Ah, le drone qui se remet en place. Il a des super antennes.
Ja, fair, ik glaube, der verzichtet ja auch.
Ah, il est trop uvu. Uvu. Je suis une abeille. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ah, il est bien posé là. Normal, t'imagines? C'est trop le gerbotron en fait. C'est Monsieur Batterie ça. Je mets les batteries sur... Voilà. En train de tout charger là. Ce qui fait le départ. C'est parti pour le drone. How's it going, Aboka? Hola, hola, hello, hello. This is my friend Max. Max the animal. I don't know what to say in English. Comment on dit la vache? Cow. Ah yeah, it's the cow. Max the cow. Max la vache. French. Taking beer. Don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. Ah. Ah. Incroyable.
Les insectes de nos jours, hein. Il y en a partout. Hein.
Et les gros insectes. Hein. C'est ça. On le pose.
Ah oui, sûrement, ouais. Santé ma gueule, hein. Santé. Ah, ça redescend.
Waouh! Je vais zoomer un peu plus parce que c'est un peu la merde, mais à une main c'est un peu difficile. Voilà. Je pense que là c'est pas mal. Tac. Et hop, ouais, ça sera mieux. Ils sont pas beaucoup de Julien, hein, parce que c'est dans 30 minutes que j'habite. D'ailleurs, il faudra que je me connecte à l'ordi pour lancer tous les lives. Ah. Être un peu sport.
Oh, il y a des choses.
Ça arrive, ça arrive.
Pas vraiment d'endroit pour poser. C'est horrible.
Sur la planche là. Tu tires un peu le filet sur tes genoux là.
Mach schnell, weil es ist Junior Man. Es kommt bald AC Man.
Il est attaché. Je croyais que c'était pas attaché. Ok, ça change beaucoup de fréquence. Enfin, j'ai pas vu si tout en bas il était attaché.
Ah, mais je sais pas, mais après, il a une certaine hauteur quand même.
Ah, next was incoming. Junior race. Tu l'as posé où? Ah, oh putain.
Ça tient par la peur. Hein.
Ça tient un peu par la peur. Oh, la belle vache.
C'est une méthane. Hein.
Elle pique un peu là.
Oh non, regarde, ça le cache complètement dans la photo. En même temps, il y a un œuf qui passait.
Hein?
En même temps, il y a l'œuf qui passait pour la... En même temps que j'ai pris.
Oh, c'est rigolo. Ah, ça arrive, ça arrive. Stylé.
Ah mais putain, en fait c'est pas... C'est les arbres qui font ça.
Ah oui, c'est l'ombre. Ah, t'as rejeté un gondole, j'ai pas compris. Pas la cabine.
J'ai cru que c'était la cabine, en fait non, c'est l'ombre de
Non,
l'arbre.
c'est l'ombre de l'arbre.
Alors du coup là, il ressort. Et puis là, il sort plus.
Ouais.
Il sort plus.
On voit plus.
on voit
plus. Là on voit, là on voit plus. On voit plus. Ah, il change déjà de batterie?
Ça me gratte les tétines maintenant.
Heureusement que vous ne voyez pas ça et je vous épargne ces images.
Un cinquième piste, tu veux voir.
Faut presser. Je vais le mettre là. Alors si je peux poser la pierre quelque part aussi. Je sais pas où c'est que je peux poser la bière. Ouais, joli, joli. Yeah. I don't have I can't the chat all the time, so I check every 10 minutes or things like that. So sorry if you can see the follow, the sub, the chat. Wow, joli. le drone s'éteigne jamais, je crois. Parce que sinon, il perd la connexion, ça va être trop chiant. Tu vois, il y a parce qu'il a une vitesse incroyable avec cette antenne. Bien, pop, ça fait bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Bon, on voit un peu de biche là. Parce qu'il y a une vidéo qui tombe bientôt. Moi, j'aimerais gentiment descendre. Ouais, j'aimerais bien voir. On va rater le début de ça, mais enfin, rater, non, on va le vivre en vrai. J'aimerais bien voir en bas. Je vous pose là un coup, histoire que je finisse de voir. Ah, t'as déjà fini? Comme un trou, lui. Ne faites pas comme lui. Buvez doucement. Avec modération. Pas comme une vache. Une soif de vache. J'ai combien de batterie moi en fait? 45. Ok. Gentiment, il va falloir. Ouais. Bon, après, ça fait quoi? Ça fait 1h10. Mais je fais le partage de connexion en même temps. Parce que j'ai besoin de me connecter à l'ordi après. Je le ferai sur votre téléphone. Et puis après ça, je vais couper. Puis tant pis le chat. Oui. Oui. Le chat, je demanderai à Wendy de checker de temps en temps. Il est beau d'ici. Hein. Ils ont dû mettre un écran ici.
Ouais, clairement. Mais c'est pas un écran qui est là.
Ah, mais si, peut-être. Si, carrément, en fait, c'est pour ça qu'il y a autant de monde. C'est trop cool. Juste là, là. Ça, c'est trop marrant. Ça fait vraiment. Tu vois comment? Ça a l'air d'arriver. Ça va être un des derniers parce que c'était le champion du monde. Junior.
Le retour de la vache.
Je finis, je suis à la fin. Cette poubelle de la forêt là.
Ou là-bas, peut-être. Le truc noir, je sais pas.
Tu sais, je suis allé chez Pizza hier. Avant-hier. Avant-hier soir, quand il était son truc. Après des années
De loyaux services.
de service et tout, je suis allé, il a sorti la pizza, elle était noire. Putain. Le mec, non, mais je t'ai refait, t'inquiète.
J'espère.
Putain, waouh. Mais trop celle-là. Pizzeria où je vais souvent, où il y a la même qualité tout le temps. C'est pas la meilleure pizza du monde, mais on peut s'y fier. Et l'autre jour, il a cramé la pizza. C'est parce qu'il y avait plein de cousins.
Hein?
Il y avait plein de cousins.
Cousins. Avec cousins.
Avec les cousins.
Avec mes cousins. Ça va. Avec mes cousins.
Alors ça arrive.
Pas comme ta bière.
Ça va bien, ça va bien. Je vais avoir comme un trou, je suis filmé. Ouais, avec modération. Pitié, ne me bannez pas. Et les autres sont aussi.
Comme ça, vous avez accès à la vision d'un homme d'1,60 m.
C'est ça.
Ah oui, pardon, 1,60 m, c'est là.
Derrière?
Je sais pas après si on arrive à reprendre le chemin, mais on peut essayer, ouais.
Je pense, s'ils ont permis, c'est bon.
Ouais. Prends ta caméra.
Même les Suisses ont l'appareil photo.
every run, every second, every moment. Switzerland, and we've got a new guest back in the studio, but we've also got a returning guest, Fabian Burrell. Welcome back to TNT Sports. Great to have you back again. And Reece Johnson, something of an old hand on TNT Sports, who's here with us in 2023, in fact. But great to have you back again. Not to see you in the final, sorry again about that, but how was qualifying? What's your assessment of it?
Honestly, went fantastic for me. I've had basically 7 or 8 weeks off the bike now, so to be within a second in Q2 of the guys who are, well into a season now, I was very happy with how I was riding. Just lacked a bit of intensity in those first few splits and made a few mistakes, but it's one hell of a track this week. It's really, really intense. The precision is absolutely crazy, and as always, the pace is bonkers. So it was. I enjoyed myself, but I'm also not too bad to be watching from the sidelines. It's going to be a good race, and I'm going to get stronger and get better for the next 2 rounds.
Brilliant stuff, and it's a delight to be back in Lenzerheide as well, of course. Recently lost here in 2023, where Rachel Atherton came out of kind of retirement, had a kid, and then just smoked it.
Honestly, that was insane. I think everybody was a bit like, how is that even possible? She hadn't officially retired, but she was semi-retirement and turned up to one race, the ultimate mic drop, won it, and went home and had a kid, and started a happy family. Pretty crazy.
She's crossing the line to absolute expectation from our whole family. She's in the house as well today, but watching this time, not trying to compete against the elite women. And it was an amazing weekend, really, in terms of the story of it, because of course, in the men's race, John Williams turned up for his first Elite World Cup and won. What were your memories of that?
I would say that those 2 victories are really highlighting how much of a mental game that is. Like, we've seen everyone preparing, obviously, to himself, the bikes, the track, and getting like race management really intense, the best they can. But when it's moment to get in the start hut, the people are rising the game just emotionally. And we have seen Rachel, obviously, coming up with all the emotion that you mentioned. But Jordan, first year elite, charging like a madman, and it was a huge victory of his. Like, we have seen Jackson, obviously, hiding a lot of the junior years, and for him to fight on the front was absolutely unique.
You could see him just shaking his head at what he had achieved, and he must have thought, this is pretty easy, this elite stuff. But there was actually about 50% of guys on the tour who don't win once, and we don't see them win again. again. So it's going to be
Well,
interesting.
winning once is one thing, trying to keep winning is another, and that's why true champion like riders that you can see with very long career are in capacity to take the pressure on the shoulder for a long time. And we know that seeing the fight between Jackson and Loic this year, Loic has a heavy one, but he's solid and he proved this to us actually in Poili yesterday.
Yes, and what we haven't seen with us in the studio is, although we could watch it and you can watch it back, don't forget, on TNT Sports, is the World Championships that were just a few days ago. So let's take a look at what happened there.
Miriam Nicole, to start the season, which is 4.4 seconds faster here in Champery. Across the gap jumps on that common sail bike, the French woman headed for the hot seat here in Switzerland. Is it going to be enough? Miriam Nicole goes 7.2 seconds faster than Gloria Scarzy. Marine Cameroon is on her way towards the hot seat here. Is she going to be able to displace Miriam Nicole? Is Marine Cameroon about to break Miriam Nicole's heart? Here comes Cameroon down the line, 0.4 of a second slower. Marine Cameroon goes second now. Valentina Hall, she's going for her 4th elite title in a row, the Austrian. Let's get that time now. 1 second, so she's lost 0.4 of a second, but she's still green by a second, Rob. Miriam Nicole was absolute perfection through this section of the track. Is it going to be career number 3 for Nicole or career number 4 for Valentina Hall? Valentina Hall wins the UCI Downhill World Championship, her 4th in a row. One of the big talents in international race at the minute, Henry Kiefer. He's 3.2 seconds faster at the 3rd split. Henry Kiefer on the move here in Champery. Or Germany about to go into the hot seat here in Champery. They do by 3.1 seconds. Dunn on the move in Switzerland, and he's 0.2 of a second up. Ronan Dunn faster at the 1st split in Switzerland already. Is Ireland about to nearly get his 1st gold medal of this competition? Ronan Dunn misses out on the hot seat. He's at it already. 0.8 of a second faster from Goldstone. Jackson Goldstone wants to leave here with a gold medal today, and he started in exactly the right fashion. Pulls across there. What a line that was from Goldstone at his very, very best. He's faster by 0.6 of a second. Is he about to go fastest in Champery? Jackson Goldstone goes fastest. Lloyd Bruni leaves the start hop.
He knows how to win these races, so this is going to be a hell of a run.
Oh no, Lloyd Bruni goes down! Jackson Goldstone takes the 2025 UCI Downhill World Championships in Valais, Switzerland.
We will come on to that very young men's podium in a moment, but first let's talk about the head-to-head battle between Gracie Hemstreet and Vali Hall. Of course, Fab, we saw Vali Hall there claiming the win in the World Championships, and it's been something we've discussed a little bit over the course of the season, right? Because she has not yet won a World Cup. What did you make of what she managed to do over the way in Switzerland?
I think this is showing us like the capacity of certain riders to really highlight themselves when it comes down to the World Championship. You know, the Worlds are a very unique race where there is a certain pressure, where you go into details way further than you would do in the World Cup. It's true for every single detail, and Vali is one of those. Loic is one of those. We have seen them putting things together. It was unfortunate to see Loic crashing, and what people don't really know is that he crashed because of a mechanical and not because of a rider mistake. So it would have been amazing to actually see a real battle between those guys. But Vali is definitely one of those. She's impressive, and Frenchies know how to put it together also when it comes to Worlds, and you can see a real battle in the women's there. And Vali, for sure, in the World Cup, she's looking for the win, but she also knows that the consistency is what's going to bring her to win the overall.
Yeah, so she could, Reece, potentially, as we've seen it before, go the whole season, win the overall without actually winning a World Cup. Do you think that's likely?
I mean, absolutely. She's sitting in the #1 spot right now, and she hasn't won a race yet. It's consistency at the end of the day wins these things normally, and if you can stick yourself in the top 3 every single week, chances are you can be in with a shout. And she's only sitting with 2 rounds to go. Maybe she would have liked Worlds to be the World Cup last week to give herself that little bit of buffer later on, but who doesn't want a gold medal? And I think that the medal of that could really pay her some dividends going forward. road. So I think she could be a fierce force to be reckoned with, but of course she's got the skills to do it, and Gracie's hungry, so it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, intriguingly in both the men's and women's, we've got this head-to-head battle for the title. Gracie Hemstreet showing she can win time after time over the course of this season, and it is very extremely tight between the two of them in points. She had that fall in the previous round and then came back and won in Leger. What would you expect from her here?
Well, as we've heard, she's had a big crash this morning, so as far as we're aware from Norco's perspective, just gathering some points and staying in the fight is their goal this weekend. I don't think this track is necessarily suited to Gracie, as we've seen. She seems to excel in the steep, technical, really kind of awkward tracks, and also in the mud she seems to do really well at. And none of those things we really have here in Lenzerheide. It's a very different track, so it'll be interesting to see how she can perform. But as Fabian says, mindset, can she gather herself up? Can she stay consistent enough to stay in the fight? So I think she'll be having a stressful time up there before this race, but she needs to get her head screwed on and keep herself in the fight. So let's watch closely.
We will do. Someone who's been already taking a look at Hull versus Hemstreet from an analytical perspective is Josh Carson. Let's join him now.
We've got a fantastic opportunity here to have a look at Valley Hull versus Gracie Hemstreet from that wild race in Leger just a few short weeks ago. In the upper half of the section, Valley put in a big charge. You can see in this first timing split just over the first road gap, she's got a bit of a lead here and she continues to build this as she makes her way down through the track. Her first half was exceptional. Now, let's fast forward a little bit here to see where Gracie starts to put a bit of a charge. In the lower half of this track, as we come back down, Valley had almost a 1.5 second lead. Now we're down into the woods. You can see they are almost shoulder to shoulder at the 3-minute mark into this race run. This is where the track was at its worst. The ruts, the slipperiness of the mud and the conditions were very difficult, and I think that early effort from Valley really started to cost her a little bit of composure and a little bit of effort in this lower half. We see Gracie on the left. She's out of the right-hander into the left-hander, the steeper section of this track carrying great speed. You can already see she's got a bike length or two from Valley on the right-hand side, who slightly starts to struggle. Now this is a very technical and difficult section. For Gracie, this is where she begins her charge. This is where she starts to build that momentum and attack and be aggressive. She's already got that whole step down advantage over Valley Hull here. And in this bottom corner, look at the speed that Gracie, slaps out of that corner. Valley on the right-hand side, not quite as aggressive, doesn't carry the same exit speed that Gracie does, and that exit speed makes a huge difference all the way to the bottom of the hill. Over these big last double jumps, it was difficult to jump, so the speed out of that final left-hander really added an extra kilometre or 2 kilometres an hour in average speed down the whole final straightaway. This last section is what really got Gracie that final win, that final push to get over the top of Valley Hull, and she was so strong in the upper section. What will play out today? Well, again, time will tell.
Those margins so high in downhill mountain bike racing. Let's hear now from one of our young stars, Ronan Dunn, who suffered that crash, huge crash in the Twill, but in recent weeks has battled his way back to the top of the podium.
When I started racing, I was still very inexperienced. Like, I started pretty much racing when I was first year elite. Like, I did race when I was a junior, but I wasn't qualifying. I never left Ireland to go train. A lot of these kids have been brought up to be a professional mountain biker. I was brought up to just enjoy riding my bike, and it just turns out I can kind of race.
Ronan Dunn, look at the extra speed he's carrying. This has got to be green. It's got to be more.
Won into Leger. It's the biggest race of the year, I think, for crowd-wise. It was a pretty savage conditions. So I actually toned it back quite a lot, and I felt like I messed up quite a few sections. Didn't think it was going to be enough, honestly. I thought somebody might have put down a harder one, so I was actually quite surprised it took the win.
Ronan Dunn gets it done in Leger. Mesmerising run.
We're really happy with the last race's performance for sure, and also really happy with how he overcome all the problems and injuries that he had at the beginning of the season.
It's coming into the season pretty well, and then obviously I had that crash Rebel hardline. Broke my back, my pelvis, my collarbone, and I wasn't off the bike that long, but obviously that was my first proper injury, and then I started to see what I thought. I was like, I feel grand now. I'm back after 7 weeks off. I can swing off the bike. And then as the racing started and stuff, I kind of noticed then the results of the crash really. Obviously, like confidence-wise as well. It's still always in the back of your mind. And then Poland felt like we were on a good one and then crashed. And then Ludenville didn't even qualify due to mechanical. And then the Tweel, I felt like I was back on pace really.
Ronan is on fire here today.
And then obviously had that crash which sent me home in a helicopter and then missed out on Andorra.
He's lost a second on there. Ronan Dunn. Big crash down heavily.
Yeah, it was a pretty shocking season to be fair. Up to the Leger, and that kind of just really turned it around from the worst season to, yeah, a great season. And obviously Worlds then, that was my first time ever getting back-to-back podiums, which was a huge goal of mine to really just show you can deliver on multiple tracks back-to-back weekends.
He achieved a lot this season already, so now he can be a little bit more relief. He can enjoy more riding the bike and get results more naturally. I think he could have a really bright future.
It's just a huge relief just to put down a run that I was happy with and just kind of show everyone, yeah, it's not just Jackson and Loic on this circuit that can win, it's also myself, so it's quite nice.
Really interesting to hear Ronan Dunn talk about his thinking over the course of the last few weeks of racing, because he then went on and backed up that win with a third place at the World Championships. In fact, when we were talking about his race at Leger, we thought that he was kind of taking his foot off the gas a little bit. It was a bit more of like a mature ride. What's your reflection on it, hearing him speak about it at this point?
I think we can see a really interesting story with Ronan, and it's actually happening with many young riders, is that there is a lot of mental aspect, you know, when you take the risk, and the confidence when it's time to actually charge on the race run. It's something that you build through the high and lows of many moments throughout a season and a career. And I mean, Rhys knows about it when it's moment to chat. So it's really interesting to see, like, he had injury and high and lows, and in Leger he did manage to find the right amount of commitment to go get the win, have a certain confidence in his own skills and capacity to charge and make it happen. And I think he proved that back to back coming into the Worlds. And we see him struggling a little more during training with the high speed here, but I think it comes down to the change of condition, where a bit like Gracie, he's really good when it's the moment to charge on technical and steep sections.
And that podium at Worlds was an extremely young one. Of course, Henry Kiefer as well, first year elite, managing to do that. Jackson Goldstone, we know about. We've seen a bit of him. We also know Rhys from your own experience of, you know, winning the World Championships quite young. Perhaps there's some fearlessness in there, but it seems like actually these riders are pushing the level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the junior guys, we had a discussion before we went live here on how quickly these kids are getting access to watching the best riders in the world and having the ability to go out and copy them on much better product than I guess even I had, and it was only 10 years ago, you know, and for Fabian it was a lot longer, and the difference in our product to the product they're getting now is night and day. So these kids really don't have any excuse, and also, as Fabian's touched on, their mindsets are like trained professionals from the age of 16, 17 years old. They're prepared and ready to win World Cups, which is, it's come on a long way in a very short space of time. So to see a young podium like that is no surprise, I don't think, to anyone. And for the future, I think it's going to become a lot more frequent, and the old dogs amongst us are going to have to work really hard and almost start copying the kids now and seeing what they're doing. But at the end of the day, the kids just have fearless attitudes, and that's something that you can't really teach. You either have it or you don't. And I think Ronan Dunn is one of those guys who's probably one of the most fearless, for sure. Jackson's very calculated. Henry seems to be very calculated. So again, consistency and mindset's going to play a big factor with these guys, but we'll see how they all pan out and stack up.
Yeah, it was, of course, tricky for you guys having to whittle your own bikes up sticks back in the day. But as you refer to, Rhys, you know, some of these riders, the fearlessness. We saw Asa Vermette pulling off an interesting technical plan in qualifying, still managing to win it. Where do you stand on this? What would you say?
I don't think you stand for this, Fabi.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, there is no chance of missing about it. But I gotta refer to Cedric Gracia back in the days where he did backflip during the 4-cross race back in the day, in the middle of the race. And Asa is proving that the skills and the talent of the young guns are definitely pushing boundaries. And let's be honest, doing a trick like this is putting pressure on everyone. And you maybe don't have seen, but he actually won the junior race by
by 5 seconds just now on the level that is impressive. So we can see that the talent is definitely out there because they start younger than it used to be, but the competence, the competence of the team, the bikes, the surrounding they have around them is actually pushing the young guys even further than it's been in the past. And yeah, the old dogs, as you say, will have a battle, and we can see that retaining old guys like Loic is fighting with Jackson is actually really interesting to see, and experience versus talent is always a debate.
Yeah, you know, there's also another factor, Instagram now. Like, these guys are, in the modern term, Instagram clout. They're actually out to get views and likes, and you see Jackson and Loic playing some games with each other this winter. Sorry, I thought I cut out there. They're playing games with each other, they're commenting stuff and getting into each other's heads, and I think the juniors are doing the same. Till and Max Alron are two of the most beautiful bike riders I've ever seen, and they're throwing big whips and everybody's liking and commenting, and then the next day
There is a teasing, no doubt there is a teasing.
There's for sure, they're trying to win on the track and they're trying to beat each other off the track as well, so it's adding more pressure. These head games, if you want to get into them, if you can win them, there's an advantage, but could also cause a problem.
Yeah, even more mind games than we've even considered before today. Let's take a look at how qualifiers played out, because of course we've already seen a lot of mountain bike racing this weekend. Here's what went down in qualifying for the men's elite. Loic Brody, as he's done so often this season, just zipping through qualifiers as though they're not there. Those are the fastest qualifiers in Q1 for the men, and then this is the bottom 10 last round on the podium. Martin Mays, the final guy to qualify in that first round of qualifying, but it's packed with talent, those top 20 riders there in the men's. And likewise, these are the guys, or some of the guys, who had to go on to Q2. Andy Cobb, Amory Piron coming through top, and Ronan Dunn, who we've been speaking about a fair bit, they're coming in third. As for the women, well, it was backing up of what we'd seen from her in the World Championships. Valley Hall sitting up top with a big time to qualify fastest. Nina Hoffman over 2 seconds back from her, sitting in second place. And Tani Seagrave, someone else who's been competing in the overall title stakes. She went into Q2 but qualified fastest ahead of Anna Newkirk. And now we've been discussing a few of the old dogs. We're now going to go and talk to our top dog, Josh Carlson, that has been speaking to the Mondraker Factory Racing team.
We just stopped into the Mondraker Factory Racing tent, and yesterday these boys had quite a turbulent day. Pinky had a great qualifying one. He also had a great time training. Dunn had to go through to Q2, and Dak went straight through in Q1 to qualify for the final. So the boys have just finished practice getting ready for racing. Just find a quick word from him now. Pinky, you've had a good week so far, great in time training and a solid top 5 in Q1 yesterday.
Yeah, it was super good. Just took my time to get into the track, which kind of normally I stress about rushing into it, but this like last couple weeks, oh my god, just find your flow. And yeah, time training was super good, and did the same in qualifying, so yeah, it was a good weekend so far.
You had an early practice session this morning before the race this afternoon. Is the track the same? You sticking to the same plan, or are you focused on certain sections out there?
Mostly sticking to the same plan. Track's pretty much the same, maybe a little rougher, or just could be the speeds are a little higher. But change one line out there. But yeah, mostly sticking to the same plan that I've had from the track walk. So just gonna try and execute it.
Happy days. Good luck. Great to see, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And one young man, Dak, you've had an epic return. It's been a huge season so far. World's obviously built their confidence straight through in Q1 this time into the finals.
Yeah, I didn't have the best Q1 yesterday, but was very grateful to get through. It makes for a little better afternoon cup of coffee when you don't have to go back up. So got up there, looked at some lines yesterday, and hoping to turn that around and try to improve my standing for the race day.
You are still on the return. You've had a huge season so far. Does that confidence build, or is that fire starting to come back about where you want to be?
Yeah, I think that was the big problem yesterday. I knew that I could run at the front and wanted to push to be up there with my peers, and unfortunately didn't quite get the result I was looking for, but the fire is starting to burn. I'm starting to believe I can do it again. So just stacking bricks and try to get back up in the top 10.
Amazing, man. It's great to see. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see you go back into the finals. And one young man now, Lenzerheide winner from just a couple of short weeks ago. You did it the hard way, but you actually said yesterday you wanted to go through Q2. We didn't want to, but you preferred it.
Yeah, big shift yesterday. Yeah, I went into Q2, but I didn't mind too much. My Q1 was a pretty bad performance, just kind of
yeah, find it hard to build in this track, and I just used that kind of first quality as like a timed training really run, and then went in for Q2, and I was happy enough with my time. It wasn't still was after, but the run felt grand. So yeah, just building slowly, and it's a tough enough track here. So, but yeah, looking forward to swinging off.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in the final again. Ronan down here, Leger winner, there's only 52% of athletes in our World Cup field have won more than 2 World Cups. So this young fella is one of them. So we cannot wait to see how racing unfolds this afternoon.
Now, as we've already discussed earlier on in the show, the Leger conditions, Fab, were a tiny bit different to the ones that we're experiencing here in lovely Lenzerheide. Last time we were in Lenzerheide, it was extremely
Wir sind jetzt halt hier hochgelaufen. Comme je vous ai dit, j'ai mis à charger le téléphone. Là, je peux pas trop regarder live parce que j'ai enlevé par quelques connexions. Du coup, je peux pas checker. Le chat.
The screen was showing you the top 5 for the men's in 2023. You've obviously been out on the track a few times here. What do you reckon are going to be the key aspects to taking it on?
Honestly, I think patience on this track. It's really difficult with how fast you need to go to remain calm. And this, I use a traffic light system. There's so many green light zones where you're just attacking as hard as you can, and round one corner you're into a red zone where you're almost walking pace, trying to be super accurate. The light's very patchy, the lower rock garden. There's a lot of sections where once you start to get fatigued, it's very, very difficult to be accurate. So that constant change in speed, the terrain in comparison to where we've been the last 2 rounds, they've had big berms, they've had ruts to get their tyres into. The balance here is very difficult because the bike is constantly fighting against you, and if it does go too far, there's nothing to hold you. So the track's going to be a fight the whole way down. I think you're going to see a lot of micro mistakes that lead to big margins, but between those fast runs where people have clean ones, the times are going to be insanely tight. It'll be very difficult to see what's separating these guys.
Where did you pick out as being key with your team and with us as being key? Elements to target?
Well, I think Reese is having a really analytical approach of the track, and it's fully correct. Will be crucial to get a good time this afternoon.
Wait, is that just something that you think of every time, or is that specific to here?
Well, it's something I warn everyone every time, because you can be sure that if you're not in there the first corner, you make a mistake, and if you believe that you're done before the last one, it's where you do a mistake as well. So let's make sure to focus all the way down.
Brilliant stuff, guys. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio, Fab and Reese. We're going to have you back, I hope, later on today as well, but it is now 20 seconds until we get you to the start hut with your commentary team. The sun is shining. This track is going to be a big fight for all of the elite women coming out of the start hut in a few moments' time. Let's leave you to find out how they get on with your commentary team, led by Rick McLaughlin.
Mais j'entends en bas que c'est pas prêt, hein, parce que ça parle pas. Il y a de la musique, il doit y avoir un pré-show de fou.
Here we go, getting ready to go racing at the 8th round of the UCI Downhill World Cup. The Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series marching towards its finale. The last European round of the season, and it's a belter. Gloria Scarzi will get us underway here in Lenzerheide. My name's Rick McLaughlin. And I'll be taking you through this one. Sitting beside me.
Das hat schon funktioniert, aber da kam die Regierung erst.
And Nico Malali and Josh Carlson. Josh, this elite women race should be an absolute treat.
Absolute treat, Lenzerheide.
He gets us underway here in Lenzerheide for what should be an action-packed final European UCI Downhill World Cup of the season. Nico Mullally, this top section, there is time to be made up here.
Yeah, there is. It's pretty straightforward. Is one of the more technical, smart parts of the whole track.
Really narrow across there, Josh, as well. Really hard to find space to place the tyres.
Super narrow. I think that very first right-hand corner, you saw it.
Okay, good.
It's probably one of the most technical parts of the entire routes, holes, and the light. Look at the light.
We talked about it all race long, Nico, in the junior racing, that this place, all about exit speed, all about getting out of sections cleanly and carrying it down the mountain.
It is. This is one of the flatter tracks on the World Cup circuit now. It has a lot of traverses where you hit a tight turn and traverse the mountain. And these riders are coming from the Championship World Championships, which is one of the steepest tracks we've ever raced. So a big contrast from that for them to adapt to.
A lot of people tweaking setups, that said, Josh, that start of this week, just sort of readjusting things back to a slightly mellower track, but really high speed here in Lenzerheide as we see Scarzy stand on the pedals.
Really high speed, a lot of flat tyres, and it's very harsh, very hard impact. These bike park sections, it's a mix between those routes we saw earlier, these bike park sections right now, but you need that support. So a lot of the steeper tracks, you were a little bit deeper into the stroke of the suspension, but you need a bit more support here. So a lot more harder setups, firmer setups to kind of get that watata through the rocks and the holes.
Here we go, Nico. Into the woods for the first time, we're seeing Scarzy.
Yeah, she's ridden well the past few World Cups and the World Championships as well. A really good qualifying run, so she's on form in the second half of the season.
Yeah, just one of those riders that you get the sense that whenever her best arrives, she'll be hard to beat. Nicely done through there, Josh. Couple of exits to that really steep rooted section.
Couple of exits, and that outer hook berm to double jump that she navigated there is starting to deteriorate, so it's a very difficult spot. These berms, as this race wears on, pay attention to these little details. They've got to carry good speed out of that, because that is slightly uphill into this lower part.
Nico, a lot of this track in the trees as well, in the shadows. We do get a lot of dew here overnight. Does the surface change much throughout this run?
It does a lot.
Est-ce que ça se va profiter du moment sur la piste? Ah, merci, merci.
Under the sun out in the open, it's actually too dry. It's getting crumbly, kind of hard packed underneath.
Yeah,
okay,
takes it all the way over to the right-hand side. A really nice entry into that corner from Scarzy, the Italian, moving through the gears nicely here.
Always found racing here. This is one of the most difficult tracks, not because it's so technical, but because there's not much to separate the riders. And there's actually quite a big variety of terrain that you're having to navigate. When you go into the woods, it's some of the looser, loamier sections, and out in the open, it's really hard-packed, kind of bike parky, and you have to transition between that so quickly.
Well, clears the last bridge.
C'est pour ça que j'ai pas filmé à...
Awkward right-hander has caught some of the biggest names in the sport out over the years down off the final drop. Let's get our benchmark time from Gloria Scarzy of a 3:20.2. Scarzy, first rider down the hill safely. Good run, John. Didn't see many mistakes in it.
No, that was pretty solid. It was aggressive from the start. She held that momentum and that pace the whole way down. That's a good solid run from Scarzy.
Next up is another fast Italian, Veronica Vidman for Mondraker, Factory Racing. The Italian national champion sleeve on.
Veronica's been going back and forth all season so far. This is a solid result. She's back in the final. She's missed a couple this year. She should be pretty happy with this. There's a bunch of momentum and positive vibes under that Mondraker Factory Racing tent at the moment, and she's obviously benefiting from that.
Yeah, they're getting big results, aren't they, though? But still trying to crack regular top 10s at the minute. Vidman, she was 15th at the World Championships in Champéry. She's 5.9 seconds back here currently on that run of Scarzy, so looking unlikely to be her day today, Nico.
Yeah, I think Scarzy just started earlier than we normally see her, so that time might stick for a few riders.
You can see Vidman just getting drifted across there. Just checking out the window to see if we can see a windsock anywhere, Josh, but pretty calm out there at the minute.
It's a little gusty out there at the minute, but weather could not be any better to be racing here in Lenzerheide.
Lisa Bouladou for France leaves the start hop. Bouladou building a bit of a name for herself now.
She's really aggressive on the bike. Her results are kind of up and down. But you never know what to expect from her. She could be on the podium on any weekend.
Yeah, just sort of in that sort of awkward final step, Josh, you get the feeling before moving into really World Cup podium regular, but French national champion, which is a hard jersey to win.
That's right, she's got to learn how to be in the finals every week. She went through Q2 yesterday, she's been through Q2 a lot this season.
She's in touch here though, 9/10 of a second back at the last split. Is Bouladou going to go faster than Scarzy this afternoon? Here comes Lisa Bouladou across the line, into second place by 1.1 seconds.
Now we have seen the juniors go a little bit faster than our elite men's category. In the women's, we'll see how that goes. That time from Scarzy, that was good enough for about top 4 outright yesterday.
Anna Newkirk for frameworks by Fight Dev leaves the start hop. Nico, a woman who rides for your team. How is that injury rehab going?
It's good. I think the hand's totally healed. It just takes a little bit of time to get back into the swing of racing.
Really, really fast though here from Newkirk, 4/10 of a second up, but she's moved back now. 2.5 tenths back at the 4 split. Needs to get a move on here, Anna Newkirk.
She's normally better on these harder pack tracks. She struggled earlier in the year, some of the looser ones, but I find that she gets good results here on these hard pack kind of bike park style tracks.
Yeah, it's called Switzerland home for some years now. Gets round that apex marker, designed to slow people down going off this bridge. Not slowing Newkirk down. One jog crosses the line into second place by just 0.07 of a second. Oh, absolutely amazing. Top half of the run from Anna Newkirk, but just faded slightly towards the bottom by the tiniest of margins, and that's what we're going to see all afternoon long, Josh.
And the tiniest of margins is what this track is all about. It's all about the 0.1s of a second, corner after corner after corner.
Speaking of tiny margins, Tani Seagrave had to do it the hard way yesterday for the first time, coming through Q2, won that session. Seagrave in the start gate earlier than we would have been used to seeing her. Can she put herself into the hot seat by the bottom of this run for Orbea FMD Racing? I spoke to Tony Seagrave earlier this morning and said that they all had their issues yesterday, but he was really proud to say they all got through to the finals.
And it's hard to remember that Orbea team, they're on a first-year bike. They're still developing that. Martin Mays was really complimentary to how far they've come as a team to get this bike into this performance zone, and we keep talking about how tight the racing is and how difficult it is. And for a brand new bike and a brand new, manufacturer, it's a great start to the season.
There he is, the man himself, Pearson, as we're used to seeing. Tony Seagrave watching on as his daughter attacks this Lenzerheide course.
Yeah, she was clean across that off-camber, and she swung wide after the apex marker to try to carry speed. Looks like she kind of got hung up on a rock on that exit though a little bit.
2 wins to Seagrave's name so far this season. 3.5 seconds faster for Tani Seagrave.
Yeah, look at the extra speed she can carry from that inside line there. So we saw Scarzy get held up in that upper berm. There's a bit of a hole in a rock there. Tani's down the inside carrying some great speed here. This is looking good so far.
We have seen her back at her. Oh, just got sent straight ahead there. Managed to turn left just in time. That's going to cross Tani Seagrave. Some seconds on the clock.
Yeah, she's going to need to get into the lead by a big margin. She wants to compete for a podium today.
Massive
There's a lot of riders to go.
Massive crowd roaring. Tani Seagrave on. What is this next clip going to tell us? We need to see it. We need to get Tani Seagrave down there. Is she still going to be in touch after that, Josh?
Yeah, that's going to cost her a little bit. It's going to stress her out, so hopefully she can resettle here and just find her flow again.
Really fast down through there. 1.3 seconds faster for Tani Seagrave down. It didn't slow her down one jot. She's just going faster.
Yeah, look at the great exit speed. Smooth and fast and efficient in those early corners. Thousands and thousands of people on the side of the hill here in Lenzerheide.
Tony Seagrave still watching on, still liking what he sees. You'd never know it. Pacing, chewing gum. Meanwhile, on the hot seat, Gloria Scarzy watches on.
Inside line there, a bit of a split line through the woods.
Seagrave 5.7 extends even further, Nico. Where's she doing it?
She's just doing it everywhere. She's just a slight bit average speed faster through the whole course.
Great corner speed. Incredible corner speed so far from Tani.
Look at the sector time. Fastest the whole way down there is Daman.
Oui, ça peut avoir... C'était Tani Seagrave, quoi, non?
This is a new line we haven't seen yet.
Wow, worked really, really well.
attendre là où il y a un peu d'ombre puis je te montre la photo.
Seagrave calm, composed, down through the rocks.
I think that line's going to work better in the women's race because they're not doing the high line on the bank that we saw from the junior men, so they're all committed to doing the steps anyway. That line's going to pay off big.
7.7 seconds, huge chunks of time. Huge lined out this hillside by Tani Seagrave. Now Seagrave off the drop, heads down towards the bridge. Just the final left-hander, then the cheeky little right-hander to go. Here comes Tani Seagrave. Tani Seagrave looking like she's going to go into the hot seat here in Lenzerheide. Tani Seagrave goes fastest in Switzerland by 8.6 seconds.
That was incredible. That's almost 6 seconds faster than qualifying yesterday. That was an incredible run from Tani Seagrave in the drama of qualification.
Tani Seagrave in the finish area. Nico, talk us through some of these pictures. Here's where she got straightened up.
This was the big mistake we saw. She just lost her momentum. She kind of timed that jump wrong, went deeper than she thought. She probably was going faster than she expected in a race run. Aside from that, she just executed a really good race run, and that 8-second lead is exactly what she needed to do to compete with the girls at the end of the field.
Next up, though, into the top 10. And it's Tani Seagrave's young teammate, Phoebe Gale, who's going to get us going.
Great to see Phoebe go straight through in Q1. Yesterday, a solid time from Phoebe. She's heard her battles between Q1 and Q2, benefiting from that team's development and Tani.
She's seen her mentor set the fastest time of the day so far at the top. What can Phoebe Gale do about it?
Yep.
On track now for Orbea FMD, the young Scotswoman. There she is, through the route section now. What are the split times going to tell us? 2 seconds back at the first one, so this will be a good marker, Nico. We know that she and Tani ride a lot together, and it'll be a useful barometer for us as to how good that run from Seagrave was. 1.8 seconds back at the second split.
Yeah,
that's brought back a bit of time there.
That's the mistake we saw from Tani, I think, when she got held up in that turn. But being this close to her run, this is a really good run for Phoebe. You got to remember, Tani was 8 seconds ahead across the field.
Josh, what are you expecting from Gale here?
I'm expecting this to continue here. This is looking really solid. She's been riding well all week. She's had a couple of dramas and touched the dirt more than once. So she's building that confidence round after round. It's hard to growing into this elite women's sport, but this is a solid run.
She's lost 9/10 in there. 2 best results so far this season. A couple of 6th places in Ludenville and La Tuile. Second here as a junior in 2022.
Oh, she goes to that split line, but she's supposed to turn the inside there.
They have a good setup where they go wider to turn into it. She looked like she just kind of got hung up by the tree a little bit, but I think that's the line she was planning on.
9 to go after this woman here in Lenzerheide.
Look, she's popping out of the corner. She's still riding aggressive. This is a great sign here.
Phoebe Gale over the bridge. 4.1 seconds back now on the time of Tani Seagrave, which, as Josh pointed out, massively faster than the fastest qualifying time already today here in racing. Goes deep off that, Josh.
Big time. It's easy to switch off in this final split because it's somewhat simple compared to the rocks. You've made it, you've survived, but you've got to push all the way to the line.
Phoebe Gale heading towards that line as we speak, nicely off the drop. Into second place, 4.8 seconds back. Nico, what do you make of that one?
That was a solid run for her. I think it just goes to show how well Tani executed the run.
Lou Ferguson up next. 13th at the UCI World Championships in Chambéry. Very different track today, and she'll be hoping for a very different result for Axis Intense Factory Racing.
Yeah, good to see Lou step straight back into the finals. And that was a huge improvement from Phoebe. She either cleaned up
Quand t'es derrière, c'est que je filme tous les gens qui se retournent, ça. Putain, mais c'est qui fait ce bruit?
Corner up here, there's deceptive. We mentioned this before. There's a deceptive amount of time in that first split.
Yeah, right in the UK National Champs League, won that. Our home track in Fort William. Difficult place to race bikes as any. 3.3 seconds back in the first split for Lou Ferguson, so Nico Seagrave was lightning out of the traps.
I think she was, and Phoebe as well. Like, they both rode really well in the first half of this race, and then Tani started to pull away.
Yeah, Lou Ferguson only raced here twice before. Best result, 14th in 2022. Certainly not scared of the big jumps.
Now this section here is deceptively hard. with so much speed, and that one little root garden is full of sharp little rocks and roots that are sideways, not to mention the light. We mentioned this before, the bright light is straight overhead, and those dark woods make it extremely difficult for your eyes to adjust.
5.6 seconds at the second stretch for Ferguson.
She's had a little higher average speed, and normally we expect Tommy to be starting in the last 3 riders of the race, so I think by the time we get there, that speed will be more competitive, but right now she's just starting early, kind of blew these girls away.
Do you think those top girls will know the time?
Some will. Some will want to know. Maybe not the time, but maybe they'll watch the live race to see how the track's looking. Personally, I never liked to know. I was going to do the fastest run I could, and I didn't want to hear any more info than I needed. So it just depends on the riders. Some definitely don't want that information. Max had watched the TV before he's dropped in, saw the line.
9.1 seconds back for Lou Ferguson, Josh. Not a lot of mistakes in here.
Run is just incrementally a little bit slower than that extraordinary run from Tani Seagrave. So Lou's really been benefiting from those great vibes that Ollie's been creating in that team. It's a really good atmosphere down there. They've been riding really well, developing that bike. This is a solid run from Lou here today.
Solid run.
Okay.
Seagrave currently third in the UCI World Cup overall. Needs points this afternoon. Ferguson into 6th place, 10.4 seconds back. Hemstreet and Hole lead the way, of course, in that overall charge. So Seagrave hoping to stay ahead of them this afternoon as we get ready to head back to the top for our next rider. And it is Gracie Hemstreet for Norco Race Division, second in the overall by not a lot of points. Josh, this is a big afternoon for her season.
This is a big afternoon. She had a huge crash in practice this week. X-rays,
Ultrasounds,
collarbones, everything getting checked out. She is in full survival mode today to maintain the overall points chase. It was all hands on deck to get her on the race course this afternoon. She's here. She's done the hard yards. Now it's time to shine.
Gracie Hemstreet on course for Norco Race Division. Across the top section. Nico, you've been there riding through the pain barrier. It's no joke, but sometimes it can inspire the biggest of performances.
It can. Sometimes it takes your mind off the unnecessary things. You're forced to focus on the most important things, and you don't have those minor distractions.
And if someone tells you you're okay, you're not going to make it worse. If you're just beaten and bruised, someone straps you up and says, right, you're good to go. As an athlete, that kind of fires you up. If something's broken, it can really be a deterrent, obviously, but if they just say you're sore, it's up to you, fight through the pain and you'll be fine, an athlete can rise to the challenge.
Well, we know that Gracie Hemstreet has got plenty of fight in a really nice line through there, Josh.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a crucial line for this whole next section here.
2.5 seconds back on the time of Tani Seagrave, though, so Seagrave has absolutely aced that top section, Nico.
Yeah, we often see Gracie really make those margins where it's steeper, where it's more technical.
Is there enough tech here for her, do you think?
I think it's not maybe the track that suits her the best, but if she can make up enough time in those crucial sections, it may balance out.
Well, there's our team manager, Greg Minar, man who won here twice himself in the past. Minar, bit of a master when it comes to this place. What did she look over to the right-hand side there?
Oh, was she looking there? Was she looking for a split screen, maybe? Maybe a time? Maybe there's a time check up there.
7 to go after the Canadian.
That's a bit cheeky, looking for a green light. I've seen how far she's back. That's incredible. Carrying some good speed here. We saw Gracie and Leger really step into the run. It was a conservative start, but it got harder and harder and harder.
She's found time, 2.1 seconds, 4/10 of a second has been found by Gracie Hemstreet here on the move now for Norco Race Division.
This is a section where she can really open up. This is the steepest part of the track, and from here to the exit of the woods, it's the most technical.
And you have to say, in the hunt for that overall, it's advantage Hemstreet. From here on, we go to Lake Placid Whiteface, a brand new track for everyone that is Muncie and their home race in Canada.
That looked a bit offline there. She got pushed a little bit low. That little hook berm on the outside side is starting to deteriorate, so she lost a little bit of speed there. That's going to cost her
2.5 seconds, so she's lost that 4/10 again.
Yeah, if she wants to go into the, at least onto the hot seat in second, she's going to really need to hit this last wood section well and stay undefeated.
Through that rump really, really nicely, nice and neat.
Mais je t'entendais plus en fait, c'est ça surtout. Ouais, mais j'ai déplié le bâton, j'ai mal au genou.
This is where that body's really going to start to hurt. The adrenaline is going to start to kick in here. She's obviously riding into it. That confidence is building, but one little mistake can bring it undone. It's a fragile scenario when you're riding injured, but so far she's holding that similar time to Tani. 2.5 back.
Fastest in the second sector for Hemstreet.
She really jumped up onto that bank to hold the turn. That was pretty neat.
3.6 seconds back in the fourth split though. Gracie Hemstreet heading down towards the top three here, but where's it going to be and what are the implications going to be for the UCI World Cup overall? Here comes the woman who sits in second at the start this weekend. Gracie Hemstreet down over the line in the second place by 3.4 seconds behind Tani Seagrave. Bernard watches on.
So that's a good run to be watching coming down.
Tu voudrais rester par là?
Ouais, non, je veux bien voir là.
As she comes in here, though, in the elevator shaft, she just catches the front end. It almost sends her over the bar, so she's got to adapt and go to that lower line there. She held on pretty well, but it definitely cost her a little bit of speed.
Millie on set. 17th at the UCI World Championships in Champéry, which brought a free race winning streak for her to an end in the middle of this season. Won the Canadian National Championships, confusingly for a Norwegian. For Axis Intense Factory Racing though drops in, and Nico, she's really started to come alive from the midpoint of this season on.
Yeah, the second half of the season's been really good. You can tell just getting one result under her belt gave her some confidence, and she really stepped it up from there.
Yeah.
So she's a contender in the category now every weekend.
12th in the overall as things stand, but as I say, first couple of races didn't go away. If it hadn't been for them, it would be a lot higher, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. She was building that confidence. She's been battling throughout the qualifying procedure, in and out of the final, riding the waves of emotions, of confidence. But she's starting to find her feet and be a consistent player in this women's final.
And Nico, you know better than anyone else as well, getting used to a prototype bike, a bike that's still being developed. There's a lot to ask for a pro rider.
Yeah, it's a prototype bike and it's a new team for her this year, so a few things as well at the same time. But it seems like they're finding their way. It took a few races to get it all dialed, but they're really making progress now.
Seagrave and Hemstreet on the hot seat. Tani Seagrave comfortably inside the fastest qualifying time from yesterday, having gone through Q2.
That was an incredible run from top to bottom.
As good as I've seen her this year, you'd have to say, just that one mistake, but not one mistake from Seagrave. 3.5 seconds back currently for Johnson. She heads towards the second split.
Millie should be able to push in this second half. 3.5 back. That's currently good enough for 7th. She approaches the second timing split into the trees down here.
That little mistake from Seagrave in the middle of that run, Nico, sometimes that can just switch.
Je suis IRL sur place et en plus je vous montre les courses si c'est pas incroyable.
Oh, bit of a swap into the woods. She did a good job of holding on to that one. Yeah, the mistake from Tani, sometimes it can be just a little bit of motivation. You almost feel like you need to make that back up. And when you have that urgency, it can carry you, as long as you can ride mistake-free, it can carry you to a higher pace for the second half of the run.
4 seconds back at the second split as she heads past the big cheese.
And I think that moment where she did that, Millie gets pushed low as well. I wonder if that was intentional or not.
I think it was. I watched this section during practice this morning, and she was one of the best through that low line.
Carried good speed through there.
Here we go.
Avoided the hook.
Third split coming up. What's it going to tell us? 5.5 back for Johnson. So Seagrave's time really, really strong. And everyone else having good runs, but just not getting anywhere near it.
Yeah, that was exceptional. And where that mistake was for Tani, she had the motorway section after there to recover, so there wasn't a big gnarly section there. She had a chance to take a breath, reset, and it worked in her favour. Look at the rocks in this section here at the end of split 3.
Yeah, that intense bike with the gearbox and belt drive, it will eat those rocks up all day long as John sets up for this left-hander.
To get a little front wheel push there out in the open under the ski lift. It's beaten in the sun. It's so hard packed with a little loose gravel on top. Slick conditions for these riders.
7.6 back. Pushes. Yeah, Johnson. 7.6 back.
front end pushes, of course, Josh, you mean just whenever the front wheel just moves out wide, loses a bit of grip?
Yeah, you watch him coming into the corners, it can kind of turn in a little bit too much oversteer.
Can really put a rider off. It's like one of the worst things you want to feel is your front wheel losing grip.
Off the drop for John Sett, the Norwegian from Axis Intense Factory Racing. 9.1 seconds back, but into 6th. That gives you an idea of the measure of that time from Seagrave. The top three currently, Seagrave, Hemstreet, Gale, Orbea, FMD Racing have control of that hot seat here in Lenzerheide. Next up, Marin Kabiru, 6th fastest. Yesterday, 5th in the UCI World Cup overall. 1 win to her name this season so far in Val di Sole, Trentino. Very, very different race course here today, though, Josh.
And a huge podium in Leger. Definitely a different race course here today. She's got a little bit of extra recovery time after that huge crash that took her out after Andorra.
10 UCI.
After the wheel, sorry.
10 UCI World Cup downhill names, wins to her name so far for Marin Kabiru. They've got it clicking down there at the Canyon Collective, though, haven't they, Nico, though? It's a chilled-out pit.
Yeah, they really do. They're one of those 3 big French teams that's got the performance side of things pretty dialed in.
Yeah, and they've won a couple of Team of the Days as well, which has lifted the mood in the camp no end. Fabien Barel has been enjoying himself. Marin Kabiru hoping to help them do so again today.
Carries good exit speed out of those woods, gets a good solid amount of pedal strokes in there.
Sits down momentarily, takes a bit of weight off the legs. What's this? First flick on the tails. Can she get near that time of Seagrave's? 4.047 seconds back already, though.
Oh, we didn't really even see a mistake there. That's a really big margin in the first minute of the track.
Yeah, on a rider of the caliber of Marin Kabiru, you don't win 10 of these things and be average on a mountain bike.
That's right. You just saw one little hold up there, and this little line here is catching out more than one rider.
It's just a flat turn that has 2 big compressions before it, and then there's not really any support to turn on, so it's easy for these riders to come in too quick and just run it a bit wide.
Is it almost a case, Nico, on a race run as well, if your eye's taking you out of the corner and then just moving away from you?
Yeah, you almost need to be patient on this track. Like, there is that lack of grip. You can be too aggressive and go slower. I think that's why it suited a guy like Luca Shaw so well. He did great yesterday, and he's just a really calm, patient rider.
It's probably why we saw such good junior racing earlier on today as well. 4.1 seconds, so Kabiru holding station. Doing exactly just got the line wrong. Nico, tell us about it.
Yeah, she just got it too early to that rut. She was going to set up, it's like a right catch into the left, and it looked like she was just a bit off balance and early, and it's a narrow line.
Fabien Barel can hardly watch. Josh, that one went wrong early on.
Oh, man, that's a big slam into the wall. To be honest, it's a pretty good crash considering if you're going to crash anywhere on this track, but it's definitely, look at the time that it's bled there. She missed the road gap all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, that's still probably going to be enough for a top 5 if she can keep it going remarkably, but better to get that crash done before she went off the end of that drop.
We've heard that a lot of athletes talk about that so far this week, the deflection off the rocks, and it also comes back to that light. It's so hard to see those little deflections everywhere when there's so many shadows covering the rocks and roots.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have those shadows to tell what is a root, what is a rock, and what is just a light patch.
Is that something you've been working on with your team, Nico? Is it a tire pressure thing, a rebound thing in the front end to try and just avoid those big deflections?
I wouldn't say it's as much a crucial setup specific to the track. The riders just have to get used to it. We do work in the off week to try to be ready for this, and then they just have to react to it on race day.
Yeah, and the light changes throughout the day, obviously, as well, making it tricky. Sasha Ernest for Trek Factory Racing. Up next, 16th in the UCI World Cup overall, but she's been in the wars this season.
She is covered in kinesio tape.
Popped her shoulder out, separated an AC joint in Leger. Oh, gets really, really low through that.
She looks good coming out of the gate. She's aggressive.
Yeah, we've yet to see her get back to that amazing form that we saw her round out her junior career with, Josh. But again, we talked about it. Sometimes when riders are in the wars with injury, it can just bring out the best in them.
Well, I think it also coincides with the lift of the level in the women's category. I mean, we look at Valley Hole. Valley Hole's been so dominant for years, and this season's the first year she has not won. And now she's just won world champ. So this is a year that Sasha's stepped into, and it makes it extra difficult for not only a junior athlete to step into the elite ranks, but then also compete, deal with qualifying. She's going straight through for Q1 right now. She's had her issues this year. She missed Val de Sol, so she's continuing to learn this weekend.
Yeah, Nico as well, 2.7 seconds back. We see the first split. Tani Seagrave still comfortably in control of this one.
That's a lot better than Marine was at the top. 2.7 back, so a little bit quicker. Hopefully she can hold this pace all the way down the hill.
And Nico, it's been slim pickings this season for Trek so far, hasn't it? A lot of weight on Sasha Ernest's admittedly slightly dodgy shoulders.
Yeah, she's had a rough go this season, but it seems like she's motivated. Saw her training last week in Morzine, and she wants to end the season on a positive note for sure. It's been, you know, Lockie Stevens-McNabb carrying the team. He's had some really good results, a couple fourth place. The rest of the team's just been through the ringer.
Okay.
This week, Ollie Davis is still on the return. The Trek Factory
First run of practice for Hauser is a bummer.
Andrew
Just stood out on the route and hurt his leg.
Andrew Chandru and the Trek Factory Racing boys watching on. Ryan's down there as well.
She's brought back a little time on Tani, though. Her speed's obviously good.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen someone sort of moving back towards her in a while.
In that second split where we did see the mistake from Tani, so it's to be expected. She gained a little time, but if she can keep in touch, it could be a hot seat for her this run.
Gets that inside line. That looks good. That carries a good amount of exit speed onto this jump. This is going to build a little bit quicker here. She's lost a little bit of time.
She's lost 0.6 of a second there between 2 and 3.
So still on track to be second for the moment. She's got to hold this pace all the way to the bottom. It's also another kudos to just how well Gracie Hemstreet rode, considering how beat up she is.
Yeah.
This is solid from Sasha for the moment.
Oh, Sasha Ernest just going around that rock slightly there.
Interesting line choice. There's that big rock in the middle that a lot of the elite men are gapping over. She goes to the right of it to avoid the vertical distance of having to absorb the rock.
Yeah, maybe just taking a little bit of pressure off that shoulder. Seagrave 4.2 seconds faster at this point now with only one split to go.
Yeah, the race for second place, though, is on, though. She's really tight there. If she can pick it up, it could be the difference between a few positions.
We saw Tani slide out in this little chicane at the bottom here, so there's a fraction of time available here.
Just there, yeah. Sasha Ernest, where is she going to come home then? Is it going to be inside the top 3 for the Kiwi today? It is. 4.6 seconds and into third. Good run against all odds. Was really disappointed that she couldn't take on those UCI World Championships in Champéry. Nico, that line actually worked for her, didn't it?
Yeah, dodges to the right. That rock's been really hanging a lot of the girls up, and she carried more momentum and had a smoother drop off the next wall.
Well, speaking of someone who's been in the wars, Lisa Baumann. For Commensal Schwalbe by Lesor. First of 2 fast Swiss racers racing their home race. Huge crash in Ludenviel earlier in the year. Got her collarbone plated as a result. And then just straight back to racing, Josh. It's an unbelievable sport, isn't it?
Unbelievable. The commitment from our athletes to just strap in and get it done. She's made it back for her Switzerland World Championships, Lenzerheide. But as a Swiss athlete, there's no bigger events in the calendar this year.
Goes well at home. Enjoys racing in Switzerland. This is a big, big race on her calendar. And Nico, there is no doubt in the talent of Lisa Baumann.
No, she's incredible to watch. You can see the touch she has to the bike. The tires are really light to the ground, and she's got a lot of skill. I think she's just had her season interrupted with that injury. She's been building back. I think a little bit disappointed with the result of the World Championship. She was really hoping for a medal or more.
Has to clip her right foot back into the pedal there. Just got bobbled somewhere, Josh. It came out.
Yeah, she carried good speed out, but that definitely cost her a little bit and would have frazzled her more than anything.
Yeah, just momentary lapse of concentration. Won that UEC European Continental Championships back in La Molina earlier in the year.
Carries good speed into the woods now. That looks great.
3.5 seconds back on Seagrave. Front end wanted nothing to do with that. Lisa Baumann managing to get it through there. again, though, just making the track so wide, nearly got thrown off it.
That's 2 strikes.
Oh,
almost
man.
3 strikes, you're out. Come on, Bauman.
She's really got to calm down here and put down a good second half of the race. She could still be in touch for a solid, top 5 today.
But Nico, we've talked about it all race long. Those are the kind of mistakes that you cannot make here in Lenzerheide.
On this track, the times are too close, man. I think she's going faster. Like, she's excited. There's adrenaline. She's hitting this race run harder than she had, and she's running a bit wide or getting bucked on some jumps.
She was 5th at her home UCI World Championships in Chambéry, and she is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this one. Cecile and Cedric Ravenel.
That's right, this is a wild
watching
ride
on
at
the bottom.
She's got to somehow try and reset here. This is a little bit wild. She's had a couple of moments, that unclipped pedal,
and you can
just
see
rattled her.
4.2 seconds. It has bled some time away, but top 3 still all to play for here this afternoon.
Oh, Bauman goes low as well.
Bauman goes low, has to wait to get into the left-hander that follows after it. Does so nicely, Lou.
It's definitely not short of exciting, that's for sure.
Across the gap, let's get the next split. 5.3 seconds back for Lisa Bauman now. That is still inside the top 4. She wants to go 1 place higher minimum.
Bike looks good, nice and set up and stiff coming through the woods there, carrying some good speed through these chunky roots at the bottom.
Just as we mentioned with Gloria Scarzi earlier in the broadcast, one of those riders that once it starts clicking, she's going to be so hard to beat, Lisa Bauman, but plenty more to come for her in this run. Bauman, 1 bridge to go. What's the last split going to tell us? 6.2 seconds. Back on that time, Tani Seagrave, who has put down a very strong run early in this elite women's finals here at the 8th round of the UCI Downhill World Cup. Where is Lisa Bauman going to slot in amongst it all, though? Bauman heading down towards the finish pole now. Oh, just got blown slightly off that drop. Bauman into 5th, 6.6 seconds back, shakes the head.
Bauman, the wildest ride of the day. Started well, got a bit wild.
Yeah, Nico, I think if we're going to use one run, look at that, nearly off the track there, as an example of how you can push too hard on this track. This one, Lisa Bauman, might be it.
Yeah, another mistake right there, mistiming those drops. She did a really good job after that, though. The second half of the run, she put that behind her, and she kind of maintained the gap, put her in, decent position. It could have been worse today.
Yeah, it looked like she caught a gust of wind off that final drop as well, Josh.
Well, it's also part of the race run too, right? Like we're breaking this down and looking at those small mistakes, but as Nico said, it's a race run. She's pushing, she's going faster than she's probably gone all week, and she wants to lift.
Here we go, the final European. UCI Downhill World Cup from one of its biggest.
She's got a little bit hung up. She gets that low line. She carries some good speed. Now that low line carries all the extra speed that we saw Tani Seagrave build in the first half of this track.
4.4 seconds back. Only one downhill rider has won at home on Swiss soil. Marielle Sanner, Chambéry 2007, 32 years of downhill World Cup racing.
Gets a huckabuck into this lower bike park section.
Listen to the noise here as Balanche comes past her crowd.
Listen to those roars. What a moment.
She's not had the best couple of seasons, Nico, but take nothing away from her. What a rider.
Yeah, she just had some injuries. A big concussion a few years ago, but until then, I think she was in touch for the lead in the overall. So that 2000 to 2023 season were really good, really strong in those years.
5 seconds back off the time of Tani Seagrave. Camille Balanche not looking like she's going to round off the career with a win here in Switzerland, but Josh, it's looking good.
Solid. Yes, she's riding well. And you have to wonder if, like, this noise, the emotion of the retirement racing in Switzerland. Oh, no, big mistake from Balanche.
Pushes the front end into the crash barrier.
She took a different line entering the woods. She went down the right chute. We haven't seen any rider take that so far, which is a shorter distance. She just was at a worse angle for this turn and had a tighter apex.
Yeah, she missed the pocket there on the outside, as Nico said. She was a little bit on the inside. She couldn't get outside and carry the exit speed. She got out of it okay, but that cost her a lot of time.
She's definitely not leaving anything between the tape. 6.7 seconds back.
Creative line there, too. She went outside as you enter that last wood section. Carried more average speed, but wider.
Really nice through there, Josh.
Yeah, inside line, gets a good exit. It is smoother, but you've got to set up big old case coming into the open.
I think she was the only girl we saw jump that gap onto the grass.
Yeah, rounds that apex marker nicely across the bridge. What's the next split going to tell us? 7 seconds back for Camille Balanche, but taking nothing away from this run. She's throwing everything at it.
Considering that mistake, she's only dropped 0.3 of a second, so she's still holding good pace towards the bottom.
The 2020 UCI Downhill World Champion, the 2020 UCI Downhill World Cup Champion, signs off her UCI Downhill World Cup career at her home round in Switzerland. Camille Balanche, take a bow. Family and friends filling the finish bowl at the bottom.
Oh, the
champagne start to it. It's going to be a rowdy night here in Lenzerheide. One of the very, very best. Take nothing away from what Camille Balanche left up there today. Nico, fair play. That's how you round things out.
She left nothing on the track. She went for it. More mistakes than she would have liked, but not for a lack of trying.
Just 2 to go at the top of the track here in Lenzerheide. The first of which is Nina Hoffmann for the Santa Cruz Syndicate. Third here in 2023, 135 beats per minute on the Whoop Live in the start hop. Josh, this could be one of the runs of the weekend.
This, I'm pretty positive my heart rate is way higher than Nina's right now. This is a massive run for her. She knows what she needs to do. Nina Hoffmann's had a very turbulent season, to say the least, but she's tasted the success, the highs, the lows, and she's ready to fight today.
Hoffmann leaves the start hut. 2 to go in Lenzerheide. Here comes the German national champion for the Santa Cruz Syndicate. Chances today.
You never know what you're going to get. She's so aggressive on the bike that when it comes together, it's often a win by a big margin, but when it doesn't, it could end in the side of the track.
Well, she had that weird moment in Andorra, didn't she? It wasn't like a big one, but it cost her that run there, but whereas she came off the win in La Tuile, so it's definitely hot and cold.
Yeah, won an IXS earlier in the year as well. The party continues in the finish bowl for Camille Balanche. Hoffmann, we know that those high-speed berms suit really strong in 1.7 seconds. That's the fastest anyone's been in a long time.
That can definitely be brought back in this lower half, especially knowing that we saw a mistake earlier.
170 beats per minute on the Whoop Live for Nina Hoffmann as she heads through there. Really nicely done, Nico.
Yeah, she definitely could make up this time, knowing Tani had that mistake in that section right there, as Josh said. So if she hits this wood section well, I expect her to be really close to coming across the plank.
Lands deep, but crucially, accurately, looking really good. She's working hard, Josh.
Yeah, I think this is where Tani really excelled. She butted those down ramps. She got extraordinary exit speed out of them and carried that momentum all the way through this lower section. That's a good section there from Nina Hoffmann.
This is going to bring back strongly. 7/10 of a second all of a sudden. This is looking really, really good from Nina Hoffmann.
The fight is on. She butters those corners. This is where she needs to make this happen. We've seen this next shoot deteriorate. She must hit this section here. This is a crucial moment for this run.
The crowd roar in the German on. Can she exit this cleanly? Does so. Nico, this is looking good.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best we've seen someone ride that off camber in the women's race.
Inside line, carries good exit speed into the open. Over the drop with speed and confidence.
She's faster by 400ths of a second now. Nina Hoffman moving through the gears here in Lenzerheide.
Nina Hoffman on the charge. There is one key section to go. Nina Hoffman is a fraction of a second in front here.
This is the first rider in 10 that's really tested that time at Tani Seagrave. Can Nina Hoffman get that lead extended through the rock section? Nearly gets bucked over the front of the bike, manages to stay on it.
Nina
but she's clean.
Up to the outside there. Tani went inside, so it'll be interesting to see the difference in time here.
172 beats per minute now. Now she's really revving high, Josh.
That's right, we saw her reach up to 180 in La Tuile when she took that win, so she's riding well.
She's extended, it's now a 10th of a second. There is absolutely nothing in it here in Lenzerheide. We knew this one was going to be close, and it's definitely only getting tighter. Here comes Nina Hoffman. Is this going to be the new fastest time of the day? Here at the UCI Downhill World Cup, the 8th round of 2025 for the elite women on the Santa Cruz Syndicate, about to go into the hot seat. Hoffman misses out by 600ths of a second.
0.06 of a second.
Seagrave survives another one. Nico. What?
There's more in that last sector than we think. That's it seems like a straightforward piece of track, but it's gonna decide the race today.
But we saw Tani slide out slightly on that last section as well, so she left time there presumably.
This section here was incredible from Nina. She butted these jumps. She got great speed through the woods, hit the corners at the bottom. She was right in the hunt. That final split, the first split and the fifth and final split are keys here today. There is time to be made. She went back by 0.06. Oh, this is amazing.
Hoffman enjoyed that one though. Disappointed, of course, but back at her best. Meanwhile, at the top, one to go. And it is the Austrian from the YT mob. Freshly recrowned, renewed, and ready to go. Valentina Hall, the back at those UCI World Championships just a couple of weeks ago, Josh, she was back to her aggressive best. Are we going to see more of that today?
That Leger win, I think that stung just enough to Fire Valley back into gear. There's so much drama around the YT mob setup, but the kudos is to the team because they are there for the athletes. The staff are there to support their races. Look at the speed through the key routes at the top.
460 days since Valentina Hall's last UCI Downhill World Cup victory.
You see her cut left on the flat section there to kind of get out of the mud, get out of those holes across the grass.
Swings left, super aggressive. Valentina Hall's looking good here, but she's 1.1 back.
What?
This isn't enough so far from Valentina Hall. She's going to have to find something extra special to beat that time of Seagrave today.
Battle is on. We spoke about it before. She needs to butter this section and charge from here down. Nina Hoffman had an incredible split 2 and split 3. There is time to be made. The Rainbows are going to bring Valley home here.
Valley Hall lands that jump deep. What's the second split going to tell us? We're going to have to wait to find out, but nice and smooth through there, just as Hoffman was before her.
This wood section will be crucial. If she can ace these turns, I think it's going to be very close.
4 times in a row she has been crowned UCI Downhill World Champion.
She's up by 0.17 of a second already.
Valentina Hall, a 10th of a second up.
She's right where she needs to be, and we saw a few times from her be ahead halfway through the race and then kind of back off a bit and lose time at the bottom. So she's going to need to push to the finish if she wants to win today.
She's left-hand side. To the left-hand side does the low line, Josh.
But does the low line, but she was committed to it. That looked intentional and on purpose. She carried great speed on the exit. She takes that high inside line we've seen
She's
be
faster.
successful
She's faster
so far.
again by 0.4 of a second.
good exit speed out of that left-hand corner. 0.4 of a second up now. The final 2 splits will tell.
Valentina Hall with a green plate, the UCI Downhill World Cup overall points leader. Oh, full chat into this section, gets through the rocks cleanly.
Yeah, really smooth on that outside line. She's going to jump up on the bank or just run the steps here.
In between the gaps in the crowd here, just rolls around that left-hander really, really neatly, Josh.
Oh, 0.4 back. I feel like those steps might have crossed her a little bit. Nino was butter through those corners.
It has indeed. She's lost the attempt. She's now back by 0.4 of a second. Lenzerheide serving up an absolute classic here. It's so tight at the front of this race.
She has to charge. She gets held up there a little bit.
Here comes Valentina Hall over the bridge. Just 2 corners to go. Can she get it done? Can she finally get that monkey off her back? Here comes Valentina Hall down towards the line. Is she going to take the win in Lenzerheide? No, she goes third. Tani Seagrave wins her 3rd UCI Downhill World Cup of the year.
Wow.
And that one could well have repercussions for the UCI World Cup overall, but yet again in 2025, Valentina Hall is left staring back up a track, wondering where it went wrong. Tani Seagrave.
And Gracie Hemstreet on the podium. From the hospital to the podium, the overall title fight is alive. What an afternoon.
Nico, what a roller coaster of a weekend from Tani Seagrave. Having to go into Q2 for the first time this season. Won that session, has come back and won this race from deep.
Yeah. I wonder if that pressure yesterday just made today feel like a little bit easier for her. She executed a great run all the way to the finish.
We've heard a lot of people mention how much they actually enjoyed the extra Q2 practice. The stress of Q1, Q2 this weekend seems to be benefiting certain riders, maybe not others.
You mean after it's over?
After it's over. After the fact it's beneficial.
Look at this, the face from Valentina Hall, not happy. And it's so strange to see her going for that soaring high.
But she didn't do anything wrong, did she?
But that UCI World Champs win was her back at her best, and all of a sudden she's right back where she left off at the UCI Downhill World Cups.
It did look like in that last sector there's that big bridge gap just before the finish. She clipped that a little bit, and you know, if she would have aced that last sector, she might have been able to bring back that 0.4, but it ended up going the other way, and it was just too messy to the finish line.
You could imagine how frustrating that must be for someone like Valley Hole to put down a good solid run that used to be the winning runs. Now it's not even on the podium.
So Seagrave,
it's on
Hoffman,
third. Sorry, it's on third.
Seagrave, Hoffman, Hole, your top 3. Hemstreet in 4th. Sasha Ernest 5th. But look at this. I mean, Nico, talk us through these shots. She just destroyed it the whole way
Right here, we're going to see the only mistake in her whole run. She gets late on this and then just stalls up in that left-hand turn, which wasn't a huge mistake, but she definitely lost time in that sector.
But look how quickly she jumped back on the pedals, Josh, and from here down.
From here down was amazing. She absolutely nailed these sections. You see her execution. She gets that inside line perfectly. As Nico said, there's an outside that can bank you across. Her execution and her attention to detail was incredible today.
Well, Tani Seagrave of Orbea FMD getting the win here in Lenzerheide. Superb Seagrave at her scintillating best. 3rd win of the season. Let's go down there now and hear from Tani Seagrave. She's with Ashley Wilmot.
Tani Seagrave, what a run, your 3rd World Cup win this season. But I know you have actually been struggling a lot this week, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's the week before my period. I'm not sure if that's TMI, but I was not feeling good. So all week, I just wanted to be kind to myself and kind of just make myself feel better. And I just really didn't expect to win here today.
Talk to us about the week in terms of qualifying. Second qualifying even, your first time. How nerve-wracking is that?
Yeah, I tried to avoid it all year and we were successful until yesterday, but I can't believe how stressful it was. I do not envy anyone that does Q2. The track was super different and just the nerves, and you start picturing every bad scenario. So yeah, that was new for me, but I mean, I did what I had to do to get in for today, and an extra run was probably quite nice, so yeah.
You managed to find another 6 seconds to the fastest time in Q1. Where was that?
Honestly, I have no idea. The run to me didn't feel very good, so I was really surprised when I saw my time, and I definitely thought it would get beaten.
But as well, about that tiny little mistake just after split one. How did you refocus?
Yeah, it was in a horrible spot, but I just kind of did really hard cranks as hard as I could, and then just, yeah, it's a nice spot after to resettle. It's like straight and a few jumps, and you can kind of get into the flow. I think if it was the steep section straight after that, it would have been difficult, but no, it was good.
You smashed it, well done.
Thank you.
Okay. Tani Seagrave does it for the third time this season, and we have a lot to discuss about just how she did that. It was so tight at the top there, but she managed to finish in first place, 0.06 of a second ahead of Nina Hoffman, with Valentina Hall, the 4-time world champion, finishing up in third place. Reese and Fab still alongside me to try and analyse what we've just witnessed. I'll throw that one over to you, Fab, first of all. Where she didn't seem to know, or she decided she's not going to tell us, maybe it's a tactic. Where did she find that time?
Well, to be honest, all week she was saying that she was not feeling great and she wanted to build up the speed, but being on the side of the track, you could see that she was really on pace, and she was attacking by many passages, but also finding a good way to find the smoothness to link all passages together and create like a good run. We have seen her doing a major mistake just before one of the key sector that could have cost the win, and Nina was just behind, so it was a tight one. And here we go, you can see her just making it, like hitting the brake right before the start of the straight and those jumps, and this could have got her to get to lose the win, and she actually put it together. It was an amazing racing to see all of them pushing that out today.
Yeah, that was a misjudgment, or it was she'd misread it. Reese, what did you make of the small error?
I think she probably just came in a little bit hot, like Fabian says, missed the braking point, over jumped the first single and landed on the second one. And those girls were gaining on her through that motorway section, and like Fabian said, she was very lucky not to lose the race there, but kept her head, got back in it again and had a strong finish, and I mean really nobody's managed to touch her, but it was close.
Wow, and 3 wins, Fab, this season for Tani Seagrave. How difficult is it to do that?
Well, you can see that she's proving consistency, and obviously her approach of racing being obviously one big parameter above her just skills and talent on the bike. And what she has done today was again very impressive. It's very important for the overall. We know there is big play to catch up with Gracie and Valley, so it will be an important one for her today, and it's a big win.
And now you're seeing the podium pictures here on your screens. Valley Hall in third place, already up there. Nina Hoffman, I mean, we'll come on and try and explain the difference, the distance between her result and Tani Seagrave's, but it is Hoffman who sits in second place after one of the tightest races you can possibly imagine. And here is the 3-time winner this season, Tani Seagrave. So popular here in Lenzerheide, the crowd going crazy for the race run they have just witnessed. And what a star-studded podium that is, Reese. I mean, the 3 of them up there, obviously Valley Hall in her world champion stripes, but we saw her as we walked past looking a little bit disgruntled with how the days played out, but the delight on Tani Seagrave's face. I mean, all of the context that she provided to Ashley earlier on as well about, you know, what is it? It's period power, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad she touched on that. There's things that go behind the scenes for men and women that make race week difficult. There's a lot of stress, and we know the emotions for the girls can kind of go all over the place when it's that time. So, yeah, good on her for admitting that, and good on her for getting her head stuck in and making it count. And I'm sure, I mean, Valley will be wondering what on earth she has to do. Like, how can you be that close and not actually win one so many times in a season? Yeah. I can imagine it's driving her mad. Nina's Nina's probably feeling similar. So close yet so far. She's had a great season, but she also had that moment in Leogang that could have took her out for the whole year. So I think she'll be quite thankful that she's still in it. But yeah, Tanny's going to be pretty stoked to be bringing the title fight again. I think it's heating up now.
All of those women at the top, on the top three within a second of each other. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. But even still, Fab, talk to us about Valley Holt then. We thought maybe she'd turned a corner with that unbelievable win down the road.
Well, everyone would believe so, and that was the plan for today. And I think her disappointment is showing the expectation that she has on the front of that. And she did a great run, but you can see her being very conservative on some section and charging on the easy part, as I mentioned earlier, that it was I think one of the key strategy for her run today. But yeah, definitely Nina and Tane tempted it, and they pushed it, and they managed to get it out there by nothing. Like Nina would have pushed the bike on the finish, she would probably have been on the front with those 0.06 of a second, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, for sure, Valley is mentally in a down right now, and he will play also a big, I would say, a big role in the North America round that are coming in the next weeks.
Oh, it just puts so much more pressure on her. I mean, obviously she's putting pressure on herself, but there's all of us standing here talking about it. You can't help noticing that it's now, you know, we're about to see the standings in a moment so we can get confirmation of where she is now sitting. But here we go. She's still up top, and of course she's extended her lead above Gracie Hemstreet. So no worries. Who cares? Go home, have a cake.
I mean, I think she just wants to win one so bad. We can see by her emotion at the finish here. She's desperate.
But of course, what we've seen from Tanny Seagrave here is that when earlier today it was all just about the head-to-head between Hemstreet and Holt, is she now beginning to bring herself back into contention there?
For sure, Tane is now back in the game. You can see in terms of point that she is in the battle, and there is still 2 rounds to go, and Valentina will definitely want to hunt for that win, and that's where the risk can actually challenge her to make the mistake that she should not do, and get everyone back in the game. And we know Gracie will be on home soil, so that will be playing a certain heart, and we know Tane with the new team, the new program, she has the anger to prove that she's right up there with 3 wins in the season. So it will be an exciting end of the season, and we all know that Valley will have big weight on the shoulders.
Oh, it's all bubbling up so nicely for those 2 North American rounds. I cannot wait to get to them. But you're so right. I mean, with that gap between first and second and then third, if you could get that win, that really either throws the cat among the pigeons, or in Valley Holt's case, that kind of nearly clinches it for her. I mean, really strategically, she probably is better off just trying to ride conservatively and...
I don't know. I mean, with how she looks, to me, I think she's maybe willing to throw the dice a little bit, and she wants a win really bad. And you have to remember the new rules this year, there's no protection. Yeah. Anything can happen. It is not over until it's over. With 2 rounds to go, you throw 4 punctures into those top 3 women, and it starts to look different really quick. You get a little injury that holds you back. Honestly, this doesn't mean all that much, I don't think, in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, Valley wants one bad. Nina's ready for one, and Tane can win again. And Grace is the young one that's trying to chase them on. So it's looking good. Shaping up well.
Good. See the final race run on Swiss soil from a great of the game. Let's hear from Camille Belange.
I'm delighted today that we've been able to get a word with Camille Belange. It's an emotional day for you, isn't it? Your final home World Cup, as you obviously announced your retirement at the end of this season. What are the emotions right now with all your friends and family around?
Honestly, I saved the day because I was really going for a win. I never won it at home, so I was really feeling that I had the pace and I gave everything. And when I saw the screen, I was like, okay, I was super surprised with her. So having them here and being happy for me for sure helped me with that result.
Sometimes it's not about the result though. Like you say, you've been so close, you've got a couple of second places here, but really it's about soaking in the support, the atmosphere. Everyone's been cheering you on, haven't you? Mum and Dad are here. That must be so special for you.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's amazing. And like I said, that's just going to make my day anyway.
And you've had such an amazing career. Is there a moment in it that stands out for you?
All the achievement I could have done, but also just those memory now this year at World Champ with everyone and today with everyone is just amazing. So all of those memories for sure.
I was watching your mum. Mum, come in here. She was in bits. She couldn't watch you and she's been in tears. How proud are you, Mum?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She's like, no, she can't. No, oh, well, you know what? She says it all with her face. She's been so emotional, but it's so nice to... Exactly, too much emotion. What's the plan now? Do you get to celebrate?
Oh yeah, I think I'm going to try tonight to celebrate, and even though we have 3 racing left next week, after next week, so I'm going to have to take it easy, but there will be so many friends and people that I know that I'm going to have to.
You've got to enjoy these moments.
Yeah, I got to.
Well done today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, beautiful scenes as Camille Boilage bows out. We will see her for the American rounds, but this is her final time to race on Swiss soil, and her friends and her family and her fans all certainly made the most of it. She has been such a huge contributor to the sport of downhill mountain bike racing. Very few Swiss, very, very successful Swiss downhill mountain bike racers, so perhaps the next generation is going to come up and produce some in her image. Quick reminder of all the sport that you can watch with us, the home of cycling on TNT Sports and Discovery Plus. The men are up next with us in Lenzerheide. Because yes, we've just got a few minutes to go until the first man out of the start hut, Oliver Zouar, is going down first. And in the women's, in all of the build-up, guys, we were chatting about that big head-to-head battle, but it's been to some degree thrown wide open by the events today. What we've seen between Loic Bruni and Jackson Goldstone is perhaps a bit stickier and a bit more of a grudge match. What do you reckon the impact, Reece, of the World Championships is going to have on today?
I mean, Loic's hungry. He's always hungry, right? I think he's one of the old dogs, as I said earlier, and he's up against one of the young dogs. And he's been talking for a few years that retirement's maybe not that far away from him, and you know he wants the fairy tale ending. That man wants nothing more than to come out on top and stomp his ground as one of the best ever, and he can do it. We all know he can. So it's just a matter of time. But Jackson's just so insanely consistent. Did the crash mentally affect Loic at Worlds? Has it risen him? Is he going to ride too conservative? Who knows? Jackson's got loads more opportunities because he's so young. Loic's maybe running out, so here we go.
Does that feel premature to be talking about Loic Bruni's retirement? I mean, he's still comparatively, and compared to some of us, he's quite a young dog still.
I don't think he's quite ready for retirement yet, and he's still got the anger to win. But what was really interesting is that until now, I would say Jackson was chasing Loic, and Loic was the one with the heavyweight on the shoulder. And now that Jackson actually got the title, Loic is actually relieved on a certain aspect, and expectation on Jackson are right up there.
Huge.
And Loic right now, I feel in a certain way that with the crash, he's released of any pressure, and he wants to hunt obviously for the overall.
So you're saying that now, well, this is an experience Jackson Goldstone hasn't really had before. How does he deal with it?
Definitely not. That's why I can see mentally an inverted pressure that will be happening, and we have seen Loic in quali actually eating a perfect run, so it will be exciting to see this afternoon.
Yeah, is that just a mark of his professionalism and his skill, Loic Bruni, the way he just keeps coming through qualifiers, just like it's easy?
100%. I mean, Jackson only went through his first injury this last off-season with the ACL, and it takes a bit of those to really, you have to go through a bit of hell in order to learn from it, you know, and gain that experience. Loic's been here many times. He's got all those overalls and all those world champs for a reason, and comes with that experience. And Jackson doesn't have that. I don't think we expected Jackson to maybe be so consistent this year, and maybe Loic didn't expect him to be as good and kind of nipping at his heels as much as he has. So yeah, the pressure's on both of them, and they're both having a dogfight up front at the moment. So I'd love to see somebody else in the mix as well, because there's plenty more that can do it. So
yeah.
As I said earlier, there's punctures, there's crashes, there's injuries, there's mental game, there's everything at it today.
There's so many quality riders, of course, about to be out of that start hut in a very few minutes' time. But just to, I guess, debate your point a tiny bit about Jackson Goldstone, the whole thing about him is that he's been kind of famous since he was a kid, right? So in some ways, the pressure and the adulation and all of that stuff he has learned to deal with in a slightly different
You're actually right. He was champion before being a champion because everyone had huge expectation on him and being right up there. And he's actually impressive how loose he is mentally, like avoiding any pressure around and still pushing and taking the risk on track. And we have seen Loic being the only one actually going through Q1 since the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So you have two very different characters that has been coming around for this season, and the fight is just getting more excited. And again, we have seen a lot of outsiders, and we will see them this afternoon getting in the middle of the pack. So I think again we're going to have great racing.
Oh, the music has started. You can hear it in the background, ladies and gentlemen, and that means that we are about to experience the 8th Men's World Cup final of the season. The sun is shining brightly on Lenzerheide. The crowds are hyped for this one. Things are heating up down in the finish bowl, where these men will be joining us in a very few minutes' time. Let's find out how they get on with your commentary team. It's led by Rick McLaughlin.
Welcome to Lenzerheide. One of the absolute classics await us here at the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series, the UCI Downhill World Cup. Free to go this season. This is the last European leg of the year. And here is how the elite men will start, all to play for this afternoon. And after that qualifying session, the virtual points see Bruni tied with Goldstone at the top. Oliswar for Orbea FMD will get us underway here in Switzerland at one of the biggest races of the year so far. 2025 just gets better and better, and if the racing from the other races today here in Lenzerheide has told us anything, Josh Carlson, is that this one is going to be won by the slenderest of margins.
Slenderest of margins. Oliswar takes off like a frog in a sock out of the start gate there. He's had his drama this week. It landed on his head more than once, and he had a flat tyre in qualifying yesterday. He's been there and thereabouts all season, Ollie. He's been going through his challenges, was setting up the bike, carrying some extraordinary speed in that first gnarly section.
That was the highest we've seen anybody in the junior race or anything. He went above the stump and really opened that turn, which gave him a lot of drive.
Yeah, Nico, tell us about this track. One really packed full of details that you need to just tick all the boxes all the way down here, don't you?
There's not much that's so gnarly to separate the riders, but there is just these crucial marks that everyone has to hit. Nobody's going to ride the track totally differently from one another. They just have to really be precise on their marks. It's difficult with the light. You go in and out of the woods quite a lot. It varies in terrain. You've got some soft, loamy sections with roots, and then you've got some bike park hard pack like what we're seeing here. And a lot of the traction and the turns changes a ton.
Yeah, and we've seen this track. It gets a lot of dew settles on it at night, and then takes a little while to heat up. And through the trees, it's looking pretty much perfect, as we said, but where it's under direct sunlight, it's kind of crumbling a bit, isn't it, Josh?
It is starting to break through a little bit. I'll tell you what, this is looking good from Oliswar straight away. This is a right amount of aggression and right amount of anticipation so far.
Yeah,
for our first rider out of the gate, this is a solid start to the racing.
We spoke to Tony Seagrave earlier. Just gets better and better in 25, this man, doesn't he?
That's right, gets that inside line there, charging hard through the next timing split, so it's hard to get a gauge when he's straight out the gate, but this is looking good so far.
Ollie's been and he's just been right in the middle of that final each weekend.
Really trusting the front end of that Orbea there. Hooked that up really nicely. Monster trucks his way through the rocks, Josh.
Splits the line up. There's two rocks in the middle there. There's room for just pedal height only. If you are not 3 and 9 and with your pedals, you do not fit through there. It's incredible to see him go through there in such speed and commitment.
Zwar looking really, really strong here.
Let's see what the time is. We saw some fast times from the juniors, but he's going to need to be under 250 to be competitive today.
He just scraped in yesterday in a 52. We saw Asa Vermette lay down a 44 earlier today.
Yeah, Asa Vermette putting down an extremely fast time. Let's get our first benchmark then. Oliswar across the line. We wait for the time to appear on our screens here in the booth.
Bernard Kerr He's back in finals this week. He's had his dramas this year. He's broke both his wrists, and then earlier this week he's had a couple of ribs broken, which haven't been helping.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him this season.
Oh, just catches the rock on the downside.
Told me it was really hard to sleep with the broken ribs. Anybody who's had that knows what it's like.
Yeah, it's not fun.
He said he sneezed and gave him one of the worst pains he's had all season.
He's up so far, 1.5 on Ollie's War for the moment, so Bernard Kerr continues that rebuild. He was so close to the podium in that top step last year, so he's still working his way back up for the Pivot Factory Racing team.
How tough is it to have an injury pre-season these days? Like the pace is moving forward so quickly. He's got to catch back up to what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, it used to be that you could kind of get away with it if you got it in the right part of your season, but now, Josh, it really, really hinders your racing.
I wouldn't say Bernard's one of the older riders that we have, but he's been part of the old system, and now he's also had to adapt to the new qualifying scenario and had to adapt quickly.
This man had a really, really strong run through Q2. Castellanos Liberal, big pull across there, Josh.
That was sweet. That looked awesome.
This guy sends it. He goes for the biggest gaps on track, and he's not afraid to throw everything he's got at it.
He's faster here. He's faster here by a tenth of a second at the third split. Castellanos Liberal, the Spanish national champion. Yeah, we've seen him.
High line.
We've seen him in a lot of finals this season already. He's really building, you get the feeling, and great to see a Spaniard up in there as well. One of the nations we don't tend to see a lot of in the mix in downhill these days. 28th at the UCI World Championships. Castellanos Liberal down towards the finish line, crosses it, goes fastest by 2,000th of a second.
Oh, this is going the right way for an epic afternoon.
This is classic Lenzerheide. Really enjoyed that one. Gets the crowd going. Yeah, look at this, Nico. Really accurate through there.
Very smooth. He was one of the only riders, he didn't do it right here, but he gapped off that wall in practice and went so deep. So he's definitely experimenting with what he can, with the limits of the track.
Next up in the start hut, we have from the Santa Cruz Syndicate, Laurie Greenland. Greenland through in the finals. What can he do on a track like Lenzerheide?
Love that line around the outside of the rocks there. We saw big time gaps in the first split during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, that big smash in the World Championships, ended up 75th there, was 11th at the last UCI Downhill World Cup in Leger. Greenland, it's kind of been a frustrating year in many ways for him.
It's that middle line. Now, if you butter that line like Greenland just did, he's got to get through these rocks. So pay attention to those steep, sharp little rocks in the middle there. That can be detrimental to your speed.
Yeah, he was 5th in Leogang, though, Nico. It is still in there somewhere for Laurie.
100%. I mean, he's got what it takes. Whenever you watch him ride through any section, he's one of the most talented riders on the bike. He's been going through some health problems with energy levels, and I think the Q2 system really takes it out of him. But he's been able to put it together this weekend and hopefully onto a good result.
He's faster here by 0.7 of a second so far, Greenland. So good start. Does that gap across there, Josh? We haven't seen that.
We haven't seen that. That's interesting because you get a big backside. Oh, he scrubs it the other way.
Opposite scrub off the bridge as well for Greenland.
You had a big backside pump with a bit of extra momentum into this highest speed section of the course.
I mean, I just used the phrase, Nico, it's still in there somewhere for him. That was vintage Greenland through that section. Just creative.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, last World Cup being 11th, he probably wouldn't be stoked with that, but considering the field we have, he's got a flat.
Yeah, you can hear it there, 1.1 seconds. Laurie Greenland cannot catch a break in 2025. Bitter disappointment.
He really can't, man. It's a bummer for him.
Steve Pete watching on at the bottom. Where did it happen, Josh?
He must have caught something here. He got a bit offline there.
You just heard it.
Front tire too. You can't ride on without it.
Yeah, no, you're not getting down from the big cheese with
That's
a
probably
flat
the biggest
front.
biggest cheese we've ever seen.
Shouts a die for Introzzi, the Italian on course now, and is straight away off course.
I wonder if it was a red. It doesn't look like
Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with the bike.
Wonder if it was a red flag or if they stopped him for some reason.
Maybe. Let's have a look. Just rolls off.
Just the posture of him doesn't look like it was a mistake of his.
Oh no, he's grabbing his rear tyre there as he crashed just out of shot.
Looks like it's holding though. That can be deceiving with the tyre inserts. Yeah, just checking the rear there. Not going to be in Trotzi's day.
Well, this is Ravelli. It looks very similar to Entrazi's two teammates.
Ravelli doing us no favours in the commentary booth whatsoever here. They're both
He's going to give him a toe down this section. Do some arrow for his teammate.
Ravelli, half a second faster at split one, having got past his teammate on course.
Be like watching a shadow come down the track.
It's going to be odd this, yeah.
0.5 up. This is good so far. These two young fellas have been riding well all season so far. They don't have factory support. They're doing it the privateer way at the moment with their small team setup.
0.7 of a second faster than the time of Daniel Castellanos, Liberal, Bernard Kerr, Ollie Zoir, your top three so far here at the Elite Men's race.
For being a small privateer team, it's the Bike Center Simone. They've had quite a few riders in finals. Said they, the cost to register the team these days is so high, they just wanted to go for it the old-fashioned way and earn their way in.
0.3 of a second faster at the third split. It's working for Ravelli here.
Ravelli's he's an experienced rider. He's been on the circuit for a little while, been in the Canyon program, so he knows how it works. And when he's on, he's often has some pretty standout results.
Yeah, fourth at a European Continental Downhill Series, and Le Menuri earlier on this year, big, strong, physical rider. Josh, you've raced against him on the e-bikes and e-enduro before.
That's right. He's definitely one you can never count him out. That's for sure. He's got incredible corner speed. He's committed. He's a very solid rider on the bike.
It's 1/10 of a second, though. He's losing pace here. Ravelli needs to keep it going, needs to find a second win. Goes deep off that. Ravelli over the bridge now. Are we about to have a new leader in Lenzerheide? Ravelli goes wide there. Crosses the line into first place by 0.05 of a second. This is going to be one of the closest races in years.
Pumped on it. Now, we've heard this earlier in the season. Jackson Goldstone and Loic Bruni were separated by 0.05, which equates to about 60.
Yeah, absolutely. Too tight to mention here in Lenzerheide. Ravelli smashing his way down there really, really accurately.
That's a good solid run. He was pumped at that at the bottom too.
Too tight to mention. Next up, Benoit Coulange from Scott DH Factory. Coulange needs to get back to his very, very best in 2025. And Josh, this isn't particularly a track that we would have said would suit his skill set, but he's got the message, hasn't he? He needs to go faster.
He needs to go fast. Part of a big adjustment on the new bike, the new program, the new team. He's had his setbacks throughout the season, had a couple of crashes in Ludenviel.
He said he really likes the new bike, and talking to him, he's done a lot of the testing, development on it. He just wishes he could show all that hard work in a race. He said it's in a good spot. He just needs to work on himself now.
He's the byword in many ways, in many conversations, for the amount of testing that he's done. Pre-season, 0.06 of a second faster. Finally a green light beside Coulange's name in 2025. Maybe he does fancy a good go at this one, Josh.
You can never count him out. You can see the men doubling that rock garden, which caught out a couple of women's elite earlier in the day.
He did a good job hanging that foot off. Didn't really slow him down at all. Kept his balance.
Really, really big man, hitting the pedals hard. Yeah, it's been a difficult season so far for Scott DH Factory. Hoping against hope they can get a big result. One of the last 3 races of the year. Coulange really, really aggressive down through there. 0.4 of a second now into the green. It's working, Josh.
It's working so far. Times don't seem to be tumbling from qualifying yesterday, but Benoit Coulange is pushing on, getting faster and faster as this track goes on. Now, as we get into the steeps, this is where we expect Benny to absolutely fire and extend that lead.
Patrice is down there, team manager, watching on.
Oh, he gets a good amount of pace into that inside line. This is going to be good for this next timing split.
Yep, 6/10, so he's found 2/10 of a second. So this is more like Benoit Coulange, Nico, just add in at every split.
Yeah, it looked like he got bobbled a little bit on that braking, but it didn't hold him up too much. We used to see him do this, qualifying to the top 3 and putting this type of result in. See how long his time can hold for him today, but he looks really good, and one of the only riders to jump off that wall.
Oh, back end trying to get away from him as he swung left as he got a flat. Has a little look down. You're maybe right, Nico. Has to crack on 1.4 seconds into the green, no?
I don't think so.
It sounded like it, didn't it?
It sounded like it, yeah. Maybe just rattled the rim, or...
He's not scared if there is. Benoit Coulange, 1.4 up. It's a great start for Benny's campaign this afternoon.
1.4 seconds up. Are we going to see the best of Coulange? Is he going to go into the hot seat here in Lenzerheide? Benoit Coulange crosses the line and goes fastest by 1.479 seconds. Flo Payet likes it. Patrice likes it. Benoit Coulange likes it. Big pull across there, Josh, and hangs the foot off, but gets away with it.
Yeah, he's got the leverage and the rudder to keep that momentum onto the open there. This line here, look at the precision, skimming that rock.
Heart in the mouth stuff, Nico.
There's a few big rocks coming out in that grass bank. You know, it's not designed for riders to ride on. They're hopping in just to get a better setup for them.
It's fully not designed for that kind of abuse.
I think you should be happy with that. That was solid.
Yeah, best we've seen of him really in a while. But speaking of best performances, the winner of the previous round, Ronan Dunn, is on track for Mondraker. Here comes the Irishman.
Ronan mentioned how he actually enjoyed the extra Q2. He kind of rode Q1 like a bit of a time training session. And in Q2, he actually wanted that extra race run to lift. And he did.
Yeah, you can see the aggression even from this drone cam. You can see him down there just absolutely throwing everything
at Ronan Dunn detonates that corner.
Rearranges the upper part of this track.
If he's going to win one today, he's going to have to do it from really, really deep, having to go through Q2 yesterday.
I'm a big fan of that outside. Look at the extra speed he's carried out into the open, all the way around those big rocks that hold you up.
Made a great point in that interview at the top of the show, Nico, as well. Never really raced a lot as a junior. 1.4 seconds faster than Benoit Coulange. Straight into elites, really, for Ronan, and making it work now. 160 beats per minute on the Whoop Live.
And he's had one of the most turbulent seasons so far. Big crash earlier in the year, big crash in La Tuile, and he's come back to win the last round we had in Leger.
But crucially, Nico, as well, he's moved away from that tag of just being a mud rider. Some of his big results coming in the dry now.
For sure. We can at the run, but that's become a lot smoother for him than it did earlier in his career.
Done really, really fast through there. 1.2 seconds. He's lost 0.2 of a second, but he still has over a second to play with here in Lenzerheide.
Ronan really growing into that role. There's only 52% of athletes on the World Cup circuit that have won more than 2 World Cups, and he has now moved into those elite ranks.
Yeah, and he talked about the relief he felt that he didn't get stuck on one for a long time like a lot of riders have. Really strange stat that, but it's definitely a thing. 2.2 seconds faster than Benoit Coulange. Ronan Dunn on the move in Lenzerheide.
Charging hard, he'll be screaming at himself here. Not that you can hear it over the fans this weekend, but Ronan Dunn
had to take a foot off there. Nico, bike just slid out.
You wouldn't want to be doing a run after Ronan. He's blowing all the ruts out.
Come on, Ronan, let's go. He's charging hard through here, and that can... He's almost consolidated that speed. He's not quite as crazy. He gets to bring it back in. It's comfortable.
Yeah, he's going to open this up further here.
Yeah, this is going to be faster again. Wait for the split. 2.1. No, he's lost a 10th of a second. So straight from the podium at the UCI World Championships. The young Irishman will go so deep off that drop. Here he comes down to the bridge now. 2 turns to go for Ronan Dunn. Is this going to be a hot seat run? Is it going to be more than that? Is it going to be a win this afternoon? Is he going to go back-to-back with that result in Leger? Ronan Dunn crosses the line and goes fastest by 2.6 seconds. Coulange had this briefest of sits in the front seat of this bus.
That's our second fastest time of the day.
Nico, what a maniac. Look at that last shot.
Yeah, that was incredible. He just absolutely, that rut too, just came in hot and made it happen.
Josh, we saw him cross the line and immediately checked the front tire, so Yeah. Maybe just burped a little bit of pressure out of it, shook the head as he crossed it as well. Yeah, straight into discussions with Jorge, the team manager. Oh, they keep coming. Next up, Amaury Piron for Commensal. Muck off by Riding Addiction. Yet to chalk a win in 2025. Once won so badly.
Loic Bruni mentioned earlier this morning just how difficult it is to navigate the rocks up there. There's more and more emerging and they're so sharp. There is no room for error. You must be as precise as you can be amongst some of the gnarliest rock sections up there.
This is notoriously a track for punctures because, like you said, they do come out. They might not be ones riders are aware of, but as in those braking zones, sharp rocks are coming out throughout the day.
Second place in Ludenviel for this man. His best result of the season so far. Still waiting on that win. A win today would put him level with Sam Hill in the overall wins tally on 13, but looking super strong and ominously tidy out there, Piron. He's back, but just by 100th of a second. And Nico, a lot of discussion out there this weekend as well about the weight of the bikes. I mean, a heavier bike should suit this place, shouldn't it?
It helps to carry momentum once you get that mass moving. It doesn't want to slow down, and it makes the bike feel calmer too. So I think riders really like that.
Emery's had a few issues the last couple of races with wheels and tyres. He opted to go for no insert in the rear today, which is quite a risky scenario considering how many blunt force impacts are going through that rear wheel, but he's up. He went up in tyre pressure on the rear tyre to get through. He had a mechanical yesterday which caused him to miss out.
He's faster by 9/10 of a second than Ronan Dunn.
But that harder rear tyre pressure with no insert allows him to push through the corners.
165 beats per minute on the whoop live for Amaury Piron, motoring now into the elevator shaft.
We saw this section in person when Amaury came through, and my goodness,
got
was
a
he
little bit out of sorts there. He's tried to jump across the off camber. He didn't really hold it as well as he wanted to.
0.9 of a second in the next split. 0.7 up now.
7/10 now, so he's lost a couple in there, but crucially, the light remains green. The number can say what it wants. Round that rut really neatly. Just gets that big body so low over the bars as well.
It's hard to remember. He broke his collarbone like 8 weeks ago.
We said that on our track walk, didn't we? It feels ludicrous to mention it, but yeah, destroyed the collarbone and straight back on. Has to rely on every power lock collarbone.
He's been doing
Stay upright there.
Amaury takes a breath before the next timing split.
7/10 of a second, holding station now.
He's holding pace with Ronan Dunn down the bottom. Ronan had a couple of wild moments down lower here.
We know that Dunn checked that front tyre as he crossed the line and shook the head. Piron has one sector left here. Lenzerheide, I thought he was jumping out of the track there. Piron over the bridge, over the drop, across the line. Is this going to be it? Piron goes fastest by 1.1 seconds in Lenzerheide. First Benoit Coulange, then Ronan Dunn. Only survived one rider here in the Elite Men's Finals. Wow. Nico, what a ride from Piron.
He hit this inside so well.
He cuts off the pad on the way past.
Yeah, he's using every inch of the track. He cuts off a lot of distance and still carries great exit speed.
Almost gets ejected there, gets hung up on those speed. Look at this. He whips over the fence rail, gives you wings, not right there, sending it all the way to the line. That's a solid run from Amaury Piron here this afternoon. That's going to be tough to beat with our next 21 riders. If anyone can do it, it's this man, Andy Kolb. He came down, he made a few mistakes in Q1, but Q2, he made it happen. He was angry, and he put that anger into the track to lay down an extremely fast time. He had a couple of sneaky lines up his sleeve this morning for practice, and he had a little glint in his eye that we haven't seen yet before.
Yep, saw him this morning, big smiles, was ready to go.
And what are we watching here? We're seeing 3 of the top contenders in a row, and it's still early in the race.
I know, and the times are just tumbling.
It's awesome. Let's go, boys.
The Austrian national champion, the YT Mob, extremely challenging circumstances for them this season.
Much further outside line for him. He ran the whole way wide across the camber and wide on the exit too, pedaling through the grass. So higher average speed, but longer distance.
Tell you what, if I was Amaury Piron, I'd get straight on that hot seat.
He hit that pole with his knee. He's also using every inch of the track.
Half a second back for Andy Kolb, though, on the move here on the big YT2S bike.
We saw Amaury give up a little bit of time in split 2, split 3. Andy Kolb's been going back and forth between the 29er setup on that YT, and now he's back on the 27.5 rear wheel.
Motoring Kolb, really good. Pretty much everywhere. Season hasn't quite added up yet, but He's still got 3 races left to try and chalk his second career win. Hits that right-hander so hard.
Whoa, look at the speed coming through there. He brought back a little bit of time, so he's bringing it back slowly. He's got to keep this momentum rolling forward.
We saw Amory have a little bobble in this off camber after the steep shoot, so if Andy can hit this well, he might be able to match the time of the next split.
Cole down through the really, really steep route section now.
That outside berm holding on, getting good speed out the outside. Will he go for the inside? He does. This gives you a good straight
fastest
line.
sector times. Done, Cole, done, Coulange, Piron. 1.1 back though, this one. Not adding up yet for Andy Cole. Wants so badly to reward the YT mob with a top step. Also, needs to put himself in the shop window as strong as he can for next season, Cole.
Oh, gets a bit held up there. It's going to cost him a little bit more time down the bottom. That's right, the fight is on for Andy Cole to get back inside that top 10 overall. He missed the finals in Latwil.
Looks like
he's holding steady at the minute with a 1-1.
Yeah, 1.1 remaining steady for Cole, but running out of track here in Lenzerheide. Whoa! There he gets sent out the front door.
Looks like he's got a rear flat as well.
Yeah, maybe another flat. Yeah, sounds like it as well. Oh, disappointment for Andy Cole, because without that, you get a feeling he would have been right in amongst this one. 1.7 back, yeah, that rear looks like it's had enough. Gunnar puff on the cheeks, or has it?
When he crossed the road before the last split, it looked a little bit soft. I couldn't tell if...
Thought I heard the telltale rumble of a flat. Let's have a little look.
Now these sections here are going to cause to be show to be pivotal this afternoon. Backsiding those down ramps, those little hang-ups on the down ramps can cost you just the smallest amount of time and momentum, and there is no room to play this afternoon. Almost gets ejected out the front door off Cam's Cliff, named after the one and only Camille Balanche.
Well,
Andy Cole, comme ci, comme ça.
Into the top 20 now. Martin Mays, the Belgian for Orbea FMD on course. Talked to him earlier on in the week and told me that he was just loving his racing and felt really fired up. Felt that the change across from enduro back to downhill has just gone really, really well for him and has found a real home at Orbea FMD, Josh.
And it is difficult to remember that he was full-time enduro last year. We've seen the battle and the change with him and Richie Rood in particular. Martin's developing a brand new bike. This bike underneath them, wow, that's incredible.
Whoa.
It was an enduro bike. So the ratios were set up for enduro. They had to adapt that, flip them on their head and turn it into a downhill race bike. And on these hard-packed, fast tracks, it's a bit of a challenge. So they're still trying to...
Martin that hits this first split. Let's just run you through the top 3 in a hectic 2 seconds. He beats me to it slower. A hectic afternoon here in Lenzerheide sees Amory Piron currently in control of this race. Then it's Ronan Dunn, then it's Andy Cole, then it's Benoit Coulange, then Loris Ravelli. 20 to go though. This one is gonna tighten up. Top 3 currently covered by 1.7 seconds. It'll be tightening up by the end of the day.
It's really good to see Marty kind of take that momentum he had at the first race. He went through some trouble in the next few races, but then turned that around and really climbed the result sheets. He was top 5 in Andorra and then finished second at the last World Cup. So that momentum's going the right way for Martin.
3.2 seconds back. Josh, we saw him just take a little look down the left-hand side of the bike.
Yeah, we're just trying to pay attention as he hits these hard-packed corners. If he does have a bit of an issue there, it's a common theme that we're going to see this afternoon. Again, Martin's been playing with rear tyre pressure and rear shock settings. They've got one of the hardest shock compression tunes that Fox has ever done on that Orbea Rallon bike.
Really nicely done through there, but I'm just wondering...
He's got a rear flat.
Yeah, there you go.
That sounds as...
So we said we were going to see a lot of them today. This track just has a lot of sharp rocks that are coming out of the ground. Riders might not know about them. As the track's breaking apart, the sharp rocks are coming out.
I mean, look at that exposure there. Like, look how light and difficult that is to go from the light of the sunshine to the darkness of the trees.
Tony Seagrave watching on. He's going to see his man disappoint. It is working out brilliantly. The pairing of Mays and Orbea FMD. So not his afternoon, but
Martin and Ollie work really well together. They're great practicing.
Yeah, and young Dara, the junior as well, going well. But Seagrave, nah, I can't be too disappointed this afternoon, can he?
Was good. Martin was riding. He was 2 seconds off at the top there, but it's obviously something's just caught him out on that lower high-speed motorway section.
Let's have a look now. We did mention it that we thought the flats would be an issue, Nico, and Piron opting not to run an insert in the rear, and it's causing havoc.
Yeah.
Dakota Norton next up. Yeah, the choice of insert or not to insert.
Up making too many mistakes.
And he's still on the rebuild, isn't he? Like, what was only a couple of weeks ago, he wasn't even close to qualifying, and now he's straight through Q1, so he's building step by step. He had a great result in Champery, straight through Q1 this weekend, so that belief's coming back, and he's starting to trust the process.
1.4 back, though, for Dakota Norton, so has work to do here. We know how tight the margins are on that custom GM NASCAR inspired.
Do it for Dale, man.
Do it for Dale.
Yeah, he had a big hip injury in December, broke his pelvis. I actually had the same one, and I can say it takes a long time to recover. Dakota said he doesn't have full strength. He's got about 50% strength in his left leg to his right leg. So on a World Cup downhill track, we have these huge compressions like we're seeing here. You can almost see him like favor one side to the other, and you need all the strength you can get.
He's lost half a second here, Dakota Norton. Now the man in blue from Mondricker Factory Racing.
He's lost half a second to Emery Piron, though, so this is still pretty good. 1.9 back on, at the moment, what looks like a race-winning run from Piron. This is good charge from Dakota.
Yeah, Piron has control of the hot seat here in Lenzerheide. Thence done, thence Kolb, as we are just inside the top 20. 18 to go after this, man.
That leg strength we heard from Reese Wilson yesterday, who made his return for Aon Racing, and how his arms were fine, but that leg strength just was really... Dakota on a track like this, where you're pumping direction and pushing through the holes and the roots, that can really come out to play. He's 2.6 back now.
2.6, yeah.
Really smoothly over that wall jump.
The man almost solely responsible for the current high bar trend in downhill. Turned up a couple of seasons ago with them. Instantly was treated to a tsunami of memes and gifs, and then started sticking them on podiums, and everybody quickly rethought their opinions on them.
You got to give it to him. He's true to himself. He runs it.
And one of the best.
He's also got a rear flat.
He's also got a rear flat. So punctures causing havoc here in Lenzerheide. Dakota Norton 3.7 seconds back. Is that Ed Masters?
What do these kids do with all these goggles? Seriously, Dakota Norton back in finals here this afternoon.
Well, that would explain why the time went away from him, Nico. I wonder where it was.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, you know, they can feel it, and they try to nurse the bike down to the bottom without absolutely ripping the tire off, try to get some points, but you never know how far up the track that thing started to let go.
Dunn, Piron, and Kolb off the hot seat to commiserate with Norton. Next up, though, Jacob Jewett for Giant Factory Off-Road.
Great to see Jacob back up there. We haven't seen him since Val de Sol. It's his first finals appearance after a huge crash, and Val de Sol's taken him out. He's lost his Canadian sleeve, but he's back in the finals this weekend.
Yeah.
Massive effort from the Giant Factory Off-Road team. They're short there. One of their main men, Matt, this weekend is at home in America getting ready for Lake Placid. So for him to put it into the finals this weekend, along with a great result from Remy Thirion and Lukey Meyer-Smith in third, there's some good vibes and some positive scenarios playing out under that team right now.
Yeah, there's a bit of energy down there at Giant Factory Off-Road. 41st in Champery at the UCI Downhill World Championships for Jacob Jewett, and wow, really nicely done through there, Nico.
Yeah, that was good. We saw some really good results from him over the past 2 seasons. He was really building up, and then That injury that he had over the offseason just took a little time for him to come back.
1.7 seconds back, though, at the first split on that time of Amaury Piron. What do you think, Josh? Is that time of Piron's enough to win it today?
It's pretty close. It's the second fastest time we've seen outright today, and Ace's time is something that we've seen him and the juniors post times that are, whoa, he gets that pretty hot. Post times that are faster than the elite, so I think that's the benchmark. That's the time we're looking at for the top step today, and it's an incredible start to this afternoon's racing.
Here comes Jacob Jewett, though, back into the trees across the routes.
Real strong rider, Jacob from Canada. Really muscles the bike round. To Lukey Meyer-Smith.
3.2 seconds back at the second split, though. He's lost some time, Nico.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little bit off balance when he entered the plank there. I wonder if he gave up a bit of time.
He's looking down as well. Don't tell me another one.
Are we going to see another flat here in Lenzerheide?
The boys have been battling between an insert, gluing tyres.
Yeah, he's flat.
He's got something going on.
Have we seen 4 flat tyres in a row now?
Feels like it, yeah. Next up, Henry Kiefer. Then it's Charlie Hatton, Hartenstern, Ethan Craig, Stevens, McNabb as Josh Carlson makes a noise of doom.
Such a bummer, and it's just something so difficult to manage.
Seems like they're all coming in different parts of the track as well, Nico. They don't seem to be a consistent sort of thing that they're hitting.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if it is one. It just could be 100 different rocks.
It's exceptionally fast for a flat tire.
6.7 seconds back at the end. Oh, looks down.
So that's the insert, right? You can run these inserts, which gives you it's about 12 or so PSI in the rear tyre.
That's very accurate measurements. Whoa, Jacob Jewett.
Go on then.
Go on then. Lays it down flat off that drop.
And when you glue the tyres to the rim, also it allows it to hold itself on there. So if you have 10 or 12 PSI and it's glued on, cheeky T-ball.
And the toboggan as well. Off the final drop.
You can get to the bottom and you can still salvage something for the day.
Let's have a look, Nico.
Really fast through this top section. Got a really good pre-hop here and scrubbed this nicely.
It was a good start.
Yeah, we just heard that telltale rumble, and look at this. What a way to end out a run with a flat rear tyre.
There'll be a couple of things we remember here, and the backflip of Asa Vermette and Teo Erlingson are some of them.
Well, this young man had a serious time of himself at the UCI Downhill World Championships. Second at only 20 years of age in the elite category. Henry Kiefer for Canyon Collective. How big a talent is he, Josh, the German?
Yeah, incredible. Such a young, incredible rider. He's had a yo-yo season. We had the drama from Ludenviel. He's had a podium. He's missed finals. He's come out of Champeray firing. He's under that tent from the Canyon Collective where there's an incredible amount of talent and experience on hand for him, and he has taken advantage of all of it. Really incredible line at the top there. He took that high line into the first off camber.
Moving a lot of earth through those turns as well. Henry Kiefer pushing hard here. Yeah, no doubt buoyed by that silver medal. 0.8 of a second, so he's in touch, Nico.
He oddly went wide over that scrub roller. He's been offline a few times on the top of this track.
What? 0.8 in touch with a time like that from Amaury Piron, so it's doable for the German here.
He's really built through the season this year. You could tell that confidence he got from the podium in Leo gang.
Big roar from that crowd as well.
Absolutely the flat off of that one.
That must have been the flat, Josh.
Jeez. That was close out of the top there.
Running out a runway.
0.8 back. See what the second timing splits tells us off the drop down here.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting. This one, Henry Kiefer is looking like he's risking it all here. 1.1 seconds back currently on the time of Piron. Piron was aggressive, Nico, but he was accurate as well. That was the thing.
He was for sure, and that's what you can expect from Amaury.
Track's really straight and true down through the elevator shaft. Nice exit as well, Josh.
Henry Kiefer is definitely one of the young athletes that are leading the charge of this next wave of downhill rider.
Fabian Burrell watching on 1.2 seconds back at the third split for Kiefer now.
Kiefer, Dunn, O'Sheen, O'Callaghan, Jackson Goldstone, Jordan Williams. There's a great wave of young is definitely one of the best.
But it is nothing compared to what we're going to be faced with next year whenever the current crop of juniors come up.
You see how far he jumped off that wall? That was really impressive. It's hard to tell because you got a lily pad. You jump over the first rock, there's another rock garden, and then you jump off the wall, and he hit it the best we've seen today.
Henry Kiefer for the next split. It's 1/10 a second all of a sudden. Henry Kiefer has found time amidst the trees here in Lenzerheide.
That rock garden was a key moment there. He butted the backside and he got some great speed on the way out where Emery Piron got held up. And he pulled back 0.1 of a second in the lower split.
Henry Kiefer, fresh off the UCI Dyno World Championships podium. Is he going to go on the hot seat here at the UCI Dyno World Cup in Lenzerheide? Misses out by 0.4 of a second. Fabian Burrell applauds it. Big, big run. Piron survives another.
Look at the commitment in these gnarly sections here.
Nico, he's turning into one of those riders whose names you automatically put a little dot beside on the start sheet, isn't he? That it's always something with Kiefer. He's always operating at such a high level.
Yeah, it's hard to tell on the screen how gnarly that gap that he did was, but he absolutely buttered that. That's what the riders like too. Like put some respect by your name when you do stuff like that.
Some time to be had up there.
Yep.
He made there that little backside, as we mentioned before, just nailing the momentum. If you just get held up a little bit, it can cost you. Timing split.
Piron. As excited as Henry Kiefer was, so close, he says. Charlie Hatton for Continental Aferdon on course. Former UCI Dyno World Champion. We rejoin the run live.
Oh, look at that inside. He got way inside there.
Yeah, Hatton could just do a big result this season, Nico.
Yeah, he's got all the ingredients to do it, and he's had the past few years those big results. He just needs to uncork it this year.
He got held up in the carnage in Leger, not held up, but lost in the carnage of the mud and the slop of Leger, but he was 11th in Andorra, so it's been quite an up and down season for the former world champ. Oh. He's also made some pretty dramatic tyre setups to try and avoid any punctures here this afternoon.
2 seconds back though. Oh. Second place, the UCI, the British National Championships, and then at Red Bull Hardline in Wales as well for Charlie Hatton. Really the standout results this season. 22nd at the Dyno World Championships in Champery, a track that you really would have backed him on. 3.3 seconds back for Hatton currently in Lenzerheide.
He's kind of one of those riders that's good everywhere. Like you remember runs that he did well on steep tracks. You remember the World Championship he won on Fort William, which is a flatter track. He's very good all-around rider.
Yep, one of the very best, Charlie Hatton. It's just the level this year is just so high, Josh.
So high, and he's definitely one of the best riders. They're working hard under that team. Keep it rolling week in, week out. They've had their issues with injury as well. Oh my goodness, he butters the backside.
4 seconds off the pace in third. Rachel Affer. A winner here in 2023 is on deck this weekend, enjoying the racing.
Sort of.
Yes, we did see her, and she said it was her first practice session she'd ever watched, she said.
She was here in 2023 and she won.
Unbelievable.
So it's great to see her back here and attempting to enjoy the racing, which is a lot more difficult than it sounds.
Still unbelievable. 3.7 seconds. So he's found 0.3 of a second here, Hatton. It's a start.
3.77 seconds back from Emery. Nothing to
Had to do it the hard way through Q2 yesterday after leaving the course mid-run in Q1. Are we going to see another winner come from Q2 today? Max Hartenstern Another extremely fast German on the Coupe Factory Racing 215 machine.
He's been riding well all year. He's really a talented rider on the bike.
Yeah.
Any gnarly section in practice, you can see him. He's really good at carrying speed, linking turns together.
And a brand, Josh, across the categories and across the formats as well, especially in cross-country as well. Having a big year, Coupe.
Huge year. They've just picked up a whole bunch of rainbows. Their junior downhill women's champ just took out the win today here in Lenzerheide as well. Finn Trudler riding for the team as the under-23 XCO world champion. They've got an incredible roster underneath that tent at Coupe, and they're doing great things for the athletes and the bikes.
Yep, one in Willingen, an IXS Cup earlier in the year. Hartenstern was talking earlier after Q1 about just how much he risked in that run, and said he didn't want to have another run as risky as it, but 0.6 of a second back here at the first split.
0.6, he's in touch at the minute. I kind of like that little hop over. It gives him a good amount of momentum. He almost buzzes the bridge fence.
Nearly connects with the bridge.
Max Hartenstern's been riding well all season. Had a bit of a huge year in La Tuile, but he was one of our fastest qualifiers in Leger 2 weeks ago.
Nicely done through there, Nico.
Yeah, this is a really
good amount of exit speed.
1.2, so he's doubled the deficit.
1.2 back is still okay at this point. That's 1.2 back from one of the fastest times we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, Piron's run standing up to the test of the top 20 riders so far.
Gets that little hook berm, cuts across, gets some good...
7 seconds back. Matt Simmons,
slightly back.
Nearly won a UCI Downhill World Cup in Maribel, which, without aging myself, wasn't yesterday, or Matt. Great rider in his day, Simmons.
This is solid so far from Hartenstern,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
to thread the needle through those two rocks there.
1.7 though, losing time.
It's such a narrow line. I'd almost rather jump into it than go between the two rocks at that speed.
It's so narrow. It's just about the width of a set of pedals. We're 2.4 back, so Piron much faster than Hartenstern between 3 and 4.
It also shows how quick qualifying was yesterday. A lot of our athletes just recently are on a similar time to what they put down in qualifying yesterday, so it shows the level they have to lift on the first day of racing.
Hartenstern within sight of the line now, off the drop. Here comes the German down towards the finish pole. 3.3 seconds back into 5th though. Again, speaks volumes to what Amaury Piron's achieved earlier in this session. Piron starting a bit earlier than we're used to seeing due to having to make his way through Q2, but looks like he has put himself into a great position to draw level with the great Sam Hill here today. Max Hartenstern into 5th place so far. Brilliant shot out of there.
And Andorra.
It looked really on the pace from the first run, and
yeah, 19th at the UCI World Championships in Chambéry, really his best results so far this season, inside the top 20. Had a big crash in La Tuile. Had to get himself straight to hospital for some x-rays and checkups, and cut his head quite badly as well, but on the mend, 0.2 of a second outside the time of Piron, so this is good from Ethan Craig so far, Josh.
He's well in touch at the minute. It's a good solid start in that upper section there. Threads the needle down the bottom. So from this next bike park motorway section is where it really counts. Pay attention to the backside of the jumps here.
Yeah,
see what kind of momentum he can carry.
Grabs a couple of pedal strokes into it, scrubs all the way to the bottom of that. Benoit Coulonge watching on with Patrice and Flo Paye liking what they're seeing so far. Just skims off the top of that roller.
Flo Paye didn't like that one into the cheese woods. He's got to backside these little holes here and carry some good speed onto the jump. Oh my goodness!
Nearly runs out of road there. A second back. Ethan Craig looking like he's back to his best here, Nico.
He really does. This is the runs that we've seen from him, you know, at the beginning of last year and the year before. So if he can put a second half of this run together, he could be pretty close to hammering.
Got that podium for GT Factory Racing.
Oh, no!
Oh, the sun clips off the right hand. The top three here, if he can get this done. Ethan Craig. What is it going to be by the time he gets to the line? Here comes Ethan Craig, 2.3 back into 5th place for Scott DH Factory. And let's just see if there's any telltale looks down at the bike or... Watch him tag the second roller here, Josh. No, we're not going to see it.
He was good through this section here.
Wide off the bridge just about.
Yeah.
This is where it just brought him undone a little bit. Kind of lost a little bit of front end traction in the rocks there. Again, gets a little bit wide on the outside. Did well to hold that on. Bit of a rodeo heading down the hill.
Yeah, riding the bull all the way down to the line. Up next, Lockie Stevens McNabb for Trek Factory Racing.
He's really put the Trek team on his back this year and been carrying the team with all the big results.
Oh, yeah, it's been slim pickings this season for Trek Factory Racing on a rebuild project with a lot of new riders on there. Handmade bikes.
They're definitely putting the effort into that entire team. They're all on, they've all got 2 bikes each, and they are the only 2 of its kind of these brand new bikes they've been building for them. So they're putting in a lot of effort to their World Cup downhill program.
4th in Leogang, 4th in Latweel for Lockie Stevens. McNabb wide there, though. Ethan Craig in conversation with Andy Kolb at the finish line. The current top 3, currently Piron, Kiefer, Dunn, Kolb in 4th at the minute. As things stand, a second back, though, for Lockie Stevens McNabb.
Did he just double something into the woods we haven't seen yet? Looked like he got a cheeky backside that no one's actually attempted just so far today. Backside. Roars into the fans. Giving it to him.
On.
Slightly gets hung up there. Once again, it's going to cost him a little bit of time, but if anyone can make it up, it's Lockie.
See him look down at the bike as well.
Yeah, and he stopped pedaling. Oh, what? That's what we want to see. Lockie Stevens McNabb has been pulling some gaps like that all season.
Yeah.
The talent of the young Kiwi is second to none.
Just has that eye, doesn't he? Eye for detail. 1.3 seconds. So in touch with Piron here as much as anyone has been at this point in the run.
All right, 0.2 back. There could have been that little mistake or little lack of pedaling on the motorway section.
Jackson Connolly up next. Then it's Tyrion Brosnan, the birthday boy, Danny Hart, and then Loris Vergier.
Gets a good exit. At the bottom of that elevator shaft, just get held up a little bit there.
He's always worth the admission fee, isn't he? Lockie Stevens McNabb, 1.6 seconds back now. So just lost 3/10 in there somewhere, Nico.
Yeah, not much, but we're comparing to Amory Piron here. He's one of the best riders there is.
Yeah, there's Andrew Chandru, Ryan Bodge, the boys from Trek Factory Racing watching on. Whoa, makes the track so wide there. What an entry into those, Josh.
See that? He threaded the needle and then gapped off the wall. That's so technical.
Oh, that was good. He gets a good butter on the bank there. He might pull back a little bit of time here. He might bring it back to 1.5 seconds. Lockie Stevens McNabb's putting on a good charge at the back end.
6/10 of a second. He's in touch here, Lockie Stevens McNabb. He's running out of track in Lenzerheide, but all of a sudden, this is doable.
0.6 of a second in the final split. There's 25 seconds to play with.
Is Lockie Stevens McNabb going to dislodge Commensal Muck-Off by riding addictions? Amory Piron out in the hot seat. Here comes the flying Kiwi. Down the line, Lockie Stevens McNabb goes third. 0.8 of a second back off Piron. Bangs the bars.
I think that was a well done there from Chandro. That was pretty good in the lower half. Look at the speed he's carrying through this. I thought this might have unsettled him just a little bit. He did well to carry some good speed through there.
Nico.
Look at this line here. Yeet.
loads of creativity the whole way down from McNabb.
Really cool. I don't know if he planned that one right there where he jumped into the grass or if he was just on the limit of what he could handle on the track.
Well, it was all action as we expected from Lucky Stevens McNabb. Superb stuff in the third. Next up, Jackson Connolly. Josh, how big a ride is this from this young man yesterday?
This is huge from the young Aussie. He has been fighting against it all season. He's been there and thereabouts. He's had mechanicals. He's had extraordinary speed. He's had podiums at Crankworks events, and he's made it here in Q1 straight through. He rode exceptional here yesterday, a track that suits him. He's fighting to put together a program for 2026, and a result like this at this point in the season is exactly what this young Australian needs.
Nico, great to see a young rider putting themselves in the shop window the way this young man did yesterday.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the best thing you can do if you want a future in the sport. Like, the results sheet doesn't lie.
Jackson's had some great talent and had some huge results over the Australian summer. A couple of injuries have really held him back when it needed to count, but this year he's put the effort in.
1.4 seconds back of Amory Piron in the finals of a UCI Downhill World Cup isn't a bad start to a run.
And that's the thing, these guys are qualifying within seconds, so you're talking about 1, 2, 3 seconds of the entire field. Come on, Jacko.
And when you put yourself in the final like this too, you get your run on TV, everybody can watch what you see what you got.
Jackson Connolly scrubs off the bridge.
Boys got some fresh buckets to put all their bits and pieces in this week as they make their way around Europe.
Connolly through the route section, heads into the trees. Whoa. Let's see what the split says. 3.3 seconds back off the time of Amory Piron for Jackson Connolly.
He's got to keep this momentum all the way down the bottom of the track here. He's had a good start. If he can hold this all the way to the bottom, the reward is being in finals this afternoon, so hopefully he can enjoy this moment, charge all the way to the bottom, gets that low line.
Whoa.
Carries a good amount of speed out.
36th at the UCI World Championships in Champery a couple of weeks ago. 4.2 back.
Incredible result from another privateer setup. He does not have any factory support from any of the teams. So he's doing it out of a van, the Alliance Racing crew. There's a pair of them racing around Europe at the moment. It's a massive result for him to qualify 12th against the world's best.
Skims across that route.
It's difficult to really fathom just how hard it is for these young privateers to make it happen. When times are so tight, racing is so intense, yet the young talent rises.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing in front of us at the minute. Jackson Connolly coming of age, 4.4 seconds back off Amory Piron.
He's holding steady there. He just only lost 0.2 of a second between split 3 and split 4.
It's been a good run, Nico, as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, really solid. And to be 4 seconds over 3 minutes behind Amory is really impressive.
Super impressive.
Well,
he should be pumped on this.
One to really, really enjoy for Jackson Connolly. Gets down across the line, 4.7 seconds in the 10th as things stand. Great result from the privateer.
Jackson Connolly in his first finals for the 2025 season. That'll fill him full of confidence.
One more rider to go, and then we're into our top 10 here in Lenzerheide, the 8th round of the UCI Downhill World Cup 2025. This place only does tight races. Current top 3 covered by 0.8 of a second. And it's Piron, Kiefer and Stevens McNabb in the hot seat in control of this one. Next up though, Remy Thirion, qualified fastest in Ligier last time out.
Does Remy just get better with age?
Dude.
It's amazing to see him on track. Like, the gnarliest sections on course, he's always the fastest through.
He's so meticulous, run after run. He lays it down when it counts. Probably not a track that necessarily suits Remy, but a solid ride for qualifying. He's still in the final.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Thirion for the knack-knack into the roots.
Did a good job of getting his foot back in, considering that one.
Well, you never doubt this man's commitment, but you certainly don't after that. Across the gap. Thirion still moving forward, though. Let's see what the splits say. Really inside there as well.
1.2 back.
Yeah.
Not too far back from Piron for the first split.
Could well have lost that, taking the foot off, so he can put that behind him. He can still stay in touch.
Qualified fastest and ended up 23rd in Ligier, bar wheeling his way out of there.
Remy gets that across line there, I like that.
Yeah, had to cut it up a little bit, but it worked for him. Heads across the rollers into the trees. Oh, deep off that. Yeah, we always point it out, but has won a downhill World Cup before some time ago now.
There's a bit of wind out there at the moment as a few clouds roll in. This will help for the vision on the lower part of the track as the sun starts to come down in the afternoon.
All the way back in 2013 in Val Noor.
What? Look at how fast he hit that low line.
Look how fast that was! He's 1.7 back at split 2. He's surely going to pull back a little bit of time here. This looks exceptional from Tyrion.
1.3, yeah. 4/10 have been brought back towards him. Ah, you just want to sit back and watch him race, don't you? Remy Tyrion, what a rider.
Poetry in motion down here. This looks fantastic. This is solid from Remy.
Oh, what could have been if it wasn't? Oh, goes over to the right-hand side, gaps all the way down.
Seems like he brushed the tree on the entrance as well. He was using the limits of the track.
It just gets better and better, like a fine wine in 2025. Let's see what the split says. Remy Tyrion, 1 second, so it's doable.
He's bringing it back. He's getting faster and faster here. He's taking another 300ths of a second out of Tyrion.
Tyrion was extremely strong through this final split. Can Tyrion match him? He's run out of steepness and technicality, but this man's determination knows no bounds. Remy Tyrion goes into 5th, 1.7 seconds back off Amaury Pierron's time, so Nico had just evaporated on him.
Yeah, he lost a lot in that last sector, but when his foot came off right here, I mean, he lost in this sector almost the full margin that he was at the finish line.
Wow.
The strength of the man to hold on down there with 1 foot. He was incredible down this chute. Went for the low line. Don't know if that was exactly intentional, but he made it work. It was smooth and it was fast.
I saw him practice that this morning. He was one of the riders making that low line. There's not much support on it, but he made it work as well as anyone.
Let's head down there. Ashley Wilmot is with Amaury Pierron on the hot seat.
Amaury Pierron currently in top spot. You've got the best seat in the house and you got a few snacks. Can I have one?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. We've got to keep the sugar up, haven't we? Look, talk us through that run. How was it?
Honestly, I just gave everything I had. It was really tough weekend, super tiring, but my run wasn't so good, not super fast, and was cooked at the bottom. So I think the top boy is gonna smash it. But happy to finish a run. It's been a long time. I did not finish my run without a mechanical or a crash or whatever. So it's a good step forward and excited for the last 2 rounds of the season.
You shaved off over 3 seconds from your qualifying time. Where did you find the time out there?
A bit everywhere, I think. But yeah, a bit everywhere at the top, I think. And then at the bottom, I was making big mistakes and just couldn't let the bike go. I was really, really tired, so I needed to calm down sadly. But it's what it is. It's better to slow down than crashing. So it's good.
We've got 10 more riders to watch now. Where are your emotions? Are you relaxing, enjoying the view, or are you feeling a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I don't expect so much today. The goal was just to finish the run, so I'm happy about it. I'm happy about to reach my goal, you know, and excited, a bit nervous for sure, because we always want to do good. But yeah, excited to see all the top boys gonna shred that track.
Well, good luck. 10 riders to go. Let's see how we get on.
Feel distinctly on Haribo'd up here, Josh. Don't know about you.
Tell you what, left out.
Yeah.
Steal us one, Ashley, will you?
10 to go here in Lenzerheide. And I mean, put it into perspective, Asa Vermette, 0.08 of a second slower than Amaury Pierron's time. And given that it takes 100th of a second to blink, racing in 2025 just keeps on delivering. Some big names yet to drop. Nico, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think Pierron's done enough this afternoon?
I mean, he said it himself. He thinks he left too much time out there, and he would know. He's a top guy. He knows what's possible on a track like this. So I do think the top guys will take some time off it, maybe not smash it, as he said in his words, but a small margin is going to mean a lot on a track like this.
Josh, what do you reckon? Are you a believer? Can Piron get this done today and draw level with Sam Hill on wins?
I am a slight believer, but my goodness, there is some talent to come. Look who we've got. We've got Brosnan, Hart, Vergier, Oshino, Callahan has been riding incredible all week. He's a bit of a dark horse. Jordan Williams won here before. And of course, Jackson Goldstone absolutely firing. Luke Meyer-Smith putting it in the top 3. And it's hard to look past Loic Bruni on a track like this here today.
Huge, huge names yet to drop. We're about to hit the top 10 of the UCI Downhill World Cup, the 8th round of 2025 season here in the beautiful Lenzerheide in the Bike Kingdom Bike Park. Top 3 as they stand: Amaury Piron, Henry Kiefer, Lockie Stevens-McNabb. 3 very different runs, just 0.8 of a second apart. 0.8 of a second covering the top 3. Here's who's next then: Troy Brosnan, Hart, Vergier, O'Callaghan, Williams won here in 2023, Pinkerton, Goldstone, Meyer-Smith, Shaw and Bruni. Plenty of intrigue as well in the form of Loic Bruni. Technically equal on points with Jackson Goldstone after that qualifying session yesterday in the overall, but here he comes, Troy Brosnan, one of the most experienced racers in the world, gets ready to go again. What can he do in Lenzerheide this afternoon? Second here in 2017. That was his first year on the Canyon Collective. Troy Brosnan sets out into the Lenzerheide sunshine, pulls across there.
Gets a bit of a huckabuck straight out of the start there.
On that big Canyon Sender bike.
He went really deep off that first jump. It looked like a little deeper than he expected. Maybe he carried more speed out of the turn than he had in practice.
Yeah, his 100th World Cup in Leger 2 weeks ago, which is a pretty incredible moment there. Another young Australian athlete who's been inspired and somewhat guided by the flying fossil Sam Hill.
Really nicely done through here from Troy Brosnan. If you're just joining us, it is Amaury Piron who leads the way here. 1.6 seconds back of that time, Troy Brosnan. We heard from Piron a couple of minutes ago, said that he thought there was still time up here. We've got 10 of the world's best, hell-bent on finding it in Lenzerheide.
It's almost uncharacteristic to see Troy so loose out of the start gate.
Not like him.
He's pretty solid and locked in.
Yeah, it's rare to see a mistake out of Troy. He is inch perfect everywhere down the track.
He's always solid. He's always right in the pocket. 1.6 back at the moment. There's been lots of time that was lost yesterday in qualifying, and obviously Amaury's put in a great upper split, but we heard from him before, it cost him at the bottom. He got a bit tired, so maybe Troy could be playing his cards right here.
2 seconds back though.
Maybe
he was 10th. UCI Downhill World Championships in Champeray, 4th in Leger at the last UCI Downhill World Cup, so he is riding well at the minute, Brosnan, but Piron super, super strong across the top and bottom sections of this course.
Loses a bit of momentum at the bottom there, but it's still smooth. He's only lost 0.4.
Yeah, we've seen riders find time in the middle. Lockie Stevens-McNabb, notably super creative. 2.4 seconds, so he's lost another 4/10 back here, Brosnan.
Oh, just gets hung up a little. It's going to cost him another bit of momentum into this next steep section.
His teammate Lucas Shaw had a superb qualifying session yesterday. 2nd place for Shaw.
They're in a good spot with that bike at the minute too. They've been working hard to get that bike, a brand new Canyon Sender, riding well. Gets a little bit higher. That was good.
There, yeah.
That was money. That's going to result in a little bit of time coming back his way.
It's looking good, Nico, but just slightly scruffy. 1.9, yet he's found half a second.
Yeah, it is a good run. If he hit this last sector perfectly, I think he can maybe make another position or 2 before he gets to the finish line.
Very, very tight racing as we expected here in Lenzerheide. Troy Brosnan heading for the finish line for the Canyon Collective. Where is he going to rack up? The first rider in our top 10 crosses the line into 8th place, 2.4 seconds back off the time of Amaury Piron. Not going to be Brosnan's afternoon today.
He's had a bit of an up and down season, Troy. You know, normally he's so consistent, and he's had those good results this year, but just not as consistently as he has in the past.
Yeah, sort of rushed that first section, Josh, slightly, didn't he?
Yeah, a bit of Ronnie Mack about Troy Brosnan at the start there. He recovered. He brought back some good times in split 2, split 3. Again, Troy Brosnan, always consistent, always solid. He knows when to lift when it counts. He knows when to consolidate when it might not just be his day.
A lot of clear lenses out there in the goggles. Riders battling with the shaft of light in the woods. Next up is the birthday boy, Danny Hart, 34 years young today. And you see the 120 on his helmet. 120 UCI Downhill World Cup starts for a 2-time UCI Downhill World Champion. For Norco Race Division, straight out of red car.
What a moment for Denny last weekend as Champerret revisit one of the biggest moments of his career with his family there and all the setup.
Yeah,
incredible.
2,197 days since his last win. He won't thank me for that stat, but Danny Hart, crucially, is back inside the top 10 of the qualifying session of the UCI Downhill World Cup. Super smooth through those first turns, Nico.
Yeah, he looked great on that one, and this is a track that he has won on before, so he'll be feeling some confidence and good vibes coming into this race.
Go, Danny, go, go.
His team manager, Greg Menards, won here 2015 and 2017. Danny Hart won the race in between those in that 2016 winning streak that saw him take a second set of UCI Downhill World Champ stripes. Back end just got a little kick there, came off the floor, but still working away at it.
They're still charging, and Danny's still in the final, so he still deserves his spot there in the final of our elite category. Still pushing hard.
1.2 back off that time of Anne-Marie Piron, who's in the hot seat at the minute. Piron reckons he left some time up there, so it's going to be a case of who wants to risk enough to find it. Lenzerheide, will you see this crowd by the bridge jump? Whoa,
wow,
Danny Hart, all the way to flat. Nearly knocked Josh Carlson off his chair.
I'm not mad about it. He's definitely going to risk it for the cheese and biscuit here this afternoon.
Speaking of which, still no cheese up here. Danny Hart, though, in the woods, looking really, really fast through there. What's the second split going to tell us? 1.2 back, so he's holding station for the time being.
That's a great stat for Danny there, just threading the needle on that road gap.
Yeah, went deep into that turn on the brakes, though.
Went high there coming into the steep section. We haven't seen anybody do that.
And that's what Danny Hart does best. Comes up with imaginative lines, creative lines. Whoa. Greg Menard watching on at the bottom.
Oh, that was good. That was another high line there too. That created a good amount of exit speed. He might carry a bit of extra speed into this next split.
Lost a little bit of time, but looks like he's in the mood for this one, Danny.
Yeah, if he can smash this sector, we know Amory left some time on this one. Could be a little bit closer at the next split.
Danny Hart, let's see what he does through the rocks.
Just gets hung up a little bit. They've got to butter that double to get the momentum on the outside here. Good through there. That was great speed from Danny.
That big Norco tracking the ground so well. Danny Hart, let's get him through this next split. 1.4, he's found half a second. We thought it was looking faster from Hart. He's on a run here, Josh.
There's 1.4 back. This is good for Danny. There's no room for error at the bottom. He's got to tuck those elbows in.
Again, goes really deep off that final drop. Here comes Danny Hart down towards the line, down through the Red Bull Arch, off the bridge. What's he going to stack up as? Danny Hart for Norco crosses the line. 1.9 seconds back into 7th. That time of Piron's survives another one.
Good from the start here.
Yeah.
Danny was aggressive from the start. He had a great couple of splits.
Look at this.
What?
I normally say that the bike park sections don't suit Danny, but he did a really good job of being good everywhere today.
Yep. 120 UCI Downhill World Cups.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and for all 120 of them, he's been one of the ones to watch. Great servant of the sport. Top pro. Great to see him getting that ride on Norco Race Division and turning it into top 10 results at UCI Downhill World Cups again.
Interestingly, we're seeing some time disappear in this 5th and final split here. It's only a 25-second section, but riders are losing a bit of time to Piron in that last little bit. There's maybe half a second there.
Well, speaking of Anne-Marie Piron, here comes his teammate. Loris Vergier up next. Vergier looking more like himself out there this week. Second in Latuile, backed up by third and pal Aaron Sal. Fifth at the UCI World Championships. Won here on a trek back in 2021. Only had 2 more wins for them after that before making the big switch to Commensal.
I always think when the conditions are like this, dry and slick, Loris is so good because he has such a light touch to the bike. He can keep carrying momentum across the slickest areas.
But Josh, what do you think's been the change? We chatted about it a bit earlier in the weekend. Vergier, he's kind of, I don't know, like, not one of the constant guys that you always think could give him a chance to win. It's a bit more on and off than it used to be with him.
And we're talking about the finest of margins. Maybe there's something not quite right with the bike. He's come in this season, the new format, the new speed. It's Loris Vergier. He's come off the back of having the rainbows all season. Maybe not having the rainbows might free him up. Yep. 0.9 back from Emery Piron here now. Maybe that might give him the freedom to be that a little bit more anonymous, a little bit more of an underdog, rather than the person we expect. And then all of a sudden, right when you least expect it, Loris Vergier steps up.
Yeah. Interviewed Max Commensal for our race bike series earlier in the year, and he said that Loris Vergier, he used to think Emery Piron was the most demanding pro rider he'd ever worked with, and he met Loris Vergier. Really sweats the details of the bike setup.
There was rumours he had 8 sets of wheels at his old team, all with different spoke tensions.
1.8 seconds back for Vergier.
Inside line there, we haven't seen that in a couple of riders.
The Ruffin brothers from Commensal Muck-Off watching on as he heads into the elevator shaft. Nico, what do you make of Vergier this season?
He's been really good through the middle section. You know, he had a couple podiums in a row there. But he's a guy that really runs on confidence. For as good of a rider as he is, he's quite humble and he lacks that self-belief. And when he gets it, he's unstoppable.
Vergier qualified 8th yesterday in Q1, so had a good run through there. 2.1 seconds back on this one, a big pull across there.
.1 back. It's smooth. It's slightly going back just a little bit. 0.2 back now. 2.3 back off Emery Piron. Goes deep off Cam's cliff.
2.3 seconds back. Loris Vergier not going to add to that wins tally today by the look of things. How close can he get to his teammate Emery Piron, who leads this race in Lenzerheide? Goes into 10th place, 3.1 seconds back for Vergier.
Again, doesn't seem upset by it. Wasn't a bad run from Loris, but maybe we just expect a little bit more.
Oh! Yeah, big backhand just stepped out on him there altogether.
That shoot to exit, there's a lot of speed in there. Emery nailed that section there, nailed the rocks down lower, and had an incredible 5th and final split to the finish line.
We heard from that man on your screen now at the top of this top 10 that he thought there was a lot more time up there, but they're not finding it so far.
We've heard from a lot of riders this week too that it's very fatiguing, this track.
Oisin O'Callaghan, the Irish national champion, the double O is locked and loaded, ready to go here in Lenzerheide.
He's had a big week. There's a wild piece of footage of Oisin racing this track last year when he blew his shoe off and he finished the run with one shoe on.
Yep.
Young Irishman is fighting for his 2026 at the moment.
Oisin O'Callaghan leaves the start hut. Neatly done.
Whoa, inside there. It's the first time I've seen someone pump over the inside. He's got such an effortless style, Oisin.
33rd at the UCI Downhill World Championships. Not his weekend there, but would love to get back up towards the top of a UCI Downhill World Cup. Won in snowshoe a couple of years ago.
Back from the top 2 in the overall, it's all to play for. He's, I think, top 5 still and well in touch to get to 3rd if he can do a couple good races here to finish the season.
And we've talked about it before, Josh. Really, he's morphing into a rider for all occasions, isn't he, Oisin O'Callaghan now? He can win anywhere.
And he's always there. He's in 4th in the overall right now. That consistency is shining through. He's maturing.
2.1 back on the time of Emery Piron. No work to do here for O'Callaghan.
It's not going quite the right way at the moment, but it's definitely It's been a solid season so far. They've had some dramas with the business side of YT, but as we mentioned before, that team, the staff, they're putting the effort in for the athletes, for the riders, for someone like O'Sheen, for Valley, for Andy.
O'Callaghan off the ridge now. Across this big, fast jump section, heads over to the right-hand side, sets up really nicely through there, Nico.
Good amount of exit speed out of that section.
Yeah, carried good speed through that. I expect him to be best in the more technical section, so if he's already through the motorway, he's going to gain time from here to the bottom.
3 seconds, he's lost 0.8 and a bit. Past the big cheese. Gets a little kick on the way through there, manages to deal with it nicely. Down through the elevator shaft now, the number 100. Whoa, had to turn hard right at the bottom of that. Gunnar watches on the bottom.
Yeah, 2.1 in that first split. That's a big amount of time for that first split up there.
2.9, he's found a 10th of a second. Oh, Callahan detonates that corner. We'll have lost time though, Nico, I guess.
Send the trail crew back up there to fix that corner.
Yeah, he definitely did not show up early to that one.
So good to watch on a bike, the Irish national champion. O'Sheen O'Callaghan through the rock section.
Oh, it's going to cost him a little bit of time. He just wasn't quite on the right wave of momentum through there.
Yeah, pressure on that Irish national champs win as well. Coming at his home track, Ballyhura. Stands up slightly there. 3.4 seconds back.
It's so difficult to tell with O'Sheen because he's got such an effortless style. He goes half a second slower again. Yeah, he's so effortless and smooth. He's got an extraordinary amount of potential.
Shades of Bryceland about him as he comes round towards the finish area now. Here comes O'Sheen O'Callaghan down towards the line. The Irish national champion, 5.3 seconds back off the time of Henri Piron. Looks down at the rear wheels straight away, Nico. Maybe another soft one.
Yeah, it might have been his own doing, though, from what we could see.
He might have just donated a couple of PSIs in that corner.
Yeah,
solid through the shaft.
Really turned hard right at the bottom of this. Big input there. Oh. I'm going to throw out an educated guess that that left-hander may have been where the left rear, where the back of the bike went flat.
Tell you what, if you're a betting man, I'd reckon you'd put it on there too. Jordan Williams.
Jordan Williams. Fairy tale story. Last time we were here in Lenzerheide, won his first elite level UCI Downhill World Cup at the first time of asking.
Had a bit of an issue in practice this morning, had a slight crash, but he was able to reset. Finn Isles, who was not unfortunately qualified today, was there to help him deal with those scenarios, reset mentally, offering a bit of advice for the young sender to come out in 2023 in his debut in the elite ranks and claim the victory here in Lenzerheide. The vibes will be high and his confidence will be thriving here.
He's looked really solid through the weekend. He's really good at these low grip scenarios of carrying speed and keeping the bike driving.
5 to go after Williams, but really, you know, this season it was kind of branded as a recovery mission, and been some big injuries last year, and they just wanted to get him back comfortably inside the top 10, but he's looked really, really good here all week long, Josh, anytime we've seen him on track.
Yeah, he's carrying some good speed through that upper gnarly woods there. Had a good amount of pedal strokes down. Jordan Williams, a big, strong rider out of the UK.
Really, really smooth through the corners as well, which matters for a lot here. 3.8 seconds back, though, Nico.
Yeah, he's lost quite a lot of time. It was hard to tell on that drone shot in the beginning what exactly he did, but he did look like he got into the grass on that first camber a little bit. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
And if you lose momentum anywhere here, does the gap across there on the right-hand side? We've only seen Laurie Greenland do that so far.
Yeah, he just seems to be fighting for a bit of speed at the moment. 3.8 back in that first split is a little bit alarming. Didn't seem to have any major mistakes.
Got third in Ludenviel, won the UK National Championships in Fort William, fourth in Champery, the UCI Downhill World Championships. 6.1 back. Jordan Williams on course here at the 8th round of the UCI Downhill World Cup in Lenzerheide, Switzerland. The Bike Kingdom hosting one of the tightest days of racing we've had in a long time here.
Yeah, I think that crash this morning might have a few lingering effects, more than we know at the moment, because that's going going in a direction that we're not quite used to seeing Jordan Williams go.
Yeah,
on a course like this.
Not going well for him, the man who won here last time out. As I say, with that fairy tale win, debut elite appearance, debut elite win. The top three, currently Piron, Kiefer, Lockie, Stevens, McNabb, covered by 0.8 of a second.
It's deceiving, isn't it? Because it still looks smooth. He's still hitting his lines.
Yeah, such a smooth rider. Always looks good on the bike, Jordan Williams.
It's just slightly going backwards at the moment. 7.7 back at split 3. This is going to be over 8 seconds here. 8.8 for Jordan Williams back from Piron.
5 to go after the man from the southwest of England. Off the big drop. There's your top 5 as they stand. Piron, Kiefer, Stevens, McNabb, Dunn, Remy Thirion up in there as well.
What a mix.
What
the
a
older
mix.
than you.
Amaury Piron, we heard from on the hot seat, said that he reckons that there's still time up there. 9.9 seconds back off the time. Piron for Jordan Williams. Yeah, Nico, I think Josh's theory is maybe accurate. Maybe still feeling the effects of a crash earlier.
I couldn't really see any major mistakes that would have cost him that much time. You definitely don't expect a rider of his caliber to lose that much on a track. So, yeah, if he's not feeling it today, if he's a little banged up, you know, props to him for giving it his best, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, tough cookie. Jordan Williams.
But he's down safe. He managed to make it happen. He'll be on to the final 2 races of the season.
Let's go then, Ryan Pinkerton, Mondraker, Factory Racing. We are into the top 5 here in Lenzerheide.
Pinky's had a great week so far. Fastest in time training. A solid run in qualifying, but he wasn't mega pumped on it. He was keen to send her on today.
Oh, no! Disaster out of the gate for Ryan Pinkerton.
Oh, devastating.
Oh, no. Nico, what's happened there?
He got hung up on the start thing there.
I honestly don't know what happened.
Oh, no.
Obviously, his front wheel hit the start pole, but I don't know what caused that.
Oh, Ryan Pinkerton, what a week he's been having. That is just so cruel.
Oh, he just pumped his tyres up. This has happened more than once this year with Ryan. He's been riding so good, but then something weird just seems to bring him undone.
It's almost, you're right, like he clipped his right pedal on the way out of the gate, just trying to get a pedal stroke in. Maybe just leaned too far forward, Josh, I don't know.
Well, in the start straight, when the riders start, they've got 5 seconds to go, so they'll wait for the beep. They've got to break the beam and the 2 poles at the beginning there, so they kind of get a bit of a rock. And as they pedal forward, they can turn their handlebars just a little bit. So he's obviously turned it a little bit too far, hit that pole that the start gate sits in, and he's just got hung up. That's just a bad
But
luck
Nico,
scenario.
take nothing away from what this young man's achieving in 2025.
He's been steadily building this year, you know, top 5 in the qualifying run, and he's been top 10 at several races this year.
5.3 seconds back. I mean, considering that he was on the deck before the bike left the start hut, it could have been so much worse, but at least we will get to see how much he can bring that deficit back. Such a great rider to watch, super aggressive through there, Pinkerton. His foot gets caught on the pole.
See that, his right foot.
Yeah, watch his front wheel there. Just goes straight into that little stake at the start there.
Ronan Dunn unable to watch at the bottom. His teammate currently sitting in 4th place for Mondraker.
Pinky's now, we're expecting, oh, look at this. He is well in touch, though, so that mistake, oh, what could have been.
Only lost 0.2 of a second.
He's actually gotten quicker.
He's brought some time back, so...
It's amazing. This run has been on par with Amaury, even after starting off.
Amaury Piron, who started so early in the running, controls this race currently. Had to go through Q2, Piron, but Pinkerton, without that mistake out of the start hut, would have been in touch here.
Listen to the crowd. He's getting an extraordinary response from the Swiss crowd here.
Yeah, the US national champion Sleeve won that in Big Bear earlier this year. 4.3 seconds.
It's from splits 1 to 4. He's faster than Amaury by a second.
So maybe Piron was right, Josh. Maybe there is time up there yet for this top 5 to try and get their teeth into. Ryan Pinkerton had that crash on the way out of the start hut before he even fully left it, but what could have been for the young American from Mondraker. 4.9 seconds back. Jorge can't believe it. Nico, there was time up there and he found it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite obvious. You can subtract the first split, and he would have been in the lead if he didn't have that.
Here we go. Yeah, just got it all wrong on the way out of the traps.
You know, these riders are nervous, obviously, and they're at that moment thinking about that first section they're going to hit, and sometimes you can just, it's easy to get ahead of yourself.
Josh, both feet were on the ground, but he still only lost 4 seconds.
Yeah, that was incredible. This kind of riding, well, not this riding, but this pace is what we kind of expect to see now from Ryan Pinkerton. The pace is there, the talent is there. It's going to click at some point. It's clicked under that tent for Ronan Dunn, and it'll click for Ryan Pinkerton sooner rather than later.
Here we go. Jackson Goldstone is in a fight, and he knows it. After the qualifying session yesterday, technically on the same amount of points as the man chasing him down, Lloyd Bruni. 4 wins earlier on this season in a row. The UCI World Champion stripes on his bike, having won them at the first time of asking. Josh, it started. All action. How is it going to continue?
What? Look at the start from Jackson Goldstone. This is going to be what needs to happen here today to compete with Emery Piron. Jackson Goldstone's had a solid week of riding. Another rider to backflip the big booter in the middle. The rainbow stripes are fresh and the speed is high. Look at the commitment from Goldstone into the roots.
Nico Mullally, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this first split is going to tell us a lot about what's going to happen in this race this afternoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't make this track out as one that suits Jackson, and Loics put the pressure on him by qualifying first. He loves to do that to his competition.
By 1.3 seconds, too. Oh, look at this! He's up!
0.02 of a second quicker for Jackson Goldstone at split 1. First person into the green in a long time, doing something about the time of Emery Piron here in Lenzerheide.
You can see the aggression. He gets the high line. He's got this extra pump. He needs the extra momentum because of his lack of weight coming down the start here. The crowd erupts. This is happening here today.
Keeps it on the deck. No boost bro through there today. This is race time. This is business time. Jackson Goldstone knows he needs to beat Loic Bruni today.
If Jackson can be in touch at this second split, I think it's going to be all to gain from there to the finish.
Let's see as he goes off the end of this log. He's back by half a second, so Piron. Oh, this is going to be one of those ones that seesaws back and forth. Steve Pete watching on the bottom from the Santa Cruz Syndicate can hardly watch.
I think that's right where he needs to be. He's so good through this steep technical stuff that he can make that time back.
Oh, he gets hung up a little bit.
Whoa, Jackson Goldstone goes down in Lenzerheide. The UCI World Champion is on the deck in Switzerland.
He's got to push back up. He went out of the tape.
He's got to rush, too. If he can get some points today, that could add up by the last race.
As he comes down the outside, you can see he just went a little bit too far and his weight shifted a bit far forward, so he couldn't set up for that outside hook berm. He got pushed low, and that's all she rode. That's a devastating moment for what was planned to be an exciting run.
1-2 junior races here in his career. He's not going to win an Elite One this afternoon. Nico Mullally, this one might have huge title implications.
It absolutely will. Let's see what Loic can do now. I think he'll definitely know what happened to Jackson before he starts the race.
Yeah, we know that the Bruni supercomputer loves data at the top of a run. He loves information. He knows it's advantage Bruni all of a sudden is Loic Bruni, capable of pulling off a result this afternoon that will move him into the green jersey of the overall points leader, Jackson Goldstone. Nico mentioned it at the top of the show, this mightn't be a track for him. It's not going to be one he's going to look back on fondly. Here comes the UCI Downhill World Champion, Jackson Goldstone, across the line in 22nd, 8.6 seconds back of the hot seat time of Emery Piron, and all of a sudden there's 3 left to go at the top. Josh Carlson picked the bones out of that one.
The top was wild. That was as close, if not on the actual absolute limit, the whole way down the steep chute. You can see this bit just below here. He gets hung up a little and it sends him a bit too far forward, unsettles his weight and misses the little hook burn there. Went down low, obviously wasn't prepared for it. And that's all that she wrote. That's the limit you're going to need to ride at this afternoon to beat Emery Piron. It's been a long afternoon since we've seen the great Piron come down, but we've now seen that it is possible. There is time.
Piron forcing the world's best into making mistakes here in Lenzerheide. Next up, ride of the year so far from Luke Meyer-Smith for Giant Factory Off-Road. free to go in Lenzerheide.
Lukey's had a huge season so far. We've talked about his work ethic. He's been just plugging away round after round. He's had some incredible qualifying results, and it just needs to click for him in the finals. We saw him in Ludenville have a great qualifying, but a huge in practice. He's been building the last couple of weeks. So can he do what it takes here today? The three-time Australian downhill national champion. Been working hard with his mechanic, Brad. Been rewarded with a 3rd place in qualifying.
Yep, 17th at the UCI Downhill World Championships for Luke Meyer-Smith, national champion of Australia. Nico, how do you rate his chances today?
I'd have to think this is a track that would suit him really well. You have to be strong to handle all these G-forces and pedal out of the corners, and these dry, slick conditions have got to be something that he's comfortable with.
He is one of the very strongest as well, Josh, isn't he? This man takes his training seriously. 1.7 seconds back on Piron, though, so yet another rider unable to turn the light green.
You would be hard-pressed to find anyone in the field who trains harder than this young fella. He's had an incredible summer. It's been an up-and-down season. The confidence is building. The bike's working well. It's going to click at some point. Right now, 1.7 back's a big time chunk for the first split. We're expecting Luke to bring it back in these next couple of splits here.
Giant Factory Off-Road continuing to just get better in 2025. Tyrion currently sat in 5th place. Your top 5 then, Piron, Kiefer, Stevens McNabb, Dunn, and the aforementioned Tyrion. 1.7 back turns into 1.7, so he's holding station here. Luke Meyer-Smith having a good run in Lenzerheide.
He's holding station there, carrying some good speed. Gets a good exit out of that corner across to the woods here.
Jackson Goldstone currently in 22nd place, the UCI Downhill World Champion after a crash right there.
Hits that low line well.
Yep, Luke Meyer-Smith hooking that up nicely. 1.9, so he's still in amongst it here, Meyer-Smith.
Yeah, it's a really solid run from him. If he can keep this pace, he'll knock off a few more positions before he gets to the finish, and I think he'll be stoked with that.
Yeah, yet to really see a mistake in here, Josh. Sorry, I know you're busy watching this as a fan.
Sorry, I got well distracted there. Lukey Meyer-Smith is charging hard. This key section gets hung up just a little bit. That's going to cost him another fraction of time.
Oh, again, really strong through there.
It's not bad. It's just not quite the same limit as Emery Piron.
Isn't that sort of dancing on the very edge of adhesion, is there, that Piron specialises in? 1.9 back, though, Nico.
Yeah, he's holding hard. I mean, it's hard to ask somebody to be on the same limit as Emery Piron.
Look at that graphic. 2 to go. Lucas Shaw and Loic Bruni way at the top for their chance to dance. Here comes Luke Meyer-Smith off the drop. Giant Factory Off-Road Racing, 2.3 seconds back, well inside the top 10, into 8th. Piron holds on.
That's a solid result for Lukey to slide into the top 10 after a 3rd in qualifying. He should be really proud of that. It was a good, strong start. He held it on in those second 2 splits, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. He maintained that speed with Piron. He just really cost him in that first split. Nothing noticeable.
It's such a crazy sport, isn't it? That razor's edge was missing.
Look at that inside now. You look at the outside there. It's what caught Jackson Goldstone, but that inside line, the finite details is what's going to matter this afternoon.
Piron leads by 0.4 of a second ahead of Henry Kiefer. 2 to go. One of the biggest question marks on the start list today is what has Lucas Shaw got in store for us this afternoon? Josh Carlson and Nico Mullally nodding on in approval in the booth. We're excited for this one, Nico.
I think I can hear Nickelback playing in the start gate.
Lucas Shaw gets ready to drop for the Canyon Collective. 2nd place in the qualifying session yesterday. Says it can be won in the last couple of turns here. That's how tight the margins he's expecting to be today.
I think this track suits Luca really well because you have to be patient. You have to be calm on the bike. It's easy in these dry, slick conditions to lose it. And he's also so strong that he can pedal out of these turns. I think it's right up his alley.
I feel like every time we've talked about how smooth Lucas Shaw is this year, he's instantly blowing both feet off the pedals and had to ride the top tube a bit, but he's looking good here all week long, Josh. Look at that, millimetre precision through there.
I think that's one statement you hear every single weekend from us of just how solid and strong Lucas Shaw is. Always so consistent and smooth. He's got to find the extra little edge to push to that top step and that top podium.
First split, 9/10, he's in touch here.
So to be 0.111 back from Loic Bruni in qualifying, and now he's within touch with 0.9, knowing that Emery Piron went hard at the top but suffered at the bottom. If Luca can negative gear this, he's on for a good day here.
I expect him to be good through these motorways too. Like anytime we have a motorway section, Luca's always the quickest.
Look at that.
Best speed trap through those sections.
So smooth through there. He does it through smoothness and just accuracy and power. Really, really big, tall, strong rider.
Carries good speed through there. Into the Cheesewoods again. Gets the backside.
Really
Goes a little bit
nice.
inside more than we've seen from other
What's
riders.
it going to say? What's it going to say? 6/10, he's found time. Well in touch here, Lucas Shaw from the USA for Canyon Collective. Looking really, really strong.
Oh, he just gets hung up a little bit. That's going to cost him a little bit of momentum down below. If he can accelerate out of that corner like he does, he gets the high line.
Shaw up and amongst the top 10 all season long, 7/10, so it's still there, it's still working. This is the part of the track heading down towards it now where he reckons it could all be won or lost today. Slides out.
That was it.
Slides out. Nico Mullally's calling it.
A very shallow rut there, and he just was outside of it with his back tire. You can't afford a mistake like that with times this tight. I think it'll still be a solid run for him, probably top 10, but he wanted to win this race today.
We heard from Jackson Goldstone in the course preview that right-hand corner may be the most difficult corner on the entire track.
Let's see, 1.8 back. He's lost a second, though. He's still theoretically in touch here.
That's pretty good. It looked like he almost stopped there.
Yeah,
so
didn't it?
1.8 back shows the caliber and the speed of Lucas Shaw here this afternoon. He'll be grumpy, but it's plenty of positives to take away.
One blink, and that is all it takes in Lenzerheide. One to go after him. Where's Shaw going to rack up into 8th? 2.2 seconds back. Bitter disappointment. Not what he woke up this morning wanting.
Look at the speed in the top half here.
Nico, talk us through it. This was great.
He was really good through this top section, and all these jumps, he's so good at staying low on the bike. It was just that narrow rut right here that he got his back tire outside of and did a good job for not crashing, but just lost all his momentum.
It's crazy to think like it was just a small mistake, but it looked like he come to a stop and he only lost a second there. If he had kept that momentum going, it was trending in the right direction.
Here we go. Send up the Super Bruni signal. It's time to fly. The Frenchman from Specialized knows that he is in a title fight. As things stand, after qualifying yesterday, he was technically level on points, 133 beats per minute.
He absolutely rises to the occasion whenever there's a championship situation like this. He knows Jackson made a mistake, and he's ready to kill.
Another title is what Loic Bruni wants out of 2025. It's just calming down live on air. Loic Bruni leaves the start hut and gets about his work here in Lenzerheide in the Bike Kingdom.
Look at the start of the man. Speaking of butter, this is going to be incredible.
No matter who wins today, whether it's Bruni, whether it's Piron, they will go equal with Sam Hill in the overall wins tally of 13 UCI World Cup wins. It's all to play for Bruni.
I couldn't think of a better honor in mountain bike racing.
The flying fossil is real. And some of the greatest to ever do it are battling to take his title. Loic Bruni here today. There's blood in the water and he can smell it. He needs to pull out something incredible here this afternoon.
Jackson Goldstone watches on at the bottom. Loic Bruni would dearly love to get a 5th UCI Downhill World Cup overall title. 0.3 of a second back at the first split. I don't know. Is this one he plays the percentages, Josh? But Bruni wants wins, doesn't he?
Oh, I'm just so curious to see how this shakes out. Emery said it himself. He attacked the top half. He butters these down ramps. This is the detail we expect from the great man of Loic Bruni.
Can't wait to find out what he knew and what he was thinking at the top of this one, Nico.
Yeah, Bruni wants points. I mean, he wants wins, but he wants to win that championship, and he needs to maximize as many points as he can get today to do that.
Well, are we going to see a champion's ride today from one of the biggest champions this sport's ever seen? 1.1 seconds back, though, for Loic Bruni. Amaury Piron talked very openly at the top of this top 10 that he reckoned there was a lot of time up there still to be had, but one after one they're failing to find it, Josh. 164 beats per minute on the Whoop Live, threads the needle through the trees.
These next couple of splits, time is obviously where it's at. He can really make up some time if he charges through here. He's slightly hung up a little bit. This isn't going the right direction, but he's not losing.
Another rider holding station at the minute, 1.1. Nico, what do you make of it so far?
It's been solid, but he's going to need to go if he wants all the points he can get.
Loic Bruni on track, looking so strong. He's performed better than anyone else at this venue over the years. He's won a world championship here, 2 second places, 2 third places at UCI Downhill World Cup level. Beautiful straight line across there, Josh.
Exit the rocks well, doesn't get hung up. This is looking good for this next split here, but he's still got 1.1 to play with.
Get him to that split, Loic Bruni, 6 per second. It's back on. It's back on. You know, Bruni could win here today.
0.6 of a second with the gnarliest rock garden to go. We've got Cam's Cliff.
Loic Bruni,
corners left.
Loic Bruni heading towards the finish line, over the bridge. Is it going to be advantage Bruni after Lenzerheide? Is he riding himself into the lead of the UCI Downhill World Cup in front of our very eyes? Bruni crosses the line and goes 5th. 1.6 seconds back up your winner today. Amaury Piron draws level with Sam Hill in the all-times. In the all-time wins count on the 13 UCI Downhill World Cup wins. Bruni can't believe it. He's already processing what that means for the overall. Nico, what a strange race today. That was a funny one, wasn't it?
It was, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. These guys all went for it, and the ones that pushed the limit, it didn't pay off for them. It bit them. And the ones that played it safe, they maybe were a few seconds back. So it was an interesting one.
Josh Carlson, one of those ones, the end of a season, a title is on the table. And it became a thinking man's game today, didn't it?
I mean, he got the points. He made that happen. It was a risky track here today. He was struggling a lot with tyres and punctures during the week. He flattered.
Here we go, though.
Yesterday, but Amaury Piron, man, what a run from him.
Here we go. Amaury Piron is your winner today in Lenzerheide. Gets his first win of 2025, and it was a well-deserved one. Nico, it was a fantastic run. We said it at the time.
Yeah, it was really good. He does such a good job of carrying speed.
You could see it early, couldn't you? He was aggressive from the start. He nailed the key sections.
Oh.
That bit there almost caught him out, but that may be a bit of that weakness from that collarbone. But he made it happen. He almost took out the railing on that bridge at the bottom, but Amaury Piron, what a return.
I thought he was well over that fence and away into the car park at that stage, but Piron, I mean, the season he's had, Nico, well-deserved win today. Great to see.
I think he would have won the race in Leger if he hadn't crashed, so he's had a mechanical in Chambéry at the World Champs, was looking great there all weekend as well, so definitely hungry for this one.
Josh, big reward for that team as well. They work so hard, and as Nico says, it's not been for the lack of trying this season.
It's a great reward. It's a great reward for all of his hard work and effort as well, returning from that broken collarbone. The team's going through the ups and downs. We saw Miriam Nicole unfortunately crash out of qualifying yesterday, and Amaury Piron steps up and claims a victory with an incredible early run here today. Wow, that race had all of it.
Yeah.
Rocky Stevens-McNabb in third.
Piron, Kiefer, Stevens-McNabb, Dunn, Bruni, your top 5. Tyrion on his 114th start in 6th. Kolb, Hart, Shaw, Meyer-Smith. Danny Hart up in 8th place, 120 races into his career. Ethan Craig, Brosnan in 12th. Vergier down in 13th. Hartenster, Norton, Coulange, Connolly, Hatton. What could have been for Ryan Pinkerton this afternoon in 19th. Ravelli, O'Callaghan 21st. Castellanos Liberal's time stood up. Jackson Goldstone in 25th. So we will get the points computations on this to you just as soon as we've got them, but could be a big day in the title race, Josh.
Look at the names. 28th, 7th, 6th, 5th. There's race winners back there in the 20s.
Speaking of race winners, Amaury Piron won this one today, and he is down there with Ashley Wilmot right now.
Congratulations, Amaury Piron, your first win this season. Is there a sense of relief, finally?
Yeah, it is, but honestly, I really didn't expect that one. It was quite a nightmare weekend for me. A lot of problems, mechanicals, and yeah, everything looks like was going wrong. So I was okay, no expectation, just give everything you have today, and it was enough for the win. Honestly, I didn't expect it because my win was not so good. Through the bottom, I was super slow. But yeah, was enough today, so I was really stoked.
All the hard work is definitely paying off, and I know you have been struggling, but also with your injury as well.
Yeah, definitely injured myself last year at the end, and so all winter was tough, and then injured again mid-season, the collarbone. So it's been, yeah, hell of a season. It's not over yet. If I can keep going this way, that's the goal, and hopefully we can have more success towards the two last races, but so stoked on the result today.
Absolutely, what an exciting run it was. You managed to shave off a whole, over 3 seconds to the time that you qualified with. Where did you find the time on the track? They love you.
That's not me, they love Henry. Henry the triple me monster. Quali, you know, I needed to go through Q2, so it's never easy. A lot of stress, you're not allowed to do mistake or whatever. So I was just like, no regrets on that run. I just, like, the main focus was to handle through the bottom, because I knew it's gonna be hard, and it was hard. So yeah, just try to make it through the last four garden. I was so slow, but made it happen. And then a strong final sector, and that was good.
Well, look, enjoy the view from the top of the podium. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Henry Piron, his voice cracking as he tries to make himself heard in front of his fans after he clinches his 13th title, his 13th World Cup of his career. In fact, overtaking Loic Bruni in terms of number of titles. These two Frenchmen, huge respect for each other, but the way that he returned from his injury a bare few weeks ago is something to be hugely admired. How much did you enjoy that Henry Piron run?
Well, it's absolutely fantastic always to see the French on the front, you know. Hearing the national item is a big one, remind me some great souvenirs, but we can have seen like amazing racing, and we have seen two races, the one going for the win of the event and the other one going for the overall, and we did mention that there was a bit of strategy, and just chatting with Loic now, he did wanted the win to get the points, but we have seen that on the second half of the track in the two last splits he had to back off a bit and didn't push enough compared to Amaury and Henry and Lucky that was actually taking all risk down on the last split.
And here is just a glance at the winning run. Take us through it, Reese. I mean, Ashley was asking him, you can't. He's just shaking your head at me. No, it was really good.
His top half was insane, obviously. Came out the gate so hot, and that top split set him up for the bottom half of the track. He maybe didn't have the cleanest lower middle half, but it was enough to get the job done. And like Fabian was saying, you noticed a lot of the guys having a wee moment with the fatigue setting, and they just backed it off a little bit.
J'espère que le stream a bien marché.
Patience was the ultimate
Ça vous a plu?
winner today.
J'espère que vous
You had to
m'entendez
get your
aussi.
points early, get off
Avec
the
son
brakes
son de
and
cloche
find
de
that
mort
line
là.
between sliding when you're going fast, but getting enough push through the bike to have the traction to drive. And Amaury done a great job.
Voilà, il n'y a plus de speaker, plus rien, du coup je remets le son. On va aller chercher du fromage pour la fondue. Et puis, on va se barrer gentiment quoi. Demain un VTT. Demain un VTT, bon, je serai aussi, ça va être rigolo parce que je vais aller autour du parcours.
He was saying, oh look, I think, and to your point, Reese, I think there's more time in this track. Do you think that was today? You mentioned, of course, we're talking about the overall because the narrative threads on that are pretty fascinating, given what we saw from Loic and from Jackson Goldstone. Do you think that,
à demain,
as you were saying, like people are fighting for that? If they're fighting for the overall or they're fighting to just win, it's a completely different.
Merci RPX pour avoir checké et tout. Merci beaucoup.
Really two
Pour
races
checker
in
le
one
son,
when you
etc.
come
Donner des
towards the end of the
feedbacks.
season,
Super
and
cool.
from the
Je suis
moment
pas à la maison,
Jackson
pas devant l'ordi, c'est
crashed,
difficile.
you know that the strategy will be completely different and that he will happen in a different way. We probably would have seen riders pushing further if he was a world champ, but the fact he was a World Cup, you can see that there is a lot more strategy for the last rider down and making some point to make sure that they get the overall. So there was a strategy there, but again, best one would have won, and we have seen those guys pushing, and it was an amazing, brilliant race as we've seen.
Well, let's see that crash that you're talking about. Jackson Goldstone
fait d'acheter une petite fondue, là. Le meilleur fromage du monde.
As soon as he left the gate, he had a bubble almost straight away. He was off balance, and he looked like he was just trying to force the issue a little bit too much.
T'as chopé un masque mignon. C'est presque creepy comme ça.
It was very uncharacteristic.
C'est venez pour voir.
Off balance, a little bit out of sync, and I do wonder they were tied on points. Him and Lloyd bang on the same points coming into this run. Did it just tip Jackson's slightly more inexperienced head over? Who knows, you know, but
oh my God, c'est horrible.
Oh ouais, j'ai vu tout le so mature there. He's done what he needed to do. He could have pushed harder, but he could have thrown the race away, and he's done enough to walk away from here with a leader's chance. Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not Jacob.
We have seen also Jackson trying to take an option like he's right above the tree, and you can see that he's coming hot and steep, and he decided last minute that the suspension compressed. At the moment he goes around the tree, the front of the pressure. So there's definitely been an hesitation and a lack of confidence that is not characteristic of him, and the pressure on the overall was definitely in that moment.
Yeah, let's see it again. He's wearing those stripes, of course, Jackson Goldstone. And afterwards, we saw him. He's a very emotional guy. Like, you know, when he's about to win, he's on the hot seat. We always see him
reacting,
shouting, getting the crowd cheered up. And we saw him afterwards reacting to this really disappointing day. Looking ahead.
Je sais pas si c'est encore ouvert aussi. Là-bas, regarde un peu.
He realizes one thing, that in that case he can be his own worst enemy. We're always fighting against the clock. We have opponents, we have competitors, but we're fighting against the clock, and sometimes you can be your best friend, sometimes you can be your opponent. And that's how you build also your mentality and confidence when you have to charge. And I'm 100% sure that
on passe par là où il y a tout le monde qui part, ou est-ce qu'on va dans le village prendre le carte postale puis on va regarder s'il y a du pain et tout? Village? On va se partir. C'est parti, mais derrière le pont. Ok, comme ça, vous verrez un peu de lac. Parce qu'il reste un coup.
Yeah, it's hard to tell at what moment in his running maybe he went, okay, I feel like I've done enough here, that there's no need to push it too far. But I mean, even somebody like Lloyd that backs it off, and maybe this track helps with that. When you go, you know what, I'm going to take a step back, and things start flowing, and you actually carry good speed. It may feel slow, but you're actually going pretty fast. So maybe that switch in like safety mode provides a nice clean run for him. Who knows if he really went full gas and tried to push it? Could he have went like Jackson and made a mistake? We'll never know unless we dive into him, you know.
Surprisingly, he has done a fourth sector super good into the rocks, but just
je vais m'arrêter à une
there is a long left before you step down the ice.
Ah, c'est ça qu'il faut que je teste.
And just in that left, at the exit of it, we see him losing the backhand of the bike and losing a tiny bit of speed, and I'm 100% sure that at this moment he decided to push again. After that sector 4 that was quite smooth, and unfortunately that tiny mistake is putting 0.8 on the sector, and unfortunately put him in that place instead of getting the win where he could have battled with. If in this last sector he would have been clean and charged.
I mean, we could see from Ryan.
Ah, on pouvait descendre là dans le tunnel.
There was a lot of time left up there. I think a lot of riders were getting to that moment in the track. It was like, okay, let's just get this to the finish. Whereas Ryan was the only guy in the mindset where I need to race, I need this time. And you saw the margins that were available. All these guys are going to look back at that and go, wow, there was a lot of time there. So, yeah, how much do you want to roll the dice, you know?
Big respect for pushing after that mistake. Emotionally, he takes you down so hard.
Very impressive.
Here it is, guys, in case you weren't watching us earlier, here is Ryan Pinkerton in the start hut. I mean, Reece, take us through that moment.
I mean, it's similar to what you said, right? First corner, it's like he's not even out the gate yet. And it's hard to tell, but I don't think his pedal actually slipped. His front wheel touched the gate post.
And he's down for so long, by the way.
Stalled him out. Honestly, his run was probably the best we've seen today on raw speed after that moment. To gain that time back in that mindset is really, really impressive. Ryan's got big things coming his way in the future.
And of course, we're heading stateside as well in a few weeks' time. So he's going to be hopefully taking a lot of part from that experience at that stage. Yes, so ultimately what it means, all of what we witnessed today, is that title race is still alive. The overall top of the standings, and the gap is now
Tu vois,
100
je l'ai
points
jamais
to
perdu
Jackson
d'oreille.
Goldstein. Loris Bergier, hey, down in third,
Tellement
but,
fort.
putting up a good performance over the course of the World Championships as well. And then Amory Piron, after that big win today, is a man who we've seen recover again and again, deal with those injuries, and just get out there and make this track his own. He perhaps felt like he didn't have the cleanest of runs, but in the end, it did not matter because, Fab, at this stage in the season, there's the fine margins of race day, and it's the fine margins of where you're trying to finish and how you're trying to pick up points in the...
You're totally right. We have 2 rounds to go now on, and we know the battle is still up for 3rd place. There is still a lot of people that can get at that top spot of the podium, and you know that those 2 guys in the front are going to have a big fight. After Lake Placid, it will be absolutely insane because we know everyone's going to be on the push. And let's not forget that Jackson will be in Mont Saint-Anne, Canada for the final, so you can be sure that he will have a big eyes on the prize there.
And let's not forget, this is as long a season as we've had, right, in the World Cups.
I must say, watching this race, you could visibly see some of the riders that almost got halfway down and they started to go left. They were really struggling to focus and they were making some mistakes.
Elle va plier la gueule de Nino.
These guys are all taped up. They look like they've been at war with lions. They've got scars all over them. So it is a bit of a battle of who's the fittest. So you have to keep your body in tune and your mind at rest. And, yeah, here we go.
Hours in the gym, Reese, haven't you? Yeah, you absolutely do. Lockie Stevens
Ouais, j'ai baissé dans la forêt, ça captait plus, je pense. Du coup, j'ai débranché.
From him, someone we've seen time and time again just missed out, but this is going to be important for him.
For sure. I mean, there is like a big mental game again towards the end of the season, and I'm sorry, but I have to cheers in that specific moment. I handled this kid since he's 12, so super proud of this end of the season.
Please tell us, feel free to shout and scream, because what Henry Kiefer has done over the last few weeks is something,
The consistency of a young man to be that at this level, that consistent so young, it shows that he's obviously had a good man in his ear telling him what needs to be done and how to get it done. He's had a good man also. Henry's got big things coming
J'ai
as
jamais
well.
vu ça.
making them happen week after week at the moment. And we thought we would miss him for a few rounds after that big injury of his collarbone. And yet here he is, so soon again, back on the top step. What makes him such a special rider?
Well, I think the determination of Amory has been proven over the years, like through injuries, the amount of time he came back, but also the amount of time where he put it all in to actually go get a win is absolutely insane. And we know him being like a big, dangerous competitor every time he comes up onto the bike, and he proved us today again his capacity to come back and attack like a madman when it's time to.
Yeah, I mean, that collarbones can go kind of one or two ways. Sometimes it's nice and easy. As unlucky as he was to have that injury, he also has the heart of an absolute lion. You know, every time he's on a bike, he's not just racing to get down the hill. He wants to win the race, and you can see it with how he attacks a bike. He is a madman, like you say, and he deserves to be up there. He's had this coming for a while, and you know what? He could be a spoiler towards the end of the year. That third place with him and Loris is heating up. And yeah, it's like we said earlier, it's not over till it's over. There's a lot of racing still to go in these 2 rounds.
You can see it's been a while since he last had to open the champagne himself.
Smile as well. He really is a great guy for the sport. The family's lovely, the brothers are great, and yeah, what a talent. We're lucky to have him.
And he'd be expecting to be involved in that overall race, title race, Amory Piron. He would not have been enjoying not having a say in it. So it's not that surprising that we see him come back at this stage of the season. We've spoken already about him as we hear the crowd go bananas for all of them. Let's go back and hear from the man that's hopefully going to make Fab cry again. Let's hear from Henry Kiefer.
Henry just said to me, I can't handle it. All the fans are going, Henry, they love you. What's it like having them shout your name?
Insane, it's unreal. Everything happened so fast. Like also coming from second world champion, second place, to second place here, everything is so quick. Like I said, I can't handle it. It's mind-blowing.
You absolutely can handle it. You can handle the attention, the pressure. Is there anything that goes into that preparation of dealing with this atmosphere?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I really feel in a, let's say, safe place right now. Obviously, the sport is not safe, and every time can happen something. But I think I found my rhythm now, and like my consistency. And It's going well. It's going well, and I'm happy that I'm there and with the people in the field. Yeah.
It's such a challenging track. Obviously, we saw what happened with Jackson Goldstone crashing. How did you manage to stay so focused, and what was it that went so well for you?
I don't know, I just hold on. Honestly, I pushed as hard as I could, and it worked out. I was in my tunnel vision, in the flow, and that's how it goes. If you're in that zone, that's the best you can have.
We've still got a couple more rounds to go, so will we see you at the top of the podium? What will you be doing to best prepare?
I don't know, I just keep going. I find my routines, my rhythm, keep that going, dig in a little deeper, and the result, yeah, you can see the crowd. Yeah, and try to make that win happen maybe. We did third, we did second, maybe now. I'm good, I'm good.
Watch this space and go and celebrate, well done.
Thank you.
Fabien Barel leading the cheer of Henry in the studio here. You've known him since he was a kid. Can you take us back to that and talk to us about his journey to this point?
Well, to be honest, when I stopped racing myself, I always had a dream to build someone all the way to the rainbow stripe, and obviously building Troy and working with Troy for 10 years and with Henry all the way through is an excitement, because you feel like you share all your experience, your knowledge, your competencies, and there is a huge emotion out of that. And I have to say that above the fact he's a good man, he's got a lot of respect, big value for all the competitors, great approach of the sport, and he has been building himself to a true champion, and I'm expecting a win soon.
Oh my goodness me. What was it you saw in him when he was that young kid?
Just raw talent, and also the fact that he has zero environment, and he was just making himself out there on his own with his dad. Dad had no knowledge, and he was out there like probably riding the best he could, and he was the fastest German kid at the time. And as you know, Canyon is a German brand, and the owner told me, Fab, what do you think about this guy? I said, well, let's build him. Let's bring him out there.
Oh, fantastic. And on your screens, of course, another man who has been working at this sport with such intensity for many, many years now, Loic Bruni. Reese, you were trying to retire him earlier in the show, but he's showing the way he handled the pressure today kind of shows the level that he's at in this oval.
I mean, he's bulletproof. He's got to have one of the, if not the strongest mindset out of all the riders here. He shows it time and time again when the chips are down and you really have to get the job done. Loic is always there. I would hate to be up against him in an overall coming into a couple of rounds, because he is the Iron Giant. Of course, there's faster guys on days, but he is just so fiercely consistent. And I'd say he's probably the happiest guy in the pits today. That's going to feel good.
You know what? I'm not sure he's too happy about himself. On the two last feet, knowing him, I can tell you that he may miss a couple crucial points, and he will go back and work hard for North America. He's not the type of guy to sit on happiness when he gets not the first place.
Wow, okay. Well, we've been talking about one Frenchman, and we're about to get another one to join us. Come on in, Amory Piron. Wow, it's been some time since we've had you in the studio for a big win, but it is fantastic to see you back. How's the shoulder?
Shoulder is pretty fine. It was notable next to this from Andorra. So yeah, no, just nothing seems to click after that. Like missing my runs, mechanicals or crashing. It was really too few races for me. So I just didn't believe in anything after that coming here. And it was really tough weekend, mechanicals on mechanicals. So I was like, okay, just do your run, have fun, and don't give a F for the result, and we'll see. And honestly, it was not a good run, quite slow at the top. The second part is good, and from mid parts start to make mistakes, and I was cooked, and I just couldn't handle the bike, so I really had to slow down. Hopefully I could have a good last split, which was the most easiest part, so I could push on it. But yeah, it was really tough today. Conditions, the lights were super hard, track was super dry, so traction were really hard to find. And you can see here, I was dead. So the whole was like, I did my PR. And here,
was this planned? I had a question. Was this planned to go that far on the bridge?
Yeah, that far, that right. That was a perfect landing. Still, Jackson beat me on the last split, so always with a room for improvement.
What was your mentality coming into that run? Like, we know where you're coming from, obviously, we know we've seen you building, but what was the approach when you get into the start? I don't imagine that you wanted to win or expecting to win, but what was the attitude and what do you aim for the end of the season?
Definitely after what I've been through the last few races and especially this weekend, I was like, okay, just have fun, enjoy, give what you have. And I knew I was super tired and I knew I'm gonna be really tired from the steep section. And I was, so I was hoping to not be tired, but then I just, okay, slow down and just go through the bottom, keep pushing. I was talking to myself, oh, come on! And yeah, honestly, it was not a great run, but crazy hold on until the end for today. So really happy, and from that now I can build some confidence for the last two runs.
You said when Ashley talked to you with 10 men to go, you felt like there was plenty of time left in the track. Were you surprised that no one...
Yeah, definitely. Personally, I think I lose like 2 seconds. And I really thought like the winning time will be a 41.8 or 42.1 between in this margin. So I was pretty sure to get really far into the standing, but crazy it all.
Sorry, I think you're missing something pretty important. On you go!
Parce que les gens qui vont par là, c'est pour leur bagnole. Je pense qu'il y a un parking de l'autre côté aussi.
No chance.
What you guys at home may not have seen is that Amory's whole team is up on the podium, ready to celebrate with him. So he needs to get up there.
And surely one thing that we can highlight from Amory's word and the way he has brought the information together is that the track has been drying a lot, and we have seen prime condition for the last day and this morning, but we have seen the sun hitting the track a lot and changing the condition and actually getting to the point where we lost grip. And I don't think everyone anticipated that, and for sure Amory has got the feeling that he doesn't have the perfect run, but I think this afternoon, especially on the last guys, everyone struggled with the grip.
Yeah, because also people are new to downhill mountain bike racing and they're watching this maybe on TNT for the first time. They might think, oh, well, it looks nice this week, especially in comparison to Leger, but there were completely different challenges depending on the weather conditions, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's something that we mention a lot as riders, the light. The light makes a huge difference because your eyes do naturally take time to adjust. And when you're looking at a really, really bright track, sometimes it's hard to tell is there traction there. And that is where that experience comes in, where you've been racing here. Some of these guys for over 10 years have been coming here. So you know how the track breaks down, and you can almost take a guess coming into those sections. Okay, I think I know how the bike's going to handle here. And sometimes it doesn't go that way, but for sure, like you said, the week started hard packed, slick, and it just went completely the other way. The track really broke down, it became loose, and it was a dry race. It was a very dry, dusty, crumbly racetrack, so difficult to be consistent. And like you said, traction was the most important factor. You had to be right on the limit. If you lost it, you were losing time, but if you weren't pushing hard enough, you were losing time. It was balance.
That's something we don't expect. Obviously, having a nice weather for an average person that look at the race, you imagine that the grip is good, same way as for Formula 1, which is not the case. We can actually see the ground getting softer, and losing grip is an issue on a track like that, because I think, Chris, you agree with me, is that we don't have a really wide track. The line is actually super narrow, and there wasn't many options of going in and out, so you have to stay on point. The moment you lose the grip, you go in really soft dirt outside, and it's the best way to get on track and make mistakes and lose time. And I think the precision without the grip is what made the run this afternoon really challenging.
And can you give us a sense of how different it will be from, so if he's coming in at about 10 in or 6, 7 in, Amory, and then from that to the end of the day, how different will the track be for all the people that come after?
Well, first of all, is the point that Chris brought, is the light, is that, you know, the sun is moving and traversing the mountain across, and obviously when the sun is at the top, that's where it creates light patches. patches. So the moment you enter the wood, you are fully dark from full light, and this you have to take a reference. And when you arrive from a bike park section at 60k an hour, obviously you better have your eyes pointing at something that bring you in the right place of the track. So that's the first challenge, and the second one is that every night we had a bit of dew that kept, I would say, the grip kind of constant throughout the day. And last night we didn't. We have seen the temperature rising and the grip deteriorating throughout the day until the final. That was a noticeable.
Now we started the day by talking about how so many of the younger riders, particularly in the men, had been coming out on top in the World Championships. And then we saw that from the juniors were absolutely, today I mean in the final, absolutely matching the times that we have seen in the elite. So they were going toe-to-toe.
Au bout du lac.
And we have on the screen now
sur ces belles images.
An example of how close, for example, Asa was in his run against Amarie's run. My eyesight is not good enough to read exactly what. But what I understand is that is less than the time it takes to blink the gap between these two.
If you look at here, we have not even a tenth of a second, right? And there is tenth at 1,000 even, and you know that it's just a push. But what is really interesting is that if you look at the junior woman compared to the elite woman and the men field, you have the exact same second for all of the times. And we were talking earlier exactly how the future is looking bright for the sport, and how we're going to see further and further down the line, very, very tight racing with the professionalism of the team, the brands, and the competence that is actually happening, plus the level and the talent of the athlete. I give our sport a really bright future.
Oh, it's so exciting. And of course, looking at those times, sometimes the juniors go faster, but the conditions are very different. Of course, we're talking about how the track has changed during the course of the day, but this is a comparable achievement race.
100%. I mean, there's some races where, like you say, we'll start really wet in the morning, and the juniors race a good bit ahead of the last elite male. So some tracks, depending on the conditions, if it's drier, the track holds its shape and it holds its consistency a lot better. But on a track like this, it was pretty fair. I mean, you could throw in a few, maybe a second to a difference, but no, we're definitely not going to do that today. It was fair and square, and as Fabian says, the reality is the kids are coming and they're coming fast.
What an amazing day we've had here in Lenzerheide. The crowds have soaked it all up. Henri Piron, not the man we started the day talking about, but absolutely earned his place on this roster, as he does every time. Henry Kiefer joining us in the studio as well. These two have been through so much together. Henry, I don't know if you can hear me, but can you tell us what this man means to you?
I've been working with Fabian so long already, and it's insane. We go the path together, right? Yeah. And he's a good guy to me, and I really like working with him together, and I think those results show off. So
you were fantastic today. How did it feel stepping up there?
Insane. Twice, second place again, did it twice, and unreal. It happened so fast, like hard to grip it, you know what I mean? Like to get it, realize.
What's the next step?
The next step, you know, I already wanted to do it today, but it's fine, I'm second. It's good. I'm out of here.
Thank you so much. The kids are coming, and they're absolutely coming fast. Reese is correct about that. Sometimes they're coming into this studio at 100 miles an hour. It's been wicked to see them all have so much success today, and some brilliant, brilliant races throughout the course of the day. We have more mountain bike racing to come for you this weekend. Do not forget to set your watches for tomorrow, when we will be witnessing live on TNT Sports the final race, the last dance of Nino Schurter, the greatest mountain bike racer of all time in the cross country. He will be racing up against all of the big competitors who meant so much to him and in front of his home fans. But don't forget, there is sport live across the TNT Sports Network. So much to watch here. There's cricket for you tomorrow from 1:15 p.m. That is live on TNT Sports 1. We've got rugby, we've got snooker, we've got everything. Just come and join us as and when, and we'll be here, of course, on TNT Sports to bring you the very best mountain bike racing in the world. We've had the downhill today. Tomorrow we have the cross-country Olympic distance. As I mentioned, Nino Schurter is going to go out with a bang here in front of his Swiss fans, and that is from 2:30 p.m. But do join us beforehand for the women's race. That is from 12 p.m. and that is live on the network and on Discovery Sports Plus as well. You can join us on that. You can watch the race back from today, and you might want to do that because it was hard to catch so many storylines, all those moments that we brought you. The overall title is still very much alive, but Loic Bruni has taken some steps towards it, and we are heading with the downhill riders to North America next. We can't wait to see you there.